snow's melted. And the summer heat is here. Welcome to our city.
We score high.
Tobias with 4!
We hit hard.
Just have to be careful inside. And it's Winside again!
And we play to win.
And he just guns both of them. No, that is disgusting!
Time, yeah, my moment is here, yeah.
Watching as well, it's the second one on the bomb. Mack pulls up the 1v3. The rest of Ultra has to sprint for this as well. Kismet finds the second one. Around the corner goes Candy, stays alive! Beautiful!
Don't get left behind.
It hasn't worked for Mr. aBeZy, it's just coming! He finds the first though. My God, Brett! Very well could have remained at SD. Oh! 4! Wins it, second one's there. Slides out, shots are in! Scumpy! Havok has read this, can he find the timing? He finds the second as well! This has been a massacre! Oh my God! Oh, he shut down everything! Oh my God, Kismet finds all 3! That's it, it's done! It's done!
This is day 3 of Major 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Matt and Me Athletic Center. And as you can hear, we're having a damn good time right here in Toronto, Canada. But this is day 3. We got a pair of threes, right? Because for Major 3, things have been incredible so far. The first 2 days of action has led us with some amazing matches, great storyline topics, and not only that, we got some upsets, okay? And speaking about upsets, yes, OpTic Texas and Toronto Ultra are fighting their way throughout the loser side of the bracket for a miracle run to the finals, right? But at the top of the winner side, we have 4 teams, and one of them are the Atlanta FaZe, the squad that has been, getting second for the first 2 majors so far, and they really want to prove themselves. The question is, can they do it? We're going to find out right now, but right here on the desk, we're going to break it all down and make it fun for you. My name is Velli, I'm the host today. We got Bryce, we got Ali, and we also got Nameless. Bryce, man, what are you doing on the desk? Where's Ton at? Where's Ton?
Let's face it, that guy lets me down all of the time, and he's not in Canada this one, so I've just been walking around talking to players. It's been great.
Right, Ali, so this is day 3. We saw a lot of teams go home yesterday, but today we're going to find out who the real kings of the North are. Are you ready?
I mean, as the weekend goes on, it's just more exciting, more exciting, more exciting, more exciting. So now that we're into day 3, I'm sad day 2 is over, but man, do we have some good lineups today.
Right, Nameless, man, we were getting ready for today, man. We got a good lift, we got some Nandos, we're feeling good. You hyped for the day, man?
I'm feeling good, I feel healthy, I feel ready, and we're gonna need it because it's gonna be a long day of matches. I think we're gonna get some game 5s today. It's gonna be some spectacular gameplay. We're gonna see some teams go home as well, so some teams getting ready, man. It's gonna be lit.
And these matches aren't gonna be pushovers at all. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket to see what's at hand, right? We ended the day yesterday with OpTic Texas winning, and they're the only team remaining in the elimination round 3, but look at that. You got the Battle of the North in elimination round 2. Røkkr and Ultra and Ali. Taking a look at the top side of the bracket, do you see Surge versus Mutineers?
I see that, Vel, and you know what? That is an insane matchup. I didn't think Florida would be able to do it again against OpTic. They did it, but now they have to go against the Seattle Surge, who has been surging since Major 3 qualifiers, had a little bit of a rough Major 2, looking to possibly take it home today.
And with Florida in the second round of that winner's bracket, they got there by beating OpTic Texas, and you can call Florida OpTic's kryptonite. But the thing is, OpTic had a big win against the Major 2 champions, the Los Angeles Guerrillas, and there was a big celebration at the end, Nameless.
Yeah, I mean, really no sweat in either series they had. 6-0 day for OpTic Texas. We saw some big maps out of Dashy and the controls he was taking over, but the biggest takeaway for me throughout both of those series was Scump in the S&Ds. The comeback that they had versus the London Royal Ravens, that started with Scump. Like, that is when this team is the unbeatable. When they're in championship form is when they're able to win those searches, and that starts with Scump, man. If he's making those types of plays, it's going to be very difficult to beat this squad.
And we saw more comfortable Prolute, right? That opening map, he went 32 and 29 versus LAG on that boat cage, and throughout the rest of the series, we saw him show up as well in the S&D, went 9 and 6. So there's a Prolute we were used to seeing in Major 3 qualifiers, now heading into the rest of today. Hopefully he continues that streak.
I tell you something, OpTic's one of the favorite teams in this tournament, but for me right now, I need to see them be a better team. The Royal Ravens and LAG are okay, and it was business yesterday as usual for them, but is that enough?
Right, and there's a big celebration. Like I said, Dashy had a great interview and celebrated with his parents, Ali. It was such a heartfelt moment, right?
It was very heartfelt. Obviously, you can see on his face, like, okay, mom. Like, I get it. But, like, it was so sweet to see them go up there.
No, big time. So, yesterday was the first day of Elimination Day, and we saw a lot of teams go home. Bryce, big surprise to me, man. What's up with New York Subliners?
It is one of the most unfortunate stories for them. Essentially, 0 wins in 3 majors. And the biggest part of the problem is that they are in a horrible, horrible hole moving towards champs. Everybody had the faith. Everybody thought, New York, this is the time. They are on the ascendance, and then they binned it.
And to that point, like, this is when they were peaking. They just won Pro-Am.
Yeah.
They brought that momentum into the Stage 3 qualifiers. They played well, and their hardpoint was on point. They're playing good in Search and Destroy. You're getting these massive superstar games out of Hydra. Paulehx is starting to hit his limit. He's starting to fry in every single game, but they're not able to put it together. Kismet and Crim had a really bad major. They're going to have to go back and figure it out, but now they need to, like, win out throughout Stage 4 qualifiers and still get, like, top 3 to have a good shot at making it into champs. So they put themselves in such a tough spot in 2 very winnable games. I mean, you look at the Seattle Surge game that they had. It was the Search and Destroys. They choked them. And then also versus London Royal Ravens, these Search and Destroy clutches, 2v3s, 2v4s that they were giving up. They weren't organized. They weren't prepared. You could see that aggressive gameplay that they like to rely on, some of the individual plays, it was not working for New York. And, you know, they hit a hard wall.
Right, and let's take a look at the schedule. You know what I like about this, Ali? It's the simple fact that every single one of these matchups is like, which team is better at being that color, right? We got purple, team blue, team red. But I'm really looking forward to seeing what version of the Los Angeles Thieves will be facing off against Atlanta FaZe.
It was such a dumb thing that I noticed yesterday, but we have 3 elimination matches today. A lot of people going home to set us up for tomorrow, but these matches as well, like, even though I don't think it's what we expected, some of these teams have showed out a lot more than I think expected. Like Los Angeles Thieves winning 2 SNTs, heading up against Atlanta FaZe. I've been struggling in that game mode. It could be a more interesting series than expected.
The most interesting one today in my eyes is definitely going to be the first one, right? The Battle of the North, nameless. You got Minnesota Røkkr, the team that went undefeated in the Stage 3 qualifiers, facing off against a hometown team. I'm expecting so much from Ultra.
I mean, I was expecting a lot from these teams coming into this event. I mean, you have the Toronto Ultra, who are dominating in hardpoint at 7-2 through the qualifying stage. Haven't looked that great here. I mean, they play against the Paris Legion. They get a win in that one. And then the Minnesota Røkkr, who have had a rocky start. Like, they're 5-0. They were undefeated heading into this event. They fought a loser's bracket in a round 1 matchup, losing 2 S&Ds to the LA Thieves, one of the worst teams that we've had throughout our last couple of stages. So, you know, both these teams underwhelming going into this series. It's going to be a search and destroy battle. We'll see how they prepare for it. But at least in the last Ultra series, we saw some different looks in search. Cleanex had some amazing moments. Still more to be desired out of Cammy.
All right, you're going to make me the bad guy here, but this is the battle of the barely acceptable. Both of these teams had great records coming into this tournament.
Yeah.
They've yet to show me anything that says they're making a deep run.
Hey.
The truth is, this is a benchmark game. I need to know who's actually turned up to the major. Yes, both these teams got a win yesterday, but it's not against the biggest competition in the game. Ultra beat Paris. Let's face it, Paris are a bad team.
Yeah.
They didn't look dominant against them. I expect them to lose against FaZe. I need to know out of these 2 teams who's actually going to do the business here at the major.
By the way, you hear his accent. There's no bias at all. He really wants Toronto Ultra to turn up big time. But ladies and gentlemen, that's it for the first half of our CDL pre-show headquarters. Coming up next, we're going to talk about what's next to come and also challengers. You got that right. We got that stream going on right now. We're going to fill you in on everything in just a minute. We'll see you soon.
So would you go ahead and tell me when you had enough? Fucking you one more shot when the camera's up. But this one you gon' have to duck. Tell me about your lifestyle, really. We've been on the road to the tank go empty. I'ma keep going to the Lord, call, give me if you wanted me to stop, then you can't come with me. Thinking you the best, silly. We about to put it in your chest, really. And I don't think you really want problems. Think you know the outcome when you come around, dog. You thinking you getting me? Is you kidding me? Ripping everything you was again in the vicinity.
When you compete as long as I have, you learn a thing or two. You learn success isn't something you're given, it's something earned. Visit zenny.com/CDL to get a pair of Røkkr Zennies or any of your other favorite CDL teams today.
the best part about this entire event is that there's two parts of this arena. We got the side with the CDL main stage, but also, Ali, we're taking a look at the Passion Pit. The Challengers Open is underway right now. You can catch it all on stream.
Absolutely, and I think one of the craziest things to catch you guys up on, if you haven't caught wind of it yet, that happened today, was Ironblood Gaming actually reverse sweep Toronto Ultra NA Academy for top 8 placing, setting them down to the losers bracket, and it was in a 1v2 fashion as well. So already some seriously aggressive matches going on in the Challengers Pit, and you can always catch out the stream.
You know, Bryce, you've been commentating Challengers for some time now, man. What are your thoughts about seeing these faces in person, just battling it out for money, man?
Oh, it's glorious. Let's face it, everything that goes on online, it gets talked about, but here is where the real challenge is. There is no more excuses after an event like this. You don't get to brag, you don't get to say it's connection, you don't get to pretend that you weren't bad on the day.
There's $24,000 on the line, man. It's going to be amazing. Now, Nameless, you were catching up on a match that included some superstars, right? We got Spark down there, we got Clay, and they went against Censor. What happened?
Man, Censor came away with the big victory, dude. He played Clay early on. I think it was round 1 as well. And, you know, you can see right here, everybody's getting hyped. There's a lot of trash talk, but Clay's team is coming off of a cup victory. They're coming into this as the favorite. Everybody was expecting them to make a deep run in the Challengers bracket, and they fall to Doug. So they're climbing their way out of losers, and Doug's sitting pretty. And that's also the team that dropped Doug.
They dropped him.
They dropped him, so you can see the passion. That is the Passion Pit. That's why we call it that, and it's epic, man.
Hey, Bryce, do you see who the teammates are trash talking and who Doug is trash talking?
I was down there. Really interesting point about it, actually. For some reason, Doug wouldn't talk to Clay. He was talking to the rest of the team, whereas the rest of his team was attacking Clay directly. I don't know what's going on, but it's certainly got a little bit heated down in Challengers.
It's fun. Now, for those of you at home, and also those of you in the audience right now, check this out. You can watch it on, okay? You can link your account, and you can also get these amazing skins for this event. Check out the Maple Blossom Weapon Blueprint. I like it, and I love the colorway.
Yeah, I mean, this is some fresh swag right here. Make sure you go ahead and check it out. You're watching or you're sitting in chat, might as well get some rewards. So go ahead and get yourself a nice new emblem, calling card, or even a weapon skin.
Now also whip out your cell phones because you will want to scan this QR code. You not only get the I Love Burger calling card, but you also get signed up for the CDL newsletter.
The I Love Studies.
Get up to date. The I Love Studies. You're going to put Steady under the bus like that?
Wow.
I love it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's it for our pre-show. Headquarters is over, but we're about to lock it down because you already know the deal. Day 3 starts now. We got the first match of the day coming up. We'll catch you all on the other side of this break and continue on with this amazing event. We'll see you soon.
They kill me on Friday, bury me on Sunday, mourn for me Monday. Well, then you gotta let me go. Then you gotta let me go. They kill me on Tuesday, bury me on Wednesday, mourn for me Thursday. Then you gotta let me go. Then you gotta let me go. Weapons hard, vaqueros.
Somebody say a prayer for me.
They kill me on Friday, bury me on Sunday. Then you gotta let me go.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Major 3. And Bryce, what time is it, man? What battle are we about to see on that main stage?
Yeah, it's the Battle of the North, and truthfully, both of these two teams have an awful lot of making up to do today.
Right, when it comes to the Minnesota Røkkr, man, they're going to be facing off against Toronto Ultra, and I'm loving this rivalry. But when it comes to the Minnesota Røkkr, we all talked about the team change, Havok comes in. We've heard enough about that now, but it's all about what we've seen from Methodz so far. The consistency, you can't argue it.
No, you certainly can't. Truthfully, this team has had a very good turnaround. The problem being is that lasted right up until they hit Canada. I am looking forward to see whether or not this team can redeem themselves today.
Right, when it comes to the game field keys of victory, what you got for us?
Well, attached to continue world-class AR slaying. I mean, a 1.22 KD during Stage 3. Again, they won 5-0 Stage 3 qualifiers heading into today. A little bit of a slow start, but for what we saw yesterday, coming into today, no issue there. And Røkkr have won 5 of the last 6 on Bocage. Ultra is 0-2 this major. Definitely an interesting first map, one that we're going to be loading into. And find more offensive success on Desert Siege. A second in defensive win percentage, 67% overall, and only winning 39% of offenses. So find a little bit more consistency there, but again, from what we saw out of them yesterday on Desert Siege, they should have no issue.
The Minnesota should definitely keep their eyes on these keys, and hopefully they wash the ball, because going against Toronto Ultra, this squad is absolutely bringing it with a 3-1 win against Paris Legion. They're looking to continue that streak. Ali, how do you feel about this team?
I think they were looking incredible. They just need to tighten up on a couple of things. The first series we saw out of them, it was a little bit of a panic button getting pressed, right? So when the next series they got against Paris Legion, they started to look more like the cool, calm, collected Toronto Ultra that we're used to. But when it comes to the game fuel, keys to victory, nameless, what do they got to do?
Yeah, I mean, I think Toronto Ultra have actually looked mediocre just versus Paris Legion. They lose that first map.
I agree.
It could have been an absolute nightmare, but let's get into the game fuel keys to victory. They need Cleanex and Insight to play well on Tuscan Search and destroy Insight with a 1.4 and Cleanex with a 1.27 this season on Tuscan Search. I love how they played it yesterday. They were giving up mid-map, pushing through P5. Cleanex was cleaning it up, man. He was popping off 14-2 at one point, then staying for him on Berlin Control, winning 68% of rounds of Berlin Control, 4-1 record. That is their best control. In the game mode that they've been struggling in, they found success on that map, so it's good that it's map 3 in this series. And rotation battle will be critical on Tuscan Hardpoint. Both teams first and second in hold percentage on Tuscan. We saw some great Tuscan Hardpoints from both these squads throughout the stage 3 qualifiers. Be a battle on that stage.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's getting chilly on that main stage right now. We're about to check out and find out who's really going to be the king of the North. It's going to be the Minnesota Røkkr versus the Toronto Ultra. Let's get this day started.
The North. In the darkness, a prophecy is told. 4 warriors. Confronting them like challenging the winter itself. The snow that blinds you gives them strength. And the ice belongs to them. Prepare yourself for a cold wind blows.
Hello, Toronto! How are we doing today? I love to hear that. I love to hear that. CDL Saturday, we have some amazing matches prepared, and you couldn't ask for a better match to kick it all off. The Battle of the North on land and in Toronto territory. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna have to have you guys rise to your feet. We're rising to our feet to kick off the day. We're getting all kinds of energetic. Now, I did hear quite a bit of noise for the Minnesota side yesterday. I'm curious to see if that will remain. Didn't think so. Didn't think so. But hey, it is time to introduce the boys who went perfect at the elimination, or rather at the Major 3 qualifiers, trying to avoid elimination right now. The motto is, it's never chalked, and we'll see if that same stigma remains today. Introducing to the stage, the Minnesota Røkkr. Attach, Priestahh, Havok, and Standy.
I'm loving this squad right now, and even though the hometown crowd does not like him at all, I'm gonna tell you, we said a lot about Havok, we said a lot about Attach, but check this out. That man Standy is an absolute rat. The spots that you can find him in with the sub and the plays that he makes with it, he is so exceptional. The question is, can he rise to the occasion against the likes of Bands? We're gonna find out right now. Hey, yo, Lando, bring out the hometown team.
I think it's about that time, Vel. I think it's about that time. Toronto's excited. The venue is electric right now. As we said, it is the Battle of the North, and in Toronto territory, it is time to meet the Toronto boys.
Haters talking to me, tell them pipe down. Or it's lights out. Zeros on the debit, baby, all I do is swipe now. Gucci sweater 5,000, burning, buzzing. I be going up, no ceiling. Wow, falling, running, getting to the paper, I'm peeling out. They gon' know me as legendary. You in the stands, I ain't need no commentary. They gon' know me as legendary. You in the stands, I ain't need no commentary. Ain't no option, ain't no secondary. I just throw it out like a Hail Mary. I'm legendary.
Ladies and gentlemen, I give to you your Toronto Ultra! Cammy, Insight, and Bance.
I'm looking at the duo of Cammy and Kleenex. From what we saw yesterday, especially in the Search and Destroy, that is a scary duo once on a roll, especially when they got Winsight looking behind them and Bance behind you. This is the hometown team, Toronto Ultra, looking to make the run here at their own major.
And talking to the fans, they want this team to go all the way, baby. But it's gonna have to take a big win against the Minnesota Røkkr right now. It is not gonna be an easy task at all. Listen to the noise. Toronto, let them know. I'm loving it. Taking the stage right now. Let's see if the Ultra has what it takes. Lando, let's get this game going.
Let's do it, Vel. I tell you what, the crowd here is absolutely electric. The Battle of the North is inbound. It's gonna be a fun one. Minnesota versus Toronto. It starts now. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise once more. And now it is time to send it over to our casters, Maeve and Merc. Have a fun one, guys.
Thank you, Lando. Appreciate it. Now, but Joe, you do consider me when it comes to Call of Duty an analytical mastermind, right?
Oh, without a doubt. Listen, when it comes to that, yeah, you're number one in my mind.
Thank you, Joe.
No problem.
Listen, one bit of advice. Maybe Ultra don't go up like 1-0. Maybe they lose the map 1.
1-0, 2-0, 4-0. They've been haunted by a lot of leads.
Yes, I mean, we go back to, fans, I'm sorry, but you go back to the stage 5.
Yeah, they've been liking us. Let's not ruin that.
You're up 4-0. They win 5 straight. You look back to the recent qualifier, you're up 2-0, you lose 3 straight. So maybe it's like throw in the towel map 1, like go down 0-1, then bring it back.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what they need to do. Honestly, it reminds me a little bit before they added Insight to the roster. Do you remember? I don't know. Ultra was playing everybody close, but there was always that moment where they would just, I don't know, pretty much choke your map and they would lose the match. And we've been seeing that a little bit from this Ultra team this year. And if you look back versus Minnesota in the qualifier, there was a Tuscan hardpoint, which we do have this. They were at like 237 to 190, could not put it away. They get reverse swept. They were down, they're up 2-0. These moments, these closing moments, which they were so good at last year, that communication needs to be on point.
Well, do you think some people put a lot of stock in like a home crowd, some people don't. Like I always think that energy matters to some degree. You're talking about these small moments and these small plays. That's something where maybe just having that hometown crowd behind you can propel you.
I mean, maybe because I would say yes, but I just think it's in game. It's the communication. Yeah. Something is going wrong at some point in these in these matches. But you saw the maps and modes right there. A lot of the same maps that we just saw between these two teams. Yeah, 3 are the same. The hard points are the same. The hard points were close. The Bocage was like a 20-point game. The Tuscan was like a 20-point game. These teams, they know each other so well. It just always feels like they're matching up. It's the Battle of Purple, the Battle of the North. It should be a fun one.
Hell yeah, this place is electric. Let's get it going. Map 1, Bocage, give me some madness. Ultra, Røkkr. As we get into it, the tissue looking to be an issue. Kleenex's POV to get this ripping and roaring. Now, what do they have in this matchup? It's the autos of Attach and Priestahh to get us started off. But Cammy, how important is this guy? Can he get back? Okay, that's a chow and a half.
My man was about to get me turned early. Okay. No, but yeah, I mean, Cammy, he was a superstar, top 5 player last year, still trying to find that form. Obviously, a much different game. I'm sure that's a big part of it. But looking at this matchup last time, through the first 2 maps, where Ultra were able to go up 2-0. On the Røkkr side, it was Havok, who really struggled. But then, man, map 3 started, and he turned it around as Ultra controlling. Middle of the map right now, but you can already see the rotations had to come in. Well, both of these players are getting confused with the purples, but yeah,
it's always tricky. But you have the purple and the white on both teams. I'm like staring at them. And I gotta wake up. Trying to make sure I don't mix them up.
I was like, yeah, they have P2 spawns, right?
Yeah. Cammy is off to a nice start here. He's on 4-1 on another little 2
Standy's behind him though. Standy gets through. Standy's gonna make the play. They're gonna wait for him. There's the first, and that's all he needs to do. Now playing his life, he's gotta wait for his team to collapse. And he's gonna hit some nice shots with the MP40. This is what Veli was talking about. It just feels like he always finds his way in a position to throw the team off. But Cammy just punches him in the face.
Yeah, this is that swagger, that confidence you want to see Cammy playing with, and that's going to be 3 down right now for Røkkr. Hill time getting accrued currently for Cammy and company, and pushing on forward, Benjamin Dance.
You told me he was dropping 40 map 1.
I think I said 60. I might have been exaggerating, Joe, but I do love me some fancy pants.
I know you do. A nice P2 hold there for Ultra, now a 30-point lead. Well, that is a pretty significant one when you talk about Bokash hardpoint, but over on rotation, every time we're on this man screening, finding a multi-kill, up to 8-3 is Cammy, but over the rotations, you can see Røkkr, they have the spawns, but it is going to be Toronto Ultra inside the hill for now.
Doesn't last long, though. As the push is going to start to come in, they're going to have to hold. It's wrapping all the way around the backside. I believe it's going to be Havok here to pick up both sides of this push, and the swarm is just going to come in. They're trying to hold on. Havok continues to win fights, but it's Bance and Cammy once again. They continue to light it up, both on 9 kills right now, leading the way for the Ultra team.
And nice play there from Cammy, just play his life. He was the last member alive in a 1 versus 1. Inside off a spawn, he's on 9 kills as well. The slaying is just so one-sided as the Ultra boys have come out swinging.
Okay, I don't think they took my map 1 advice, Joe. They're just coming out trying to punch Røkkr in the mouth right out the gate. They are playing with a passion and a fire, and you gotta love to see this if you were the hometown crowd. So far, so good, but still work to do. Not able to spot Priesthah's shots over the top will come through onto Insight. New hardpoint pops, and finally, a breath of fresh air. Take a deep breath. Røkkr, a chance to get some time.
Yeah, for about 10 seconds, because we're playing Bokash. Right off a spawn, to try to push on through, but this is a very good setup. A nice hold here the first 15 seconds, but there's the contest on the front side, and well, the gunfights going the way of Ultra. They find 3 attacks, the last man alive. We saw the stats, how good he has been with an AR in his hands, but Cammy is just on a mission right now.
This is the Cammy you love to see. Cammy the Terminator, too, just locked in, dialed in, confident, challenge every fight. Like, let him do what he wants on the map, and so far, that has been the case. He's almost got a minute at the hard point to go as well. Cammy having himself a map as the lead continues to sit around 70 points. 10 seconds remaining on the hard point, Joe. A lot of movement on the minimap. Who's trying to get set up?
Yeah, Cleanex, though, him and Insight are able to win some gunfights on rotation. So scrap time going the way of Minnesota. Røkkr, Havok, though, he's going to push on through. Focus is on him. Him and Attach trying to work through towards that P5 side. Spawns go the way of Ultra, but they know he's lurking.
And Joe, you got to think, when the crowd is like that, when it's electric, it's your hometown, you've got to be so fired up. I want to hear the Ultra side. Let's go to a listen in right now with Toronto Ultra.
Let's go top of pyramid, top of pyramid overview. If you want to hit Jamie in 3 minutes. That's street count, okay? Yeah. Let's see, close down, we'll watch him trench. Behind the boat now. Nice. But you're doing it right, yeah. It's top 8, top 8, no, it's top 8, top 8. It's meant to be tunnel. Yeah, that's on attack. Playmaker. Daytime. Touch down on time, 1 more mid, Standy. He's going in, free. In for the time. Hit me out, watch. Behind the boat, nice. Behind the boat, climb the gate. Kills one. He's on top, behind the boat. Yeah, behind the boat, guys. Front, yeah. He's on front. I don't see him front half. I see him front, yeah. Priestahh front, weak, close front, Priestahh. There you go. They may see me, Nice, good shit. There's going to be one more. You know you're there, truck up.
Honestly, a solid little stretch kind of from Røkkr to just get back in there, start chipping away at the lead, bring it now within 40, but we'll go back to our mid hard point and see what Benjamin Vance is able to do. He had that great start around 9-4, now 13-16, so things have slowed down a little bit, but Vance is back and Vance is hung.
Yeah, I mean, that's really it. I mean, if you look at P4 and P5, the slaying for Røkkr just stepped up a bit, right? You have Havok who's positive, Attach as well, and they just were making it messy. They were making the game messy as they continue to do. As 3 do go down, but Vance is just lurking. He's able to work his way through. The spawns are going to flip. That's a huge play for P2. Now they got to get him off this time. Insight and Cleanex able to win some gunfights. And there we go. So they're controlling the side of the map that they want for the next hill, and they're getting some time.
Yeah, Vance is the key wrapped all the way through, and he's continuing to push this out and trying to find kills. But I think it's Attach that's going to jump over his head and take him out. But new hard point about to pop. We'll see if that work for Vance is going to be enough. You have Insight playing all the way deep, just trying to make sure they have that side of the map. But Attach, I mean, yeah, it's been a pleasure to watch him throughout his career, regardless of what weapon in hand. Can he get the streaks? 20-13. And he has been dropping bombs for the most part, just whether or not they can get the win or not. There's going to be number 7 streak earned.
But can Ultra hold on to this hold? I mean, he is still finding kills up to 8. Insight trying to play his life in the back. He's in a big one-on-one. His team still has spawns, but Attach is not losing gunfights right now. He's got another one. Cleanex. Oh, he just runs out of ammo.
He had a few few bullets there. He's centering pretty well. Might take another one down, but what a stretch it is. Still down 25 points, but
after all of that, look at this setup from Ultra. Insight was able to play his life towards the back shed. He gives his team spawns. We were on board with attacks, but his teammates all get taken down. And now this is going to be 30 or so seconds that are clean for Ultra, and that lead is as big as it's been all game.
Just got to see when the streak comes in, what kind of payoff you get, but Camby, you can see, just lurking deep in the bushes. Trying to be that guy holding the right side of the map. We have to Cleanex's POV for a second. That's a stun directly to somebody's toe. His teammate gets a shot through over the top. That'll be Cammy. Looks like Cammy pushed back inside. He will actually fall, but now to inside we go. He's at +8. Can they break into the hard point here, Joe?
Well, yeah, they can. They have the spawns as well. You do have one player lurking. That is Havok. Him attached, trying to work the two-man game. Working so far, so well. Now Standy off a spawn, able to find another one. So this is big for Røkkr. Can they find the rest of this time, or the close spawns? Will they prevail? Fans, they're just shooting through doors, just trying to stay alive. Cleanex, though, the last member alive, and Standy now on a 3 spree. And look at the score. Still around 40, but the final 20 could go the way of Røkkr. This has been very impressive hold for Minnesota Røkkr, considering, I mean, Ultra have been, you know, just very close spawns, just not able to get in the hill. Finally, they do.
Yeah, just with 5 seconds left, basically, they're able to get into it. So now we look at the new hard point popping. That'll be Cammy inside of it. He soaked up a minute of time early, playing around the objective once again. At +9, you see at minute 10, the hard point having himself a map. Let's see if he can keep it cruising. Vance just playing a little bit of a lurk roll, trying to look for his spot to pop and engage, but it's going to be Cleanex, the other sub-superstar of this team, trying to surge on forward.
And I mean, impressive from Ultra. They were spawning right back P3, and then with a set of kills, they were able to flip spawns for P4, and now they have control. That lead now 60 points, 180 for Toronto Ultra, but there's going to be 4 dead. A much-needed break for Røkkr. Vance trying to put the pressure on. You got to slow it down a little bit. You can already see with 20 seconds, do we think about rotating to P5? Because Priestahh's already over there towards that back elbow, and he's going to win some gunfights. Is there a trade? There is, out of Insight.
Yeah, good. Thankfully, you have 2 there, right? So you're able to pinch that out and trade it. That's 5 in a row before Standy drops, so no streak's going to be earned there, but still, that deficit around 40. They're chipping away at it a bit, but next hard point about to pop. Can Røkkr get the break, or can Ultra hold strong? Some big moments coming. This is going to be the streak from Attach. What can he find? They're starting to bunch up. Can he get 1? Can he get 2? He's not going to get anything, but his teammates are able to drop a few. As the swarm comes in, there's still players here. The spawn is still close. You might get out of this one. You're not getting time, but you might have survived the streak for now.
Yeah, but Attach, you deal with this, setting up the spawn trap, but Røkkr trying to make the comeback into this. Let's go to a listen with Minnesota Røkkr.
He's going under the steps, under steps. One's under steps, one's under the steps. Nade over HUD. Deep breath right here, guys. Deep breath. Nade over HUD. Just nade over HUD. 2 ticket.
Cammy's back grandma's going bottom grandma's.
I nade it over the hill.
One mystery, one mystery.
We can time, guys.
Get on time. One mystery, one mystery. Cammy got me.
He's right there. Top there.
That's 2.
I'm trying to keep him off the screen.
Top for down.
Tom Cammy. He's on the steps. He's on the steps.
We're getting to a wild late map, and I'll tell you what, the one thing I like from Havok, and it's tough on this game, it's tough on Bocage, just a little like deep breath, just a little deep breath.
Yeah, you get 1 deep breath, and then you got 4 nades flying at you. But you know, they're setting up for P1. Now you have 2 things here. You have the deficit, you also have the game clock. It's going to come into play here soon. 55 seconds is on it. And when you talk about P1, I mean, even if it's contested, that is huge for Ultra. Nobody on the hill right now, and Røkkr are going to have to start paying attention to that. And I feel like when there is an auto in the kill feed, whether it's Inside or Cammy, they're finding multiple kills. You can see that Priestahh really struggling throughout this map 1.
Well, I mean, they're very familiar with playing up against the clock. You think about that wild map yesterday for Røkkr. All too familiar with it, but so much work to do, so little time to do it in. As Cleanex continues to lurk mid-map. That's Vance that actually finds the kill. As he continues to push through, he'll find shots into the side of Attach. 23.5 on the play clock. 38 points the differential now between the 2 squads, and unfortunately, it's Ultra that can be playing around the point. They even step out of it for a second to let a little of that play clock then dwindle.
You can see this is a very strong setup out of Røkkr, right? How do Ultra want to attack this? It's going to come through the front. You do have Attach lurking, though, and he is just sort of roaming and finding kills. There's 1 player from Ultra pushed up. That's Vance and Cleanex. The SMG duo able to take down 3. They take down all 4. Vance finds 2, 10 seconds left in the play clock. They're playing around it.
Ben's just making the plays late. Trying to choke them out, just keep them out of the point every second. So terrifying with 7.5 left to go, but now you get a 4-man wipe if you're Røkkr. Somehow you continue to survive. You got 20 points left on the hard point. You're just down around 20. You can still do this if you're Røkkr.
Oh man, just playing around that game clock sometimes can be so scary. They want their nades to hit. Now a 12-point game, 7 seconds left. Standy's looking over his teammate. All right, it's all about this rotation now. How do you want to play this if you're Ultra? Do you give up the time or do you hold the hill? They're going to hold it now. It's only a 2-point game. They're going to get off of it. Here comes a push for Standy. The first man in, but Cleanex able to find 3. Cleanex with 3 on the rotation. The last player is taken down, and there we go. Woo!
I'll tell you what, Cleanex and Vance were wild down the stretch. I mean, some big moments, whether it was the break to bleed some time off the play clock or the 3 from Cleanex at the end. I mean, he was negative 10 to 15 throughout a lot of that game. But when it came down to the final moments where you need your aggressive sub-duo to make plays, they got it done.
Yeah, they had some big breaks. Yeah, you'll see it, 29 and 41 out of Cleanex, -7 from Vance.
He got the big ones, though.
There was just so many shifts in that game, whether it was Cammy and Insight, just from the get-go. They both put up some insane numbers. On the other side, it's a pretty balanced effort. Priestahh, he struggles a little bit, but you know, it tends to happen at times on both guys, especially with the way Cammy and Insight were shooting, right? Those tough AR battles were just, I mean, going Ultra's way. But I mean, for me, it's Ultra's ability to break on, you know, on those rotations time and time again. They had that 40-point lead. They never really let it go.
It just felt like at times they were less worried about dying. They were willing to put their heads down and just bash into the hard point. I don't know, it's not even like a pace thing, just like not even valuing their life, just make it scrappy, make it messy, especially in those late game scenarios.
Well, when you're playing around the game clock the way they did it, it's kind of the way you have to, right? Yeah. It's always a tough decision because you can kind of see as the final 20 seconds of that P2 were coming into play. I mean, it was almost a tied game. I mean, Røkkr did bring it back. That was such a good hold over at P2.
They got it within what, like 5 or so, 5 to 10?
Yeah, it was. I think within 2 seconds. It was within 2 seconds, and then that P3 rotation. You know, Røkkr had a lot of map control. They were getting pushed up, but Cleanex with 3 huge rotation kills, able to shut that game 1 down. And expect this. This is how these two teams play. So close in the respawns.
No, this is gonna be a war. I don't think it matters if Ultra up 2-0, 1-0, whatever the case. You feel like this is gonna go the distance, or maybe they've learned from the demons of the past, and they're gonna work to close this one out efficiently, but you gotta feel good. You heard how loud this venue is, getting behind this Ultra team, the hometown squad. It has been truly awesome. Just seeing, like, I mean, people in the streets that are kind of coming up and just asking me, I'll be like near the venue, they're like, what is it? Like, what's going on? Or like, I talked to a man, he might have been in his 70s. He's like, I don't know what this is, I've never followed it. I try to explain it to him, but he's like, this is awesome. Like, just seeing the posters of the boys everywhere and all the people and the energy around, like,
no, Ultra have done a fantastic job with this.
Absolutely.
They truly have. They set the bar very high for future Toronto events to come, and yeah, hopefully we come back, that is for sure. But back into this one, Røkkr, this is, you know, what they always say, it's never chalked. They are used to this first Ultra. They go down 0-1.
Yeah, I mean, even though you have a new addition with Havok to the team, I just feel like with a win like they got Stage 5 last year, as long as the core of that team is here, yeah, it really never chalked. Like, no matter what
the attaches on the team, whatever a team attaches on, just feels like he can clutch.
Yeah, he's part of some of the more unbelievable clutches that we've ever seen. So you have to keep believing in those guys. But yeah, for the hometown crowd, you're hoping your Ultra just come smack them in the face and continue on. But we'll get ready and prep for the search and destroy. We'll continue on to see what Ultra are going to be able to do. But yeah, that was a wild one. I mean, it's just kind of, it's what you expect kind of on Bocage sometimes. It just feels like it's going to be tight, even when we don't think it's going to. But a nail biter for sure.
Yeah, now we're going to take a look at our top performers in Search and Destroy for both of these teams. It's going to be Standy versus Insight. You know, Insight, as soon as they added him to this roster last year, it just felt like he was so good at Search and Destroy. He transformed them. And then on the other side, a similar story for Standy, right? Last year, when he comes out of this Røkkr team, he really transformed them into a top competitor in Search and Destroy this year. They've been putting up some great numbers.
I think you should consider the whole blonde thing.
The whole blonde thing?
Yeah, like dye just the tips or whatever you frosted tips. What do you call that?
Yeah, frosted tips.
Yeah, I think you look good. Yeah, you probably look 10 years
you should
younger.
get like some frosted like beard tips.
I like that. Yeah, I probably look cool. I look like
It's coming back, dude. Like the NSYNC and the Backstreet Boys, dude, we're back.
You watching anime and stuff? I don't really.
I have no idea. I just always, you know, before a tournament starts, look at my timeline, just anime. Yes, I'm like, yes, absolutely.
Yeah, that's my world, Joe. Welcome to it.
Yeah.
Looking good though, Standy. Fired up and looking to bounce back in this map too. We'll see if he can have a heroic effort to bring this series back. But to Tuscan, we go. Map 2, Search and Destroy coming up. Hope everybody in attendance, you're having a good time. Keep being loud. It's been so much fun. As we've got a wild day today. Championship Sunday tomorrow. But look at the map records for Tuscan Search and Destroy. Ultra, a big advantage there at 9-4.
Yeah, 9-4 in the two players. We looked at one of them inside 1.4 on this map, where Cleanex has a 1.27. And I mean, for Cleanex with a 1.27, you know, he's the one being aggressive, right? Finding those openings on attack or defense, just really winning his one-on-ones is so big for this team. But here we go, Ultra on the attack.
Insight just sort of waiting for info, and he's going to catch a bullet or two, but still in all right position as the lethals start to go out and they begin to work their way towards A. You've got 3 people here defensively from Røkkr. The lone man playing deep on the offsite. That'll be Standy. Is Ultra continue to try to pick their point of attack.
Yeah, Priestahh and Havok here in a back-to-back setup with a attach looking over him. I like this. And then Standy's just playing info. He's playing info over towards B. If he finds anything, it's just going to be him playing his life, waiting for his teammates to rotate on over. But Cammy, he has no idea what is up quite yet. Priestahh, he's going to dodge that nade, and there we go. Not ready for it. Havok, he's going to spot one. He actually takes the challenge. Vance wins that, so we're into a 3-on-3, but inside he is getting isolated out. There's just so much map pressure here from Minnesota Røkkr. Inside, he's got to try to play his life. Priestahh's worried about the second challenge. I think they're gonna let him live for now.
The longer he stays alive, the more chance you're giving his teammates to make a play. Finally, Insight going to drop in a very, very tough spot. Things will fall to Cleanex Advance. You've now got 15 seconds to go. These are the heroes of the tail end of map 1. Vance will get the plant down now. Can they hold in an epic 2 versus 3?
Vance does have an auto, but it looks like Cleanex used to be the first man up. The first man up, and he finds it into a 2-on-2. Where's the trade? Okay, waste their time, run away, and I like this. Now he's got Vance looking over him. Now all down to Standy in a 1 versus 2.
The 2v3, ready and looming, all on Standy to make the clutch. Not gonna take it, Benjamin Vance with the plant! And the 2 kills afterwards, what a round there. They clutch up in the 2v3.
I mean, honestly, huge props to Insight for just wasting so much time, right? Allowed his teammates to work up the middle of the map. And I think with Insight staying there, you saw Standy rotate to his teammates, and he wanted to be with them. Maybe they thought the attack was going to be towards that site. But I mean, Cleanex and Vance, they just pieced out. And for Vance, it's huge that he has the auto in that round. If they have a double MP40 setup, that's a much more difficult round to win.
Well, it certainly worked out for Cleanex. The MP40 for that first fight just melted one and got out. Speaking of being melted, Cammy, like an ice cream sundae in 95-degree weather, he is gone. The nades start to hit as well. And you've only got Insight and Vance left. Can they clutch up in another 2 versus 3?
Vance, I think it's through. Attach. I don't know if he saw him on the cross. Maybe he sees the door open. All right, he's read it though, and Vance is going to get taken down.
Nice job.
Now it's down to Insight with the sniper. Able to hit one.
Yow! Attach right between the eyes. He'll take that one. Beautiful stuff from Insight, but more work to do. Bomb planted now. 40 seconds here for the retake.
We'd love to find a weapon. We'd love to find something. He's going to spot him. Stands like, all right, I'm out. Now they're going to reposition, just play together. You know he has his sniper. It's going to be so hard to take you down, and that's the call. Priestahh, Standy, just push it through the middle of the map, and there we go. Røkkr on the board.
For a second there, on the minimap, they were like lined up as they hit Zig.
They collide,
I was like, yeah, if he looks that way at the right time, like, do they just line up perfectly? But by the time he peaks, not going to be the case. So Røkkr, they will answer back. Nice read on the Vance as he was working the flank, and some nice early kills within the round. So far, offense is getting it done.
Yeah, you know, it starts with that first blood from attach and then trade over towards A.
Yeah, Cammy just got the center.
Yeah, I think he got team shot from middle alley. He was just so weak.
Yeah, I would hope so.
And there's another first blood. I mean, that player top shirts right now. Cammy,
all right.
Cammy finds 2 picks. He's taking those gunfights. That player, that was Havok lurking up the middle of the map, going for the jump up. They deal with that. Is that Vance with a sniper? I think it was. I saw some glint there.
Pretty sure I saw a glint, yeah.
Unless I made that up. I'm glad you saw it.
No, it looked like glint to me, but that's just one of those, that's, like, you have a 4v2, just play together, don't give them a free pick. Now you give them a shot in this round. Do not give them another free one. I know usually, in these types of situations, they'll usually say the second guy is the one that's at fault, but
well, it could be Cammy here. I mean, if he does get caught out, just both of the players attached and Standy starting to work up towards B. You have Standy just lurking well side. A bomb is planted. And well, Cammy, he's winning it. 3 in the round. Can he find the ace? Can Cammy find it? He's gonna push on through. He might have it. Cammy with all 4.
King Cammy with the ace in the round. He's back and dominating.
Just picking them apart. Finds the first 2. Into the 3-on-2 after Vance gets picked. He just waits for attach on that flank. Opens the door. Cammy's waiting for him, and then I think he gets a call out to his player top broken.
I've just been wanting it so bad. I mean, Cammy, he's been part of like some of my favorite casting moments of the last several years.
Last year was just insane.
Yeah, he was like just a walking highlight, a walking montage. It's been unbelievable. There's another one of those rounds where he makes a statement, and they are getting aggressive. Look at Cleanex, he has just flown right up the gap.
Well, they're about to get all the info here from Vance. Yeah, he's going to let them know that this is an B hit. And you don't want that. You do not want your island player to get picked. Usually it's just an info. Play a 4 versus 4 retake, but for now, I mean, Priestahh is so far on the other side of the map where this is pretty much a 3-on-3. The 3-on-3, Cammy almost brings it back, but the MP40 able to take him down. His insight quickly, the last man alive.
Yeah, I think he had a shot because I'm pretty sure he's about to stun himself.
Yeah, no, I think he did.
Yeah. I think I like dinked right off the corner of the wall, or the corner of the doorway. Well, after that big round from Cammy, it's Røkkr that are able to quickly answer.
It's all offense so far.
And attach is what he's leading the way. He's 6-3 right now for the Røkkr side.
Yeah, Priestahh yet to find a kill, did not have a good map 1. Can you get him unlocked? And at times throughout his career, he's kind of been that sort of confidence guy. And usually if he has a good map, they go, you know, they connect, he carries momentum. We'll see if he can unlock here.
It's just a 2-man, very aggressive hit. They are sending it. Insight, he might be in trouble, but he reads it. He's holding it back well, so he's able to back them up with some shots. They're going to try and teammate this. 1 hits and 2 do. That is beautifully done. You get his positioning, you hit both frags, Insight out of the round.
That is the 4th first blood for Minnesota Røkkr, and now they just have so much map control. I mean, look at the positions of Havok and Standy. I mean, they know where they have to go, right? They either have to drop down well and go through the middle of the map. That's what Havok's watching, or Priestahh is taking care of this B site. And it looks like it's going to be a well push. All about the middle of the map. Cleanex able to find one somehow. Looking for the second on a Standy. Where's the help out of his teammates? But Vance with the sniper cannot get aggressive. Cammy gets picked as well. Okay, there's a nice shot, but I mean, you would love for Vance to get a little bit aggressive there with his teammate and control the middle of the map, but does not happen.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Cleanex was just trying to kind of get some movement on him, get the slide, maybe help was there, but I thought he was just going to keep dancing to help come in, but yeah, the snipe makes it a little bit trickier, that's for sure. But that's the first defensive round, right?
Just that first blood.
Røkkr will take the edge. You've got basically 6 of the 8 players stacked up A side. Might have a one-on-one that develops between Standy and Vance. But Cleanex and Insight, that's the first blood you desperately needed. Well, you'll take 2 as well, but the shot's in.
And I like that, right? They just play info. They see they're getting aggressive A side. They back up. They don't allow the nades to connect, and then they time their nades as they're able to find that first blood, and then Insight with another one. So now a 2 versus 4. I mean, a minute to work with, but you got a lot of work to do if you are Priestahh and Standy. Standy trying to make a play through the middle of the map.
He got spotted.
Cammy with 2!
Yeah, they just stack up perfectly there and it is easy for Cammy as he continues to have a solid map. I believe that gets him up to 6 as well. Going toe-to-toe with Attach on the other side. We'll watch it one more time, and yeah, that couldn't, it's like, that just leads the shots into the other.
I want to see what Ultra do here. I mean, Røkkr doing a fantastic job, especially on their defense, like pushing up A, getting mid-alley control. So there's two ways you can do it. They can try to nade them out, or they can go very fast towards that B site. We'll see what the call is going to be.
It looks like they're just going to take the fight.
They take the trade. Yeah, they take the trade on the Priestahh, and maybe that opens up the middle alley player for insight. Yeah, through well, they take mid-map fights, and it continues to trade as the nade is there.
So good job from Havok just staying up. And I mean, he's going to be dead eventually, right? At least he's able to get one. Cammy opens the door. He's greeted by bullets. He will drop. Now insight. We're tied up 3-3s in a 1v2. This is a massive round. They already have one come from behind Win. Can they get another one behind one of the better search players in the league? And he's just got no idea where it's coming from.
Yeah, we just know on this map. I mean, there's just so you can rotate so fast.
Okay.
Does connect onto one.
If they weren't both there, I mean, he melts one.
But even in that 2-on-2, right, Cammy and Insight, they're so separated. Cammy's trying to find info, where the other two players, I mean, Attach and Standy are right on top of one another. They're for the trades. Kind of playing fundamental search and destroy with their numbers. But yeah, you know, they switch up the pace. They try to attack mid. They get it into the 2-on-2. But the numbers go the way of Røkkr as they're now up 1 round.
Yeah, it's like no one's been able to find that separation. Røkkr had a couple chances here, take a 2-round lead.
Right, can they find Vance again? It looks like they're going fast B. He's got an MP40 this time. A little bit different. You have your players top church, so Cammy can watch the cross, him and Inside immediately back up. They just hear that door open. And look at what that does middle of the map. They can rotate through well if they want to. Go right back over towards A. There's a nade that's gonna go down. Vance is just trying to stay alive. One does connect onto him. Here comes the push.
All right, his health comes back, so they'll be full. The push is going to come in, but this time it's Inside. They're mixing it up. Who's got the boomstick? It's Inside's able to hit. Now they're going to start to wrap this out. Playing back Church, I believe, is going to be Inside. He's going to be able to hit another one, just picking them apart. Last player will drop mid-map, and that's a thing of beauty from Ultra.
Yeah, I mean, just great rotations. They knew what they were giving them. Even Kleenex in the middle of the map on that bomb site, he was watching the top Church cross, right? Because those players could just go top radio. They could drop through the middle of the map, Church, and rotate to A, but that does not happen. Kleenex has all the info and well insight. He's able to hit 2 of those snipes.
Yeah, I didn't even see where the second one came from exactly. He was back Church, right?
Yeah, I think back Church alley. Just watching that drop down right by that ladder.
That's like as soon as I went to call out his position, I saw him on the kill feed. I'm like, all right, well, nice.
All right, they give up A, so a different look here for Minnesota. They've been so aggressive, middle of the map and A side. Not this time through.
I was to say, you know, at some point, these nades are coming from both sides. Vance able to hit with his teammate Havok, deleted off the map. A chance to take their first lead, really, since the opening round. And Inside getting aggressive. He's on a bit of a spree. 4 versus 2.
Boy, they spotted his weapon. He spotted the barrel Standy, though. Able to deal with that, but there is a trade from Kleenex. And now down to Priestahh.
Play your life. Play your life. They're everywhere. He's just getting swarmed. No options. Another round Ultra as they go back-to-back and a round away from a 2-0 edge in this best of 5.
Oh, I like that sign. That is very well done.
Oh, yeah, someone's got some artistic ability there.
It's not me. I do not.
I barely write my name, Joe.
Yeah, my signature is cool. What a balanced effort here from Ultra. 3 players with 7, Vance with 6. And again, just reading the map well, finding that first blood, and they kind of slow things down. They don't get naded on the A-bomb. They know what Røkkr are going to do. They try to push through B. Insight was ready for it. Insight with the snipe. Just misses Attach. Now it's time to dodge the nades that are coming on through for both of these teams, just waiting it out.
Yeah, I mean, that's so important in the early rounds. Like, just when the nades are going to come, trying to mix up your positions. But a lot of the utility used on both sides. Attach is biding his time, but they're starting to hit up the gut. There's going to be a big one-on-one that goes down. That'll be Kleenex able to take it. Just can't quite slide through the doorway.
Kimmy's in a really good spot, though. In middle out. Kind of looking right now. I mean, that's the bomb carrier. Attach is still just hanging out over towards A. Bans and Insight trying to push through P5. They're going to have to deal with Havok, but Cammy could be the catalyst for this round to put them up 2-0.
What timing does he find? What opening?
Okay.
Insight.
Yeah, that helps.
Another one. He's able to hit the snipe. The bomb plane now going down. You've got a 3v2 to close this out. If you are Ultra, you can take a massive 2-0 edge.
Now, if you're Kimmy, you have to wait. Yep, wait for your teammates here. I know you just want to push on through, let them clear top broken. That's exactly what's going to happen. Standing attached now. Gonna have to deal with the numbers of Toronto Ultra. And as time is ticking, it's a lot of question of where is that push going to come from?
Now they're starting to group up. Getting ready to go.
The timing, I think it's going to go his way. It's going to go his way.
He's still going to get a kill, but the trade is going to be there. Attach going to be the last guy up. Trying to hit the melee, not able to do it. Now down to 1 versus 1, and nearly. I thought Attach pulls it off, but it's Cammy with the last laugh. 2-0, Ultra. I'd like to know how much health Cammy had. I think Attach got a few bullets into him at the end.
Well, yeah, you're hoping that, I don't know who that player was that was just trying to melee Attach, but they just whipped him. I don't know what they were doing. You're hoping he just like hits a bullet, but I mean, Cammy played it patiently, waited for his teammates to group up, get some timing there as he just jumps across the Standy, and while he gets caught, he gets traded, but there you can see. Just balance. Cammy though, 9 kills, leads the way. Insight, Crimsix with 8. And this is the teamwork that we love to see from Toronto Ultra.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of all offense early. Finally, both teams start to get defense on. I feel like if you're a Røkkr, you had a couple times where you could maybe take a 2-round advantage, maybe start to pull away a little bit, but Ultra wouldn't let it happen. Then they rip off 3 straight to close it out. Beautiful, beautiful job. And I mean, you saw them really mixing it up. I mean, whether it was Vance, I mean, he had, if you're talking about him on it, like he had sniper at one point. He was playing deep with an auto. He was playing close with MP40, and like it's important for a couple of reasons. One, you keep the offensive team, whatever side you're doing it on, guessing. But then also for the nade spots, like if they're going to double nade you out, like it kind of keeps you guessing on where to put down those lethals. But they were mixing it up. The plays came through, and they're up 2-0. And I wish I felt good about it, but I shouldn't.
You did say it. I mean, we saw it earlier, but you're hoping they just put it away. You're hoping they can put it away. You're a little nervous for him.
I believe. I am. We've just seen this matchup so much in Røkkr. It's never chalked, as they say. But can Ultra, in front of the hometown crowd, they got everybody fired up. Can they lock it down, close it out, end this with a 3-0 and move on? Because they've got another match today if they can do it. But Røkkr, a chance to bring it back. They've done it in epic fashion so many times. Control up after the break.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can. Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
One more map and Ultra continue on to fight for potential major championship, but still work to do. They're all too familiar with the necessity to put away Røkkr. But as we get locked and loaded to go for the map 3, we're going to take a look at our Scump play of the game. It's going to be Cammy over the course of that search and destroy. He just had some brilliant moments. He had the ace, obviously. It feels like he is playing with the confidence and a fire right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing is you know, he's taking early gunfights just right from the get-go. He's peeking. He's working with his team. You see it right there.
That's what makes you think of last year, right? Like, just go out, just ego chow something, smoke them.
Yeah, winning those gunfights. Switch it up with the MP40, with the auto. He leads the team in that map number 2, 9 kills. And now if you're Toronto Ultra, if you're the fans in the arena, we're all thinking the same thing. Just put them away right now. Yeah. Do not allow Røkkr to have that second breath.
Yeah, it's just, it's one of those things where I feel like if you're Ultra, like, you know you're playing as a team that you have to put away.
Just like,
just
like that Undertaker gift where he's just
like
pops out of the coffin.
But I feel like it almost puts even more pressure on yourselves because you're like, we need to win this map through. Like, we need to do it. We've got to close it out here. It's not like we can't win it 3-1 fashion or 3-2, but they've had issues with it. So just lock it down, get fired up, do whatever you need to win it here in map 3.
Yeah, I mean, listen, like, you know, I've been playing a long time, and there's still days where I just like have like bad memories of like games I go back and I'm like, man, I wish we would have done this differently. I know they have that same feeling.
100%.
Right, and with that major being up 4-0, so they're just trying to
That's one of the things you never forget.
Yeah, no, never forget, but then you can see right there, inside with a 1.52. And here on Berlin Control, both of these teams solid. I think it's 3-1 for Toronto Ultra, 4-1 for Røkkr. Right from the get-go, it's just gonna be a nice little push over towards A. Røkkr just making sure they don't lose B.
Well, the autos are hitting early. You see it from Cammy, then from inside. They are beaming right now. Multiple in front. He's on a good heady though, and inside a chance to do some damage. A bit of utility to try and back him up, but Attack just keeps on pushing on forward with the auto and eventually will drop him. Now to CleanX we go. As they continue to work on the 8 point. There's a flurry of trades go back and forth in the stairwell.
Yeah, it's just kind of, you know, if you're the defensive team, I think we saw it on Raid last year, sort of you just give up that point and focus your attention on the stronger side. You don't want to give it up early, because if you do, it feels like you're doomed. Saw it yesterday in the OpTic match, just these 2-minute holds, very long. We'll see if Røkkr can do it. So far, so good. 3 go down for Ultra.
Yeah, and that's great, because I mean, you have like a 2-life advantage, which might not be much in the scheme of things if you're Ultra, but then it's just 3 straight. And Standy, I mean, he hits about everything but bans there for a moment, but Attacks just come through and clean up the kill for him. Maybe a little bit easier if it's an auto in hand on the other side of that. But now, where's the line of attack going to come from? You see CleanX pushing all the way around. Does he find a fortunate timing here? He's tucked in the corner, tries the 180 and snap, but not going to happen.
I thought he was at least going to check that corner.
Yeah, it's like one of those frustrating deaths. I mean, what did Belly say? Some of the rap plays you'll see out of Standy. Just get to a corner, sit there, go ahead and run on by me.
But now, speaking of that, Inside has kind of worked his way up. And Røkkr have to be thinking, given that comm, sort of, we're looking for one. We are looking for one. And Inside's just waiting for his team. Is attaching the aggressive roaming behind this push, and he's going to find a kill. Plays it patiently. But Inside, he's going to get on the B now. He's going to get on the B. Now it's interesting because you have CleanX who's over towards Fireside. And Røkkr, they have to scramble. They're going to have to scramble. How do you retake this if you are Røkkr?
Vance is going to be so important. Unfortunately, he is going to get dropped the second he starts to push and maybe get into help. Not going to go his way. CleanX at least able to take down 1. He's still fighting from the back line. CleanX able to take down 2. The pistol is a popping, but it's 5 in a row now for Attach. He is yet to die in this map. Give him number 6, as he's been everywhere. I mean, last time we saw him, he was getting kills dockside.
And I like that from Ultra though, right? CleanX was still alive. They're trying to put pressure on this. Don't allow Røkkr to get set up.
Yeah, look at the lives now. I mean, you've taken over if you're Røkkr.
Yeah, but Vance has been lurking again, so you do have one of those plays. And can Cammy find this kill? Not able to do so onto Attach. He's still looking for one more. Priestahh able to take down Vance, who was just kind of waiting for his team. But this has been such a good hold as CleanX. He's going to get on the B, pause the clock.
This has been the Attach tour of Berlin. You've seen basically every nook and cranny from his POV. Finally, he will drop, but it's a 7-0 start in streaks for the young man. You've only got 34 seconds to go.
If they find Havok, this will be 3 down. That's going to be 3 dead. A chance here. Standy, he was flanking. It's just one push. That is all you need. 2 ticks about to be done. The retake's so tough through the alleyway. They're able to walk on through. Ultra, are they going to get it done? They win round number 1.
And you've got, what, 6-14 or something in that ballpark for lives, but you said it perfectly. 1 break, 1 push. You got a chance to get it done. Little time on the clock, barely any lives remaining, but Benjamin Bance, the boys, they clutch up big.
Sounds like a boy band. I like that.
Benjamin Bance and the boys? Yeah.
I like that. Maybe something for, after the career. Well, yeah, there was just so many of these players able to sneak on through from Røkkr. I mean, Attach is like, I got a severance for you. We're winning this round easy, but it's just one play. A couple of kills swing their way, and that's all it takes is multiple players got on the beat.
Those little moments is where they needed to ham it up. Those little moments is where they needed to come out on top, and there they do. As Insight tries to finesse away with his life, he gets away. Vance is able to come out and get a kill. One of the people hunting him down. But this is the pressure early towards this B site. You just survive and hold for now for Ultra. If anything, this is going to be time on the clock until they transition over to A, and that's going to be the call now. You hold strong.
And now you can already see Vance and CleanX thinking, let's go deal with this. Let's waste some of their lives, get them off of this.
For Cammy.
Put pressure on. Vance just finessing, waiting for his teammate to come on through, but both of the staircase fights are going to go the way of Røkkr. As you said it, Cammy continues as he's up to 5. Finessing, playing his life. Somehow he is able to get out of there. Now here comes another retake chance. As you have Insight locking down the spawn, all the way pushed up towards trackside. But Røkkr winning the fight, that's going to be 3 dead, 8. Continuously be worked on as Priestahh heads over to B.
Yeah, and then they're probably going to give this up. Just let them take it. They got the deal now with Priestahh. He almost takes down 2 before he drops, but solid job. Attach just trying to look over. Insight going to greet him with some bullets to the face. And this is going to get ready to finish, but Vance says, nah, not quite yet. Not on my watch. I'm going to come in, pick up some easy scraps.
Okay, but Standy was able to win on one-on-one, and he's going to head over towards B, but it looks like Cammy's able to spot him, so he deals with that player lurking.
This ends up being Vance getting those couple of kills. This might be a difference of like 30 seconds on the play clock when it's all said and done.
Yeah, and they still have Benjamin Bance is here. The presence is here from Bance as he finds 2. CleanX is thinking, I'm going to go for this, try to stop it. It just comes in play, but such a job well done by Bance.
Yeah, that's a swing of 4 or 5 kills he's able to get. I'm pretty sure that was 20 to 30 seconds a difference. You'd have close to 2 minutes. Instead, you do not, due to the heads-up play there from Bance. But now the tide of Røkkr starts to get on forward. You're up 2-0 in the series if you're Ultra. You're looking for the 2-0 edge through the defense here.
Well, you only have 11 lives. That's what, 2 pushes. You have like 2 full team pushes here.
Because of Bance, dude, making plays.
And you have so much map position to try to get away from Ultra. But similar to what we saw last round, it just takes 1. He said, we talked about the moments where Ultra need to close it out. This is another one to me. Do not allow Røkkr a chance back in this match.
Just do what you did in the round 1,
yes.
basically. It's right about that time.
Okay, Cammy's just moving a little different today.
He sure as hell is, but if Priestahh actually gets 2, maybe this is their opening. Can they find that 3rd kill? Not going to happen. Vance and Insight going to step it up and slow down the push, and Vance is on 4 in a row.
Last push here, only 25 seconds, 6 lives.
Okay, that's the whole team. Just
all right, here we go, though, 4, it's 2 dead. Cammy's at least able to find 1, now 3, last push here.
Next. It's on CleanX to find some crucial kills, and he is doing just that. He's at least able to take down 2.
Standy's cutting him off, but he only finds 1.
They're on the point, though. 12 seconds to go, and that'll be the clearance off. Under 10 to go. Every second starting to tick. Is Røkkr fueling the pressure? The forward guy is going to be Priestahh. Somehow he gets 2. A wonderful play with the pistol, but can they get onto the point? To get onto it, 0.7 seconds to go. Attach is trying to snap. They're searching on forward. He's cleared off the point. Now 1 more round for Ultra.
Well, throughout that round, I mean, they deal with the B hit right from the get-go. Then it's all about Vance and CleanX just being annoying, just back and forth, making them waste so much time, so many lives over at A. And Røkkr, they had a chance, an opportunity there towards the end as Standy was able to push up towards Fireside, but nothing comes in. And now Ultra 1 round away.
Just shut it out here. No Minnesota miracle. Just lock it down and get the dub. be tough to do on offense. Let's see what they're capable of. And yeah, they're not gonna do anything. They're just gonna let them get this. Cleanix is gonna continue to find kills though, which is great. And that's gonna be a free A cap. We'll have 2:20 on the clock. And now a chance to go to work. And Cleanix is just winning one-on-one after one-on-one. That's 3 just out the gate here in round 3. To Vance we go.
Yeah, they're gonna get done with A. 2 minutes and 20 seconds to work with. Another long hold here has to come in for Røkkr. They did a pretty good job up until the final moments of round number 1. But it was always these one players, one or two, that were able to lurk on through. This time it is going to be Vance trying to find whatever he can. As Standy, he's on the lookout for him.
See Standy's eyes right now, but everything now starting to mount on the top side of the map. This is where Vance has been lurking. Will he find him in the corner, just trying to clear everything? And look at Standy. He is just in the midst of so many purple arrows, and he's able to take down 2 and then catches 1. With a tactical in hand, they come soaring forward to Havok, and he's able to shut it down. 90 seconds now to go. Still basically even in the lives department.
And once again, it's on Standy, who's kind of lurking fireside. He's just able to find another kill. He has been that player, but look at Vance. Vance is one player who's able to get through, while Standy was top fire, him and Cammy. Now with a chance, they're gonna collapse onto Attach. Attach is gonna get taken down. You deal with the players. Halls, Priestahh, the last one up from Røkkr.
I think he bought enough time though that everyone's gonna be back, but at
well,
least he got on the point for a second.
Finds too.
Okay, maybe not. Cleanix becoming an issue on the map. They're set up inside, continue to find kills. Inside wins another.
You're gonna stack
Get on it. Get on it. They're surging on forward, but Cleanix is here. 3 in a row for him and is trying to find more kills with Standy and Priestahh. With the entries, second point done. Contest is here. Insight not able to take down a second, and you get 2 points with a minute to go, but we're not done yet.
Now one more tick is needed. The kills go the way of Minnesota Røkkr on that retake.
You do some damage there, though. You do some damage.
Yeah, talk about it. It had to be flawless for 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Now it really needs to be flawless. But they're just letting a player slip by, right, in the communication. You know, you have to be calling out names, who we're looking for. Vance is able to get through that time. Attach, he's gonna use that glide bomb that he got early to try to find a kill, and well, it's tough on this map, especially towards this B site. But he gives the information to his team. Here comes a push. Cammy, Cleanix, they're gonna get taken down. 4 dead now. 1 last go, 25 seconds for Ultra.
Standy does a great job there finessing the pillar. Now he's worked up to 5 in a row, looking for number 6, and there it is. He is on a heater, trying to find another streak, and there it is. Attach already exhausted 1, but you earn another behind Standy. What a performance at the tail end of this round. Under 10 to go. I mean, I guess Insight, he might be able to get there and somehow make a crazy play.
They dealt with Standy.
He's on it. He's on it. Oh my God!
He's got
no
2
shot. 2 seconds to go.
He's gotta wait for his teammates. Gotta wait for his teammates. They're in now. They're in. Cleanix finds 1. Cleanix finds 1. Almost gets the second. Now it's down to Cammy to try to do what he can. It was so close.
I was just looking. I'm like, who's close enough to maybe get in? Ooh, you survive one there if you're Røkkr. You see another round. Now you got to do it on offense.
Yeah, it's kind of right in that courtyard, right around statue area where Ultra continuously get on through. They can either play through secret, they're going up connector stairs, getting around that site. Røkkr have to be wary of that on their defense.
Now remember, you have that streak on Standy. We'll see if maybe they can use that to find an opening. It's not something you can save for a potential round 5. You got to get the win here. He is taking the long route early, all the way around the map.
Well, this is what he does so well. In these positions, now he's just gonna follow him. Plays it patiently.
That's such a frustrating death. You're just
look at all the purple arrows, all 3 of them turn around to deal with this player. And while that just frees up the middle of the map for his teammates, now it's Priestahh's turn, him and Attach trying to work over towards B to help them out, but they're just a little bit staggered, and pretty soon they're gonna just have to deal with A. And that's going to be the play now. And now this is where Cleanix and Vance, they did such a good job. Their first defense, can they do it again?
Yeah, I mean, Vance got 4 or 5 kills. Just continuously cleared them off and make sure they didn't get it for free. And it led to a massive life advantage and not a ton of time to work with. They're stacking this though and close to the second point of progress. I'm not sure anyone's gonna get close this time because Preston, his auto is starting to tear him apart. They're gonna leave one at the point and they're gonna start to fly forward. And as I said, yeah, it is starting to hit and hit in a big way for Priestahh, but finally he will drop. You still have two people at the point of attack. And those two people are gone.
And they rotated off of this. They rotated off of this. Look at this. Crimsix is already in low docs. He's going to be able to deal with this first player. I don't think you check this if you're Priestahh. It looks like he just spots it. Yeah, able to find the kill. What a turnaround for Priestahh. Not the best maps 1 and 2, but keeping his team in it here in map number 3.
It's the Standy streak. Not going to hit anything, but providing some info to the squad.
They still have not gotten A. Finally, they're going to be done with it. 17 versus 17, minute 27.
Priestahh's able to pick up inside, who was lurking top. But they're coming off spawning it back to the point. Here we go. Just over a minute to work with. Lives, all square. Standy, still winning gunfights. Røkkr's tournament hopes on the line now with these coming pushes. Who's able to get the entry? That's going to be 2. Attaching Standy, coming to take him down. That's going to be 3.
It's all 4.
Here we go. That's the clean wipe, and we might be going to a round 5. They're stacked it onto the point. It's 5 in a row for Priestahh. It is never chalked when you talk about the Minnesota Røkkr, and it is that close to being done. Bang! Round 5. You blink and you miss it.
I mean, what a rotation from that A zone over to B. We were on board with Standy the entire time. They just were clearing out glass halls. They dealt with the player far tracks, and then inside they find those 2 kills, and it was just clean, right? It was all 4 players were alive for Røkkr, so as soon as they find that final player, Priestahh, who was working through fire, is just able to back up. Now you have Priestahh, who's on 5 in a row.
So you've had a streak on Attach, you have a streak on Standy. I know they haven't provided kills, but
they gotta do it again now.
On the map, can you get another one? Yeah, you have to do back-to-back offenses now, and it's going to be a B hit through secret early.
Yeah, it's a bit of a chance here, though. Pants is going to back on up. He's going to spot this. He's going to spot this. Oh, it does find one, but gives the communication to his teammates.
You still have Attach here, and I think it was Priestahh who wraps all the way through.
For number 7.
Just trying to find another kill, and there it is. Number 7, another streak. Can you survive one if you are Ultra? And they are still just getting kills around fire. It's the 2 players dancing in tandem to try and rock it. I thought he was able to finish it, but there you get the clean sweep if you're Ultra.
Yeah, as messy as that was, Ultra able to bounce back once again. No progress done at B. And it's kind of, this is the way Røkkr has been playing this. They're trying to find picks as the Ultra players are working towards A to deal with it. And then off those kills, you have a transition period, the rotation from A to B. That's where Røkkr has found success this time. Not finding much, just can't be able to take down multiple players. Havok, though, he's just lurking. You've tossing that clock.
You've got to put him away, Joe. Like,
yeah, I know.
With how far ahead you felt to be in this map 3, like you need to win it here. Don't give this Røkkr team life. Don't give them a map 4. Vance doing his best in the stairway to make sure they end it here. That second part of progress is done. CleanX, they continue to send people at this. Attached, though, he's going to win.
This is where they have to be worried, right? So now 3 dead, and you can see Havok gets off of it, and they just want to control glass halls, but Vance actually lurked on through, and he's going to find a kill.
Well, I think he was hunting for Attach, just kind of went by him on the inside. Again, you're almost dead even in lives. That'll be the finish. Minute 40 on the clock. All on Røkkr now to capitalize once again. You still have that glide bomb available on Priestahh. Inside a walking glide bomb as he takes down 2. And Vance, I believe, is going to find the flank there. He does. So you reset everything now for Røkkr. When does this glide come into play? Because you have just over a minute to go.
Yeah, I think you're going to have to work over towards B5 and fire control. Then you're probably going to call it in. That's going to be the play. Havok and Standy, you can see 8 and 6. They're going to work towards fire. There we go. It's going to be called in. Can he find a pick? They've been 0 for 2. Let's make it 0 for 3. Why not? They do get the info on where the players are, where the positions are. But off of that glide, they have found nothing. Vance and Cammy with the autos, CleanX with the MP, 43 dead. The last player alive was Attach. He's playing all the way back tracks.
And Cammy is just sending it, just staying aggressive throughout the course. No respawns remaining.
4 to go. Here we go, Toronto. Here we go.
Can they close it out? 3 to go. Shots into Standy. But he's gotten pushed up fireside. Still tucked away in a pocket close will be Cammy. He's hunting for more. He's on 4 up to 34 in the game. Attached, getting a haircut, but he's able to pop and get a little bit of help. Priestahh and Standy gonna clutch up. But it's a 3v9 in the lives total.
Now it's a 2v9 now, a 1v9.
One player left.
Standy, what can you do?
He's gone! This time, there is no miracle! Ultra close it out in 3!
A sigh of relief. I mean, listen, when we went to that round 5, I didn't get to hear a penny drop in here. I mean, you guys, probably moms, girlfriends biting nails in the crowd, dude. Everybody nervous.
Just after that round 4, the way it went down, I'm like, oh Lord, but this time. And that, I mean, I was saying it a lot, but like they needed to just close it out there. Just get it done. Get it done under control. Just end this thing, send them packing. Bye.
They know.
Yeah.
Ultra, they're gonna move on. They're gonna play one more time later on today. Hit for Minnesota Røkkr, I mean. Yeah, I mean, just some tough matches that you get taken down after a perfect Major 3 qualifier.
Yeah, it's like they've been like the cat with 9 lives, but sometimes it's just, there's not enough. Like, you can't always bring it back from the abyss.
No, you know, put yourself in a hole. You know, they lost 2 search and destroys here. Come out of the gates a little bit flat.
It's been awesome to see the improvements, though. I mean, obviously over the qualifier and seeing how Røkkr's been playing with Havok.
Well, both of these teams. I mean, honestly, both of these teams. You had the top 4 from Ultra in the first major, but not the Ultra we expected this time. It feels like they're just playing a lot better. Everybody contributing. You'd see it there. We saw it in the hard point where everybody was on. The S&D was almost perfect across the board. For Røkkr, I mean, much better that map from Priestahh, but just a little too slow.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm just loving what I'm seeing from Cammy. It just feels like, not that it was a lack of confidence or anything like that. Maybe it's getting comfortable in position for his title, but like, just, I love watching him ego chow and just take fights in the round. I love it. I absolutely love it. I mean, even the tail end of that one, just how far pushed up he's getting, taking fight after fight when the pressure is on. But this moment from Vance was maybe the play of the game. Just watching this, even though this is the round they don't end up closing it out. That was probably the most impressive thing I saw. I know they lose the round, but just the fact that he buys them like 40 more seconds, he gets 4 or 5 kills. It was very, very cool to watch.
And even dealing with, I mean, you had so many streaks on the side of Minnesota Røkkr. 3 glide bombs come in, and well, it's all over towards the B site. Just not able to connect on anyone. And Ultra, they always bounce back after that glide bomb comes in and just played that defense well. You saw what Røkkr were trying to do. They were trying to just get them to bait out a little bit over towards A, then transition to B, but did shut down that round 5.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times if you talk, I mean, you and I've casted where like one team has gotten 3 streaks and another team 0. Usually when you're talking about a respawn, that team typically wins, but Berlin Control, not the same type of beast, just a lot of roof cover, a lot of spots you can get to. They didn't get a lot out of it. I mean, it's not even like they used it to funnel them into spots because they were already stacked there anyway.
Yeah. Not a lot you do, but Ultra, we're going to see him later today. I believe they play the loser of Seattle and Florida, so it should be another banger matchup. All day today we're going to have that, right? You're into Saturday, you're into the top 6. This is where things get fun.
This has been unbelievable, and speaking of unbelievable is King Cammy. Just a tear on the map. We've got him on stage with Lando.
Thank you so much, Maeve. Yes, I am joined here on the main stage with Cammy. I tell you what, man, this crowd's awesome, isn't it?
Yeah, it's mad till I can barely hear you.
I know. Well, we'll do our best to try to walk through a few of these games. I want to bounce you back to that bocage because that was a wild ending. Obviously, it sets you guys up for the rest of the series, but in a moment like that, right, you got time to think about. You're also thinking about walking away with the W. Like, did we get it off of seconds? Did we get it off of just in general time? What was the play call like down the stretch there?
It was honestly just let the clock down run as much as possible. I think we knew we had it in the bag. We just need to make one more wave, play the clock, and we were good. It did get very mixy at the end. It's just bocage, but you know, we got the job done, and it gave us some good momentum for the next map.
Absolutely, my friend. Now, I also want to ask you too, right? You guys have had some battles with this Minnesota team. It's one of the best rivalries that we have in all of Call of Duty Esports. Last time you guys met, it was a reverse sweep. What was the sense of urgency like coming into this game 3? And honestly, as Minnesota began to win round after round?
No, I mean, coming in this game, we've had a few bad losses to them, so I wanted to smoke them personally. And then, you know, obviously we went 2-0 up, 2-0 up again. I was thinking, nah, no way, right? You know what I mean? No way. But nah, we got close out, got the job done, so I'm happy.
Absolutely, man. You guys have been going off. Like, it feels like you, yourself, I mean, Inside as well, feels like there's been, I don't know, just like different layers to this Toronto team. Has there been like adjustments being made? Is the addition of Scrappy whenever he was with the team for a little while that has been a difference? What has really been the primary difference, I guess, from Major 3 to the other ones?
I think we just figured out hardpoint a bit better, and obviously when you start flying in hardpoint, I think it gives you a lot of momentum for the series. And yeah, I think that's why we're just looking a lot better, honestly. A lot more consistent in respawns, and our S&D's literally looking unbelievable. So I'm excited to keep playing, and hopefully we keep that up.
Definitely, man. Well, I'll tell you what, you guys got one more game, I think, to close out the day. And tell me, man, if Toronto is playing like this, how far are you guys going?
Oh, if we keep playing like that, we'll win the event, 100%. Especially with our search. Shout out every single one of you, been unreal so far, and I'll try to keep it going as much as possible.
Absolutely, Cammy. Hey, man, best of luck the rest of the way. That's going to do it from us here on the main stage. Veli, Des, take it away, guys.
5-0 online, but it just wasn't enough. The Minnesota Røkkr ran out of gas, but you know who's the last man standing? The true kings of the north is going to be the Toronto Ultra with a big 3-0. They swept them, Ali.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of my favorite things about watching Toronto Ultra play is that every single player on that squad, for me, is incredibly selfless. Like, I feel like maybe sometimes a little too selfless, but like, there is never a moment where I feel like I'm watching a player solo challenging and putting their team in an unfavorable situation. They're always waiting for each other. They're always patient, and that is the Toronto Ultra that we've grown to love over the past year, and now finding their pace in this game, finding the way that it works for them now, and finding that stride, it's a pleasure to watch.
And everybody stepped up. As a matter of fact, the Scump play of the game has to be with Cammy, because Nameless, you said in order for Toronto to win, you want to see this man really bring it.
Yeah, I mean, and it wasn't even just the search and destroy. I mean, he had the ace on this map. Obviously, he was running around with the SMG as well in different rounds, getting pushed up with CleanX. They had Røkkr shook on this map simply by CleanX's presence over at P5 early in the game. They saw the VOD from yesterday's match and what he was able to do, and they were shook. There was one round we saw Røkkr try to push through P5 to get to that B bomb site, and they didn't commit. They just waited until the entire Ultra team ran back. They had so many different clutches as well from early on in the game. We saw the CleanX's advance 2v3 when they were set up in the back. I mean, there were a lot of tense situations throughout this entire match.
That was a good S&D.
Throughout this entire match that, you know, Ultra just easy read Røkkr.
Yeah.
I think realistically, Toronto Ultra on that match specifically, they actually used to be really good at it, and then they had a slump for quite a while. The reason was obviously the spawn change. They used to play heavily around nade checking the bomb sites. What they've done very brilliantly on Tuscan now is they split wide, they play the corners, and they're very good at applying pressure in certain spots, and then when it gets a bit mixy, they go right back to the teamwork and lock it down.
Yeah, and another big thing that was going on in that map was like I said, they were easy reading them. Insight was playing in the back and picking up so many kills on the flank. Like, there were 2 times we saw Attach tried to set up a pinch on them, and Insight turned around and killed him both times. It's just wonderful to see.
And that just comes down to VOD review. I felt like when I was watching Toronto Ultra, it was almost like they were mirroring the way that Røkkr was playing, and the fact that they were just sitting in corners, right? Playing for that player in well in Tuscan, like, oh, we know Havok loves to just sit there and play in a corner, so let's double nade it. And like, it was one of the biggest first bloods in the Tuscan. I was like, that just came down to the VOD review. That just came down to them having to go up against this team so many times and being like, we just have to hard counter.
Yes, now let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket to see how things have unfolded so far. Minnesota Røkkr out of here. That team is going home. Toronto Ultra moving forward. But coming up next, we have the battle of the blue teams. Florida Mutineers, Seattle Surge.
I can't wait for this.
Yo, that's gonna be hot. But also, team packs are on sale right now. If you are a Toronto Ultra fan, now is the time. Make sure you whip out them wallets, baby, and represent them. My opinion, what, the best skin out there. I love the colorway, Ali, right?
No, absolutely. I'm a big fan of the bottom right there, the Seattle and the Ultra. I just think the colors, the aesthetics are really nice.
It is really hot. All right, Bryce, coming up next, we have Florida. We also have Seattle. Real quick, what are your thoughts about that matchup, man? Give it to me fast.
Okay, quickly, they've been inconsistent all year, but have shown signs of brilliance.
Okay.
Realistically, going into this next one, if you're an OpTic fan, you don't want Florida to win, let's be perfectly clear. I think Florida look great at the moment. Seattle Surge, I don't know, I just feel like maybe they're lacking going into this matchup, but they have been good too. It's a very difficult one, which does make for a great game.
It's hard to gauge with the Seattle Surge because they look phenomenal throughout Stage 2 qualifiers. A lot of things have gotten better, and they beat New York, and we're sitting here, we're like, Seattle Surge is the real deal. But then New York lose, and they get bowed out round 1 versus the London Royal Ravens, who haven't been great by any measure. So it kind of diminishes the win that they had there.
Right.
So now going into this series, Florida had the more impressive win. They had 2 players who were popping off, so whereas I would initially predict Seattle, I'm starting to lean towards Florida.
My man, there we go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you hear it right here on the desk right now. The series coming up right now is going to be an absolute banger. It's going to be the Florida Mutineers and the dangerous ARs that they have, right? Check this out. They're going against the young guns on Seattle along with accuracy. The question is, can the boys Fred, Mack, Simp, and accuracy answer back to a red-hot Florida team? We'll find out very soon on the other side of the break. We'll see you in a minute.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Toronto, where we just saw the Ultra, the hometown team, walk away with a big sweep, brought out the brooms, and sent the Minnesota Røkkr home. The team now went undefeated, the only undefeated team throughout the entirety of the Stage 3 qualifiers. Looking like one of the top teams in the game at a point in time. But Merc, seeing Toronto win like that, it just felt good. Insight, Cammy, and all the boys, they're rolling, man.
No, they are, and you know they're starting to play and use the teamwork that we saw a lot of the year last year, right? Yeah. I mean, those guys, they were just so tough to beat. Just every single match. They always went the distance, but this time with Minnesota, they were able to beat them in a 3-0, and we kept talking about it. Like, it just felt like it had to happen because Minnesota, their team, in that position, if they get a map under their belt, that's probably going 5. And as soon as that goes 5, that gets scary.
That control started to scare me, but let's talk about the matchup at hand, okay? We have Florida Mutineers facing off against the Seattle Surge. And Ali, when it comes to Seattle, we talked about the map pool, right? This team is rolling. They're firing off on all cylinders now, and even the map pool looks like it's in their favor.
We were worried about their consistency, right? But they said, you know what? We found the system. It works. Heading into Stage 3, they are incredibly confident, and the results say that as well. With that big win versus the New York Subliners, both S&Ds in that series are in this one as well. So for me, it's going to be coming down to the hard points, and I'm a little worried if I'm in the likes of the Florida Mutineers, because when it comes to breaking, Seattle has a 38% break percentage, whereas in the likes of Florida, they have a 16%. But when it comes to the game fuel keys to victory, and what do they got to do?
Pred has to continue major MVP form, 1.16 KD, #1 SMG so far in the major, and then they have to be prepared for Florida's fast A offensive attacks on Berlin S&D. This is literally a key to victory in every single series that Florida has, because they always have Berlin and they love the fast A. Florida is winning 80% of their fast A breakoffs, 12-3, and then dominate the SMG battle on Tuscan Control. Mack a 1.186 in the league, Pred 1.157 on Tuscan Control. So both of them have been lighting it up. And fun fact, these guys played last weekend. Surge dominated them in a 3-1 fashion, winning all 3 of the respawns. Awakening's guys did not have a good time, so those guys are gonna have to bounce back here.
I'm loving a rematch, man, because Seattle just loves to get in your face.
Yeah, I mean, they do. And, you know, even versus OpTic, though, for Florida, we saw a lot of Tuscan in Berlin, and I thought it was going to go one way, and it happened to go the other way. I don't know if, you know, there's something they figured out. Maybe it's just a land presence.
Maybe.
We'll see if the Skies and Awakening duo can bring that once again, because it just feels like they play so much better here.
Right, and Nameless, you got to give it to me, man. There's a reason why I've been rocking with this Florida team for a while now, and the AR presence from this squad, and especially from Skies and Big Wake, is eye-opening.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about this team so much since that huge win over OpTic. I mean, it really comes down to like these two guys performing, right? Like Vivid and Dave Patty are great role players. When you get those big games out of Skies in the Search and Destroys, and you know those flurry of kills out of Awakening in the respawns, there's such like a team that can beat anybody on any given day, right? It's just about them all putting it together at the same time, and we saw that yesterday. This is a team that has the potential to go very far in tournaments. We kind of saw that at Major 2, fell off a little bit online, but for the game fuel keys to victory, what does Florida have to do, Alec?
Well, my biggest key is going to be that we're going to have to see the 1.49 overall versus versus Texas out of Skies today, and it says it on your second one right there. Skies and Awakening need to stay hot on Tuscan Control. Skies went 30-15. Again, I feel like we saw an entirely new look when it comes from Caesar, and hopefully he can pull it into this match versus Seattle as well, and they need stronger hill setups on Berlin hardpoint. Florida is 10th in hold percentage, Seattle 2nd in break percentage on Berlin. Like I said, Seattle has a 38% in breaking when it comes to the hard points in Stage 3 qualifiers so far, and Florida, well, they have 16, so they're gonna have to work on that early rotation and hold as much as they can.
Listen, I woke up this morning to a DM from the Florida Mutineers, and it said Demon Joe is making an appearance today, and then Awakening is gonna absolutely fry in this match.
Oh,
so.
I thought you were talking about me, Demon Joe.
Hey, I don't know, you know, maybe like 5-6 years ago.
Never know.
Maybe.
I don't know.
But yes, I'm expecting Awakening to pop off on that stage, so it'll be like.
You can't bet against them, right? And speaking of which, hey, Merc, when it comes to Florida and Seattle, who do you think has the edge here?
Well, I mean, we're all going to probably say Seattle Surge has the edge, but the Florida Mutineers, I don't know, they play with a lot of pace. They play very, very quick. Dave kind of knows where he has to go. You know, him versus accuracy would be a fun battle to watch. Who am I picking? I told you, I don't pick this game.
That's going to be a very slow battle as well. You got Florida, Ant?
Yeah.
Long distance fist bump. My man, there we go. Ali, who you rocking with, Florida, Seattle?
I'm definitely going with Seattle. Florida has certainly impressed me as of recent, but the consistency in the individual plays that the players are making on the map just haven't convinced me yet. So I'm going to go with Seattle.
I'm going to flip a coin, man. Both of these teams are so phenomenal, right? right? You got the fast and heavy play from Seattle Surge, but they're just fine and they're in your face at all times. Shout out to Pred, but also when it comes to Florida, I feel like Skies is definitely an X factor, okay? When Skies gets going, the man is an absolute beast. If there was a player to watch for you, Nameless, on the side of Seattle, though, who do you really want to see go crazy?
It's got to be Pred for me. Last time these guys matched up, Pred dropped to 1.2. He was having his way with them. And when that guy's going, the team is frying. So for me, I'm going to be looking at Pred on the side of Seattle.
Right, and Merc, when it comes to accuracy as well, the AR, and he's going to have to really step up big and continue on what he's been doing so far this event. Him going against the likes of everyone that we know on Florida, accuracy, maintaining stability is going to be key.
No, 100%. And when you're sort of that in-game leader, it's a lot easier to be that person communicating when you're playing well. It's really tough to kind of build off of your system if you're not winning your one-on-one. So there's going to be key situations where accuracy is going to have to win his one-on-ones. When he's doing that, that allows him time to read the mini-map. Hey, you know, we have X amount of time here. Let's make sure we're going to this. You can't really do that when you're in the kill cam, right? So if he's getting fried, it's going to be tough. But, you know, accuracy, he lives for this.
And also, I want to give a big shout out to Mack because that man is also melting all weekend long. But ladies and gentlemen, let's get this match going. We got Seattle Surge versus the Florida Mutineers. Let's get this game on the road.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for another game here on the main stage of the Major. And I tell you something, we are getting deep into the bracket and the stakes only get higher. This one is for top 3 and these two teams, well, analysts have a hard time figuring out who's going to win, which does mean there's only one way to find out. Introducing first, it's time to drown them out. Welcome, the Seattle Surge! Accuracy, Mack, Pred, and Simp.
When you saw that picture of Mack on that main stage, the man is flexing, and that's the point of the topic, right? When you take a look at this team, the versatility is actually unreal. The way you see Mack and Simp run around with ARs and subs is beautiful, but Simp is gonna be the focus for me. This man is absolutely crazy. The moment he catches fire, this game is actually over. But Bryce, Florida's gonna have something to say.
Oh, they certainly are. Well, from one good team to another, from one water-based team to another, going against them in this match, of course, say a warm welcome to the Florida Mutineers! Awakening, Skies, that Patty, and Vivid.
This team has only scratched the surface of their potential. We've seen them at Major 2. They made some big moves. And now in this Major, they've taken out OpTic Texas once again. They have to go up against a hot Seattle Surge. But those two players in the center of your screen, Awakening and Skies, the superstars on this squad, they're hot. They've been frying, and they got to do it once again. Bryce, let's get this match started.
Oh, thank you very much for that one. We certainly are. Top 3 is what up for grabs, and who better to handle the action than Miles and Chance.
Thank you very much, Bryce. Yes, it is now time to get underway, the Battle of the Sea. Men, this should be a good one, Chance, indeed. Top 3 for the winner.
I'm very excited for this one as well, because honestly, we are to the point where everything has been incredibly difficult to predict. I know these guys played last weekend. I know TJHaly had their number, but like we saw the way Awakening and Skies were playing against OpTic. If they can even like partially replicate that performance, we will have a battle on our hands.
Well, we'll see the evolution of Demon Joe, Awakening, Big Wake, Giga Wake, whatever you want to call him. He's a dangerous man indeed, but in this matchup, it's going to be a good one. I think a lot of talk again about the battle between Accuracy and DavePaddy's going to be fun to watch. And I mean, look, this is just going to be an interesting matchup. I think the stats are there, the numbers are all about, but who knows what the hell is about to happen?
Well, I would say a pretty interesting adjustment that Florida actually made. Last time they played these guys on Seattle, they lost both of the hard points. It was actually the Bocage that was the closest one, but Florida apparently paying their respects towards Seattle and being like, hey, if you're beating Atlanta, if you're beating OpTic, if you're beating everybody on that map, including us, we'll move on from that. And well, that means you move towards that Tuscan. So both of these hard points, I imagine Seattle's going to have at least a slight edge, but it doesn't mean it's going to be easy, right? This is also a map where Awakening can literally take over the game.
We'll see if he can get that very done. As we go now to Tuscan Hardpoint, map number 1 here in our winners bracket matchup, and it should be a treat, ladies and gentlemen. Seattle Surge, Florida Mutineers. They're all pals on social media, but hey, look, crazy things happen. To Tuscan, we will go. Up next, though, Chance, I mean, look, I think we're getting on board with all the rain and the water vibes, you know?
You just got to try to level the players up, you know, get them in their element, get that little 5% boost. But when we talk about Awakening on one side of the map, by the way, Pred from the other is going to be terrifying for Florida to deal with. Dropped 102 kills in their last series, one of the best performances of the year. And, well, if you can't slow this man down, you're going to have a bad time.
Good luck, Skies. Vivid lighting the kill feed up so far as Florida Mutineers the first players to get themselves into the point. Now Seattle Surge back in. There's a bit of a contest for a moment there, but Mack getting things going as Awakening the last man up now for Florida as the exchange over P1 comes to a slow close. Even Stevens, 30 seconds left.
Hey, this is already super good news for Seattle, right? You start on the quote-unquote bad side for this hill, but you break through that quickly, and obviously you see they are earlier on this rotation as well. Surge doing the little things right, setting themselves up long-term, and well, Awakening trying to break that down, but Mack is posted up, ready to go, but bad timing goes his way, and he gets gunned.
And that has been Skies all tournament long. An absolute standout right now for Seattle Surge. Veli's a big fan. Been giving him mad love on the desk.
And funnily enough, right, Skies gets the kills, but it actually doesn't matter because of all that work just to keep back spawns. All those guys geared right back up towards the hard point. But TJHaly open for the second. Vivid found that break. And well, hey, now at the very least, Florida, maybe they're not collecting this time, but they're slowing down Seattle.
Ryan is slowing down indeed. DavePaddy man your screen. Had a wonderful weekend so far here in Toronto. Looking to get himself towards the hard point. A 2-spree now, 3-3 overall. Into the hard point, his teammates go. Florida Mutineers, of course, the white arrows on the minimap. Teal being Seattle Surge, and a very, very closely contested matchup so far. Awakening clearing out bottom side of Church, 7-3, Demon Joe.
And obviously, if you saw the keys to victory, you know it's like the rotational battle between these two teams. Well, that wasn't a rotation. That was a clean break from Florida, set up time and time again. And that is a massive amount of scrap time that I don't know if Dave is actually going to be able to collect. You can see a couple of those Seattle arrows are actually turning their attention his way, but number 2 and number 4 have just played this absurdly slow. They just waited 15 seconds to challenge ult, and obviously everyone from Florida has already rotated, so that's an interesting moment for this game. Let's see if Florida can take advantage.
Guys still in the back of P3, locked in. Front line being cleaned up now, DavePaddy doing the work. Now all eyes towards the roof. That's going to be Accuracy creeping forward. Finds at least one. The damage is done. Are you going to take care of Accuracy now? Skies has been livid in the backside of this hardpoint for so long. The battle's still going on for him, and it's over now. That should be a break now from Surge, but DavePaddy has just pulled a 2-piece out of thin air.
Demon Joe is there for, well, number 3. Maybe not quite there yet, but you still have Florida, again, an interesting moment on the last hill. They're trying to translate it over towards New, and at the very least maintain their lead, but obviously we have seen since that last patch came through Fountain Hill, not easy for either team to collect any sort of time. Final 20 seconds left. Florida, well, not easy to get. Sim's keeping them away.
He's doing what he can, but you still have one member there. Skies, Florida Mutineers, soaking up the time. No kills just yet. We'll see if that comes through. There it is, cleaned up. Final 10 going the way of Surge. It's going to help, but it's not going to be quite enough now. Over towards Church side, Awakening, cleaning things up, and he double took his teammate there as the famous snipe rung out across the matches the other day. This very map, and Well, their search was something special. Here we go, into Church. And the time ticking over now in favor of the Florida Mutineers chance. They've got the setup. Got to watch out for Surge in the back.
And once again, Seattle's been taking things slow pretty much this entire game. I mean, we have, what, 15 seconds gone by on this hill, and they're finally making moves towards the back. So if you're taking it slow, you need it to be clean. Accuracy able to get the first. The fight's now inside the point. Seattle come out on top. So, hey, you might take your time, but if you are successful, you'll absolutely take it.
All submachine guns all day for Seattle Surge right now. As Pred finding them kills. Mack backing him up as best he possibly can. A flurry of explosives now as the players trying to make their entry on. The contest was there for a second. 20 remaining here on the backside of Church, and Pred still trying to make his way in. Kills now coming through either side. Skies wins a big one. That's the backside lockdown. Time once again going in favor of the Mutineers, and so far, Chance, a solid lead they've held on to.
Hey, look, I know we're still in the first set of rotations, but right now, Florida are just playing at a different pace, and right now, Awakening is the main reason why. 17 kills already. No one on the other side from Seattle really able to keep up, but hey, good news, you at least get that rotation to P5. You are there first. You got to dodge a couple nades to try to make it happen. Now it's the square up around the point.
Guys, missed the window, but that's going to be fine now. Through the bottom side of P5 he goes. Hard one to break. Can he get any done? Finds one. Here comes the next. And Pred gets him as well. Sky's trying to get off. No! The kills come through. The hard point remains in Seattle's hands.
And accuracy has been hanging out this entire time, letting his teammates do the work around him. And well, it's his teammates to take him down, but Mack makes up for it, takes down two, but maybe doesn't make up for it enough because obviously you see the break is in for the moment. Simp trying to hit from down low, and how many times do we see that? An SMG coming from down low, and then a team kill and a suicide by Lantern. A bunch of mistakes right now for the Surge.
A series of unfortunate events right now for Seattle Surge as Mack still tries to keep a hold of the hardpoint contest now on its Awakening in the corner, and somehow another two-piece out team, and Joe nearly the third as well. Pred has the silver bullet for that monster, and so far Mutineers maintaining the lead. Let's now dive in for a quick listen in.
Well back, slow down. Trying to pitch. What's been on? Can you go? I'll stay in a minute. Trying to hold pitch. I pitch right now. Can you go? Shit, Joe. What can be field, bro? What's everybody on me? Nothing field. Lamar might pitch you on Lamar. Slow their side. No, you defense. You dead. Nice, shit. I saw their side. I saw him, Joe. Yeah, you go. Stay down if you want. Yo, top church. Stairs. Yo, watch out, you. Alright, Fred's in our church. I'm wrapping left for Fred. He can be tough. Church. Watch out, Fred. He's going back into church. Yeah, I'm blowing back. Alright, nice. Watch your smoke. Yeah, Fred's coming. Nice, shoot. I need to beat you, Joe. I'm playing the back safe. You know, roof of me, Caesar. Roof of me, Caesar. Sybil, look at radio, Caesar. You can go Lamar ready. I'm ready. They could be top church. Yeah, 130 on P5. We're waiting for his teammate. I'm in radio. 2 P5 at least.
There comes a close to the listeners. Florida Mutineers maintain the lead. Vivid with a nice 2. Chance a little bit chaotic.
Well, for one team, yes. For the other team, no. I think Seattle right now are putting so much emphasis on like taking things slow, trying to play correct, not make any mistakes. But again, the other team, they're just playing at a different pace. You got Vivid going to the fast flanks. You get Dave Patty set up and ready to go. And this is the hill looking to be a full 60. Surge again, just a little too slow.
It's a little slow to get things going. Vivid, one of the faster players in the league now on your screen, finding kills all over the side of bottom church. Cut down from Pred it out immediately. Skies wins another one. It is non-stop from Florida Mutineers right now. Can Simp get these players on point. Here comes the first, and that is Awakening. A typical performance out of him. So far, brilliant work out of the Mutineers.
And that's like the takeover hill, right? That is basically the full 60. That is the largest lead of the game and the toughest rotation so far. We call out his name for a reason. Double positive right now in the first hard point. That is a massive P2, a free rotation. And Seattle again, trying to play it perfectly, like grouped up together. But if you just don't win these gunfights, like you're kind of screwed.
Here we go though, trying to make the break now. It's Awakening locking it down. Trades are coming through. Vivid from the back line there. Finds 3. That's going to be the hard point now. Safe for the Florida Mutineers. Through the front line comes Simp, trying to get the crack on, and it is there. He manages to get 2. That's good for now. Reinforcements flooding through. Seattle Surge not out of this yet. Good nades from accuracy. You've managed to get the break. Eyes towards fire now. Can Mack get it done? Yes, he does. Great work out of Surge. Back in this.
That is a massive play by Simp, by the way, right? Last man standing, able to pick up the big 2, stay alive, wait for the reinforcements to come in. So you need a couple different players right now for Surge to step things up if they want to make this comeback. And well, now Pred, it's less calculated. Now it's Mixy. Now he's in the back trying to create chaos, and well, doing so, he's getting hunted down, and hey, he might fall, but he's bought his teammates time to get in the back. Surge setting themselves up for a nice rotation.
Yeah, rotation's on, Mack's in the back. Sky's trying to clear out field side. Fred can find what he can out here. One of the most ruthlessly confident players in the league at the best of times. Looking a little slow so far, though, in this opening matchup. Mack trying to make his way into the hard point. Vivid's there, the crossfire through. As Florida holding it down, and somehow Vivid gets another one, awakening the outside. 33 and 18. There's a contest. Cleaned up. It's all Florida.
Oh yeah, Vivid 4-piece inside of the hill, or at least a couple being staggered, but that is the moment just to kill that momentum surge we're trying to build. An important break right now, but you fly through the same door. Should be easy trade. Simp finds two, but it is not enough. Florida holds strong, and honestly, this might be just way too much, way too soon. Florida have taken this game over.
Not going to win it here, but they're going to get close. Got to hold this one perfectly now. Get all the time. That's all good for them, but Seattle not out of this yet. Trying to get the brakes on. It is 20 points now for the win for Florida Mutineers here in map number 1. Final 10 seconds going to be going the way of Seattle. Rotations down. They've got P5, but here come the Mutineers.
I mean, how good are your nades in this moment, right? Obviously, players push up in corners or challenging too soon. Accuracy lands one grenade, but he is still about a man down for Florida. They're getting the hit from down low, but that actually gets read. Patience on the front. Skies has a kill fall into his lap, but you can see taking his time, waiting for his teammates, trying to set up this final break.
It only takes one break. Vivid's going to take the scenic route all the way to the other side of the map. The rest of his teammates can try to keep that space worked up now for the front line. Here we go. Vivid finds the one. That could be it. The dinger bell has been rung, and here come the Mutineers flying forward. Drazah there. Sky's still alive. TJHaly's on just the outskirts of the hard point. 10 seconds for the win. Skies is in. No one has been able to sniff him out just yet. The kills keep coming through. TJHaly lying down, staying safe. 5 seconds now for the win, and they're winning the gunfights. There's one last hit now for Seattle Surge, but that is it. Surely 1 second.
I mean, best of luck on this one, man. You got to fight him off. You got to fight for the scraps, and somehow you have to rotate all at the same time and stay in the hill. You can't leave it. If you do, you die. You lose the gunfight in Florida. Mutineers getting it done on Tuscan.
Surely, come on. 1 second. It had to happen. As a very, very pacey start there on Tuscan as Seattle, they have found themselves wanting. But Florida Mutineers, though, a happy look from them. And hey, man, awakening. He hit, well, the Mutineers hit Nameless in the DMs, and they really meant it. That's the lead in the series.
And that almost felt like a game where like Florida's game plan is like, hey, Dave, you do all like the hard stuff. You're the guy that plays posted up, plays slow. Everyone else go crazy. Vivid Awakening absolutely delivered. 3,900 damage for Awakening. 38 right behind him is Vivid. And obviously, those are your two leading Slayers. So those guys got to run the show. Meanwhile, Skies is collecting that hill time. Like, that is just a well sort of calculated, like, theoretical game plan. On the flip side for Seattle, it is like every single hill, they had an idea of how they wanted to play it, but so slow to set all of these things up. And I mean, if they're not getting mixy, they ended up just getting picked apart. So sort of a philosophy battle on the Tuscan where Florida completely run away with things.
Boys certainly did their homework as we cross the highlights now, and there was some very sweet multi-kills taking place here, and Awakening, that man on your screen, started things off hot and basically did not stop until it was done. I really thought Skies was going to get the third here. That would have been an unbelievable play to hold P5 like that. Vivid as well, bringing things together. And again, there's been a lot of weird criticism, Chance, about the way the Mutineers are built. It looks like a very AR-heavy team in a game that definitely requires a lot of submachine gun presence, but when they're good, they're great.
I mean, hey, and this is also the battle for top 3, right? So, I mean, this could be a massive tournament for either of these teams. And I'd say right now for Florida, trying to just get back to this sort of status they had in MW. And now it's a similar style game, similar players, and if these guys can make things click, make it work, obviously we have seen what they can do. But that's it for the Tuscan, and also, by the way, to the coaching staff credit, they got rid of the Bocage. I mean, Tuscan gets in the mix, so will it out there with a big brain, at least early on in this series. But over towards that Berlin S&D we go. Also will be a very interesting one for both of these teams, something that Florida loves to do. We talked about in the keys to victory, their aggressive A hits, 12-3. Like, they're winning 80% of the time where they're just trying to be bullies over towards that A site. And obviously with the way that Tuscan went, bullying might be the way to go.
Well, we'll see who the top 2 bullies are in this search and destroy now, as we get our coaches into this one. From one side, it's certainly going to be Accuracy, the Iceman. On the other side, it should be Skies, who has put up a wonderful display thus far in the competition. And I mean, another player we're always going to be talking about, Awakening, one of the most sort of, I think, understated players when it comes to the league. But here we go, our top performers here in Search, the big bullies, Accuracy and Skies. I mean, Chance the Iceman himself, one of the most clutch players in the league, one of the most dependable players. Accuracy, basically, he's the man you want in a 1v2 situation.
I mean, absolutely, and especially so on Berlin, a lot of times, like either site that you're planning on, you plant for clutch spots, you plan for accuracy to go big when there's a little bit of time left on the clock, and obviously for Florida, they have to be keenly aware of their play style. You know, maybe New York faltered a bit in a 2v1 that they let slip away because accuracy does it time and time again, but as far as those stats directly go, Skies definitely has the clear-cut edge, but if they don't have the clutch factor, and I know in round 11's Florida play calls all year long have been spicy to say the least, and definitely not the good kind.
Accuracy on your screen. Again, the moniker of Iceman for his ruthless proficiency when it comes to, you know, dicey situations. Always makes the right decision, carries his team through those tough moments. Skies, though, an absolutely, you know, brilliant player who's had an incredible showing here in Toronto so far. An up and down stage indeed for the Mutineers. Always has been, it seems to be, but a team who everyone expects tremendous potential of, don't always deliver, but when they do, oh, maybe it's exciting.
And just to, you know, further the sort of Skies narrative, also one of those players that is grinding the S&D 8s lobbies almost every single night. He is an OG S&D kid. I think I first heard of him back in like Black Ops 3 when he was too young to compete, but he was certainly a menace on the scene even that early on. I don't know exactly when like veteran kicks in for professional Call of Duty, but I mean, he's been at the pro level since Black Ops 4, so at the very least, that conversation has to get started.
When does the player become a veteran? Is that how many tournaments? Is that how old they are? This is something that, I mean, we're not going to work out right now, but I think you should try and do on Twitter. We're almost ready to get into the Search and Destroy on Berlin here, friends. As far as the map goes, Chance, are you leaning either way? Is there someone you're more interested to watch, or is it up in the air?
I think completely up in the air. I'd say early on, it's maybe more important for Florida to win the maps, because certainly for the control, Seattle's been on point. They're going to love the Berlin hard point. So maps 3 and 4, I definitely lean towards Seattle. Other than that, including the game 5, 50-50, tough to predict. It genuinely is whoever shows up on the day, and so far, well, Florida have answered that call.
We'll see. But while you're on Twitter deciding what a veteran player is, don't forget you can also win a Scuf controller. To enter this one, retweet, follow at Scuf Gaming and at COD League on Twitter, tag a friend, and reply with hashtag ScuffXCDL. I personally have the one smack bang in the middle. The CDL was the FPS replays. It is unreal, friends. Get yourself one of those. Starts on June the 2nd, ends on June the 6th. We're going to be picking a winner and giving away one of those magnificent controllers. Let me tell you, friends, it's like Excalibur. Truly a weapon of untold beauty, unparalleled precision. Scuf should hire me. But either way, we're getting into Berlin now, friends. This is it. Map number 2 here in this winner bracket matchup. Let's go.
Man of many talents, man of many jobs, and well, we'll see exactly how this Berlin S&D goes with many different strats at your disposal. Pretty much on both the offensive side of things and defense, but what you'll see for the map records, fairly comparable, certainly a slight edge towards Florida, but well, maybe actually that versus Seattle Surge, the most important one. 2-0 in that regard. But granted, the games have been close, right? So Florida, you might have an edge. Seattle, you know we're gonna have something cooked up, and obviously we already talked about it. It was in your keys to victory. Florida, very dominant when it comes to those like aggressive A hits on offense. You gotta be prepared. It's not like they do it every single time, but if you're not prepared for those retakes, if you're not prepared, whoever that first man is on site, to be ready for the gunfights, ready for the nades, whatever it may be, Florida absolutely can bully their way through this map.
And apologies, friends, a very slight delay here. The Search and Destroy in Berlin, a very minor delay to this one, as we'll get into this ASAP as the players cool off somewhat after that spicy Tuscan. Again, a brilliant opening from the Florida Mutineers. If you have just joined us, a little slow from Seattle Surge, and I think a lot of pundits, Chance, yourself included, I've got, you know, Seattle as the favorite in this one.
It's hard not to. They played what, a week or two ago, and Seattle really took them to task. But again, if Pred was that main factor, why? Again, he had a series where he dropped 102 kills. Next highest in the lobby was only 84, so he truly ran the show. But obviously, for map 1, not the case. The calculated gameplay did not pay off, and well, both Vivid and Awakening popping off, so maybe looking at him to step things up at some point. S&D, maybe that'll obviously be maybe the prime time for the calculated team play to actually come into effect, but certainly they need that bounce back game.
Bounce back indeed. For those wondering about the ball on the Death Star, I do believe TJHaly uses that for, I think it's some sort of like forearm resistance thing, which keeps his hands going, because again, we're playing a lot of COD these days, ladies and gentlemen, a lot of time spent on the sticks, and you know, players got to take care of themselves. So a word of advice, you know, look out for yourselves. Up and coming challengers players, even enthusiasts who spend a lot of time at home bringing their gameplay. Take care of your hands and your wrists, believe me.
And I have never seen a better example of a father-son duo, Awakening and DavePaty sitting side by side. So get those fist bumps out, ready to go. I know DavePaty also fist bumps Ghost from time to time just to make sure he is ready for the gameplay. I know a lot of people think he's slow, but I'm telling you, man, when you actually watch him in game, he is twitchy, he is cracking, he is ready for the gunfight.
There was a clip yesterday of DavePaty. He was so pumped, he tried to fist bump the cameraman.
And there you go.
And he was so pumped, man. He was ready to rock and roll, and so are we into Berlin. Search and Destroy, map number 2 here in this winner bracket matchup. This is it, ladies and gentlemen. Third time's the charm. Who will walk away with the win here? Will Seattle Surge be able to bounce back, get things leveled up here in the series, or will the Mutineers start to walk away with it? Let's get it.
And again, they might be dominant the fast day hits, but look at what Seattle do round number 1. They stack it, and there is nobody home. So it's not like they do it every single time. So instead, it'll be the fast B plant, an incredibly difficult bomb site to retake. And Simp stacked up. He can't insta-child Vivid this quickly, so that bomb goes down for free.
That suppressive fire has just slowed it down massively, Heather. It's going to allow the rest of Seattle to make their way across map now. Covering fire from Awakening. Here comes the hit, though. Brilliant work out of Vivid. Bomb down, gets a kill as well. DavePaty with the blood also. Less than 30 now for a 2v4 retake situation for Surge.
I mean, already, this is just about impossible, right? You got to win the extra gunfights. Mack from over top, though. Question is, how many corners can you check? And, well, you got to check them all. 17 seconds left. And just like that, a perfect round of Search and Destroy for Florida. Keeping that pace, same as they had in Tuscan.
Sweet snaps there out of Mack, but not enough to get it done. Mutineers take round 1. 2 for Awakening as well.
And again, you know, it's just because it was keys to victory. I'll keep bringing it up. And fast day hits is where they have the success. Seattle trying to go for the hard counter read. Guessed completely wrong. And obviously, not a fun bomb site to retake. So already you're going to have to pay attention to what kind of adjustments are these teams going to make as we go. But Mutineers right now, full speed ahead. Seattle, I mean, you just want a quick counter, right? Just to stop the bleeding.
Yeah, we'll see if they can get it done. Accuracy, watch that cross. He will count the number of players that make their way over and feed that information to Pred and the rest of the squad who've got that bomb. It's an even 2-2 split now across the map for the Florida Mutineers here on defense. They will react now accordingly, and that is a cheeky spot from Vivid. Flies out a secret, catches one, gets out with the pick.
And he's safe, and he's got DavePaty there for the help if he's ever getting chowed. So that is like a perfect strat coming through. So many players on Florida. This is 4 guns staring down the center of the map. You think they're ready for the trades, or maybe they gave something up. Pred found the angle, but he can't find 2.
Not find 2. Great covering fire there, Skies. Puts Pred to bed. Now it's a 2v2. 50 seconds on the clock.
And fun enough, look where that bomb is down, by the way. You talk about getting over aggressive, leaving it in a bad spot, and forcing your ARs up the map. So an interesting play call to be sure, but now it is Mack in a 1 versus 2. Call of Duty timing not on his side. And Florida Mutineers taking care of business, even on defense. First blood for Vivid, and again, literally 4 guns on their team, protecting their teammate, ready for the trades. And they got that bomb down in one of the worst spots possible, as efficient of a round as you'll ever see.
Mack also popped dead silence moments before being killed, trying to make that play, so won't be seeing that for a hot minute. 2-0 thus far for the Mutineers. Can't ever count Seattle out, though. One of the most cool, calm, truly composed teams in the CDL. Offensive round now, Mutineers.
And it's 1 man less, right? They stacked the A site last time. This time they sent 2 players instead of 3 that direction. So they're forced to go back to that neutral setup. And Florida not doing anything crazy for the moment, but certainly leaning towards that.
Nades up from Mack. You hear all sorts exploding around him. Lethals and tacks are out. Bomb is on A. Here comes the plant. Accuracy. Brilliant first blood there onto Demon Joe. Say goodbye to Awakening in the next round. Mutineers. 3v4.
And I think Skies might be the most important player, at least on the minimap, because you got Pred now making a play on the flank, but Mack actually deals with Vivid. Skies, though, still, he's the guy to play for these clutch spots, but now he's the last man alive, and how fast can you be?
He's got to be as fast as he possibly can. He's got a force speed right now. What's he got? He's got an automaton. This could work. Oh, the snap, but not enough. And it was so close. 16 HP on Pred. That would have certainly saved the day and made that round very tough, but Surge survived.
And honestly, I mean, that is good action for a couple different players from Surge, right? Just because you saw Skies setting up for that late moment, they were prepared. They actually had a player for Seattle that deep in their spawn just to get all of the intel. So didn't need to play a tight setup. Have a nice little retake over towards that site. And, well, nice for Seattle to finally get a little bit of action.
Whew. Scary round indeed. It came very close. Back at it we go. Seattle Surge now trying to run this one. 2 players making their way faster in on towards A this time. Pred check the corner. He's still Vivid there in that first round. Not this time. However, you still have 2 defenders towards A for the Florida Mutineers. Much slower looks now out of Surge.
And again, Surge are really taking their time to play for picks, because even though you're watching the cross towards A, that bomb was still leaning towards the B site. But accuracy to the scene that only 2 players crossed. They knew 2 players were stacked up over towards B, and Florida not overcommitting on defense either direction. So they're also taking things slow.
Slow and steady has been Seattle Surge's way so far. It didn't help on the hard point, but it may pay off now in the Surge. Here comes Skies though. Great courage from Accuracy. Keeps him good. TJHaly's up next. Mack reads that one. It's a clean set of kills. And now the plant towards B. It's Florida. You got a cross mid-map and Accuracy's posted up.
Hey, now that Awakening's got spotted, you actually see number 4 making the late flank. Vivid tries to come through, but it collapses in an instant. Nice little strat, right? You see Accuracy covering over his teammate. You got bullets like tags on the cross. Florida get over aggressive, and instead of going for the rush plan, they were waiting for the gunfights. I mean, plenty of time on the clock. They did not have to rush things at all. And I mean, hey, even in game number 1, Seattle taking things slow absolutely pays off on Berlin.
I mean, that was perfect, right? Every single player who tried to make something happen got taken clean care of there by that little setup that Mack and Accuracy had towards the bomb site. They won their individual fights. No one had to get dropped. Beautiful stuff all round from Surge in that round. We are tied up 2-2. Florida, they're going to be.
It's the same thing, right? Again, if you're so good over towards that A site, you have to respect it. They triple stack it again, but nobody is home. But now you have to be very quick to try to flank.
Here comes Pred, though, trying to find something through mid-map. This could get dangerous fast. He's flanked in, sees the Skies through the window. Sees the Skies. Say that 3 times and he appears right in front of you. First blood, TJHaly. Here we go. Bomb planted to B.
And they're watching the flank though. Accuracy. See, well, gave away his position. Skies gave away his head, so pressure is coming through on the flank. Pred needs to help out Accuracy, so he's making moves in the window, but his teammate falls, and so does he again. Florida, we talk about how good they are at A. What have they done? Just go to the other site. Every time Seattle try to counter, well, there is no answer.
No matter how fast Pred's trying to play, clearing out those back clutch spots, it is so tough. The B-bomb site here on Berlin is an absolute beast. So far, so good. 3-2 now. Mutineers with the advantage.
And I mean, they're really just forcing their hand to make adjustments, honestly. I'm thinking Florida next round, maybe that's the time to make the A hit. Or I suppose, I mean, we'll see what they do, but right now they certainly have that upper hand. But Seattle taking their time to play for pick strat, always watching the cross. Accuracy is going to call out too, and maybe that's the moment to try to be aggressive over towards B, but if they don't quite have enough men stacked over here, you see the nades are not going to connect. I immediately take that back. How the hell did Mack connect with that?
Mack, there's been a few nades in this tournament alone that have worked out brilliantly. 3v3 now, bomb down just the outskirts of that mailroom of the B-bomb side of the map. And we're going to play this one slow for a mo. Vivid ain't going to do that. With less than a minute to work with now, he turns it into a 3v2.
And that is a tragedy, right? I mean, bomb down into an easy spot to go and pick up. Accuracy goes to collect it, but no fun bomb sites to go to. No easy places to cross, but Pred finds the opening through the center, and number 6 doesn't turn fast enough, so Pred now a constant thorn in their side.
Pred reactivates the dead silence there, so he's flying. And he's frying. Accuracy, a little bit of help out now. Sky's got to make his way forward. Turns into a 1v1. All of a sudden now, Pred, 30 seconds remaining. You've got to try to grab that bomb, though, and make something happen. Unless he can just gun Skies. That ain't going to happen today. And Skies looking across the stage. What's he doing?
Who is he running at? Who does he think he is?
He's not invested in his game. Not like I am. Big round.
And that is kind of a wild challenge. I mean, I know you got the SMG, I know you want to get in close, but sprinting at Skies, I've seen better ideas on the map, but it is now a 4-2 lead. It is now Florida back on the attack, where every single hard counter strat Seattle try to pull out of the bag never works. They've gotten bullied, and obviously pressure's on. They need to string something together, and I guess if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Towards that B site once again. Accuracy, they'll actually find a massive pick on Dave, trying to watch that cross, and now you're trying to oscillate right back into Accuracy's line of fire. It's the captain stepping up for the team.
All right, guys, he chatted a little bit of ish, and okay, now it's a potential 1v4. The gunfight goes his way. A 4-spree for now. You bet your bottom dollar, Canadian or American, that he's going to chill for a while and play for those streaks.
See if he can operate heavy machinery. I do not expect him to leave this anytime soon. But of course, I was talking about the nades, and I was instantly wrong about that. So yeah, starting to creep up just a little bit, but obviously zero information. Worried about full flanks. Worried about, 3 different sections of top third story. 17,000 corners to check.
Yep. And look at the trident that Seattle Surge have got right now. Sib being the foremost part of it. Guns him, ends the spree. wins the round for Surge.
And finally for Surge, a round win on defense. One that they desperately needed just to try to get back in the swing of things, but obviously still done a round, still down a map, so pressure still absolutely on. Florida have had their number, but you got to make sure you keep it going, right? Skies effectively does get shut down. He was on a 4. That is no more. We'll see what Seattle elect to do.
Scary, again, thinking of like a super confident Skies that's chatting-ish across stage. We don't see it too often, but when he brings it, 8-5 so far. Good looks. Sib with the mix-up now. Snipes there, saw the tip of the cap. There's Awakening! Nice start to the round.
Vivid though, he's actually playing for an angle towards the deep map. Well, Pred ready for it. There you go. First 2 picks, a dominant round getting set up for the moment. And you got the captain watching P5 flank. Taking care of business, and Skies again just worried about all of his teammates dying around him. Another 1v4.
Another 1v4, and if you thought it was all over a moment ago, well, it could be in a second. But Skies, here we go. We get one more crack at it. Not a lot of time though, and it's once again Simp to find the round, and that is night and day out of the Seattle Surge.
And also a pretty good call. I will say for Sib, that is not an easy shot to connect with. I know they lined up, and that door that's in front of you makes things a little bit weird, but he hits the difficult one, finds the opener, and I was thinking Vivid, next man in line, maybe an opportunity to make a play, but Pred, he just flies straight through, easy reads, maybe a little bit of that homework coming through.
But that's that thing about what you expect from Pred. Super confident, very decisive, knows exactly where he wants to go, hit and run. That is the play style that got him on everyone's radar. That is one of the defining factors of Seattle Surge's success.
And for the first time, Seattle have actually stacked the right side. Now they're stacking over towards B to have all these players watching the cross. So they've gotten baited out a few times. Now they're ready.
This could be a big old fight towards the B-bomb site. Pick a corner, any corner, find it, get your butt in there and enjoy the show. Here we go. Mack's going to back up slowly, but that bomb site's going to make its way forward. Pred checks a corner, catches one, tags in, saves himself, though, the trouble. He's going to back on out and reposition, and there is a rattle of gunfire now all across P2. It's his teammate picking up kills, and now you were a man down, Florida Mutineers. Things are starting to look dicey.
And bomb down in a spot where you know Pred is going to be top 2 somewhere, both staircases. You have to go and check a bunch of corners that are going to be a problem. A couple closets, and obviously, if you go straight in, Simp is there. Dave Patty at least able to collect that bomb, so that is a small victory, but for a bigger defeat, Sim's now 1 of 5.
Oh, and it's 1 man now versus 4 again. Dave Patty, where Skies fell, will you join him? This could be it. And oh my, he's gonna go down swinging, the players all around, but that is now map point. Seattle Surge.
Dude, it is that chess game between these teams. I think Seattle said, all right, I guess they're really never going to go to A on offense. We'll just stack it this time. They get Pred nice and aggressive inside of P2, and well, a counter finally worked for him on defense, and that is also now 3 rounds in a row for the Surge.
Big snipe round out of Sib. Now things are looking great. Seattle, can you close out here? Level up the series. That Floridian aggression has somewhat subsided. Will Florida man be able to pull something special out and force that round 11?
Well, maybe the good news right now, Sky's the most aggressive player from Florida over towards B, and well, he's been the main guy for the team in Surge, so you definitely want him in the mix, and well, Sib, definitely gonna be the player looking for him. If you even get 1 kill, you can call in the glide instantly, get the bomb down for free. I see no reason not to use it. There you go, here's the call.
Look at the big brain on this guy, flying forward. That's going to be Simp now. This is your captain speaking. I got a couple here. Trade tables are up though. They did obey the rules and now they will stay alive. But this should be clearance now to make it the way onto the bomb site. Here comes the plant, diving forward.
And now he's got the cross. You got number 4 to watch the first set of flanks, and you got accuracy if you need to watch the next set. But bomb down for free, all crosses covered. A difficult round for Seattle, honestly, to lose.
Yeah, here we go. We're going to find out if Florida's got that special something. 35 on the clock, trying to make their way forward. Big wake, gets the party started now. Trying to find one more here, no. Checks the wrong corner. Here comes Vivid now. He saw a player make his way forward. Oh, what in the name of... Oh, no, it's ugly. But we'll find out if the play continues. It's all on him. Can he make something happen? The answer is no! Seattle Surge bounce back. The defensive hold was a little too much there on Berlin, and they will take that one happily. We find ourselves at 1-1.
Hey, the bounce back game as well, 4 rounds in a row. I think Surge spent a lot of time waiting for Florida to make adjustments that never came through, so Seattle was like, fine, I guess we'll just stack it, make the play call, and that starts panning out on defense. Accuracy, originally the player that starts to turn things around, and as soon as he opens things up for his team, well, Simp then just goes and takes over, gets the glide bomb, and makes that final round very, very easy. Incredible work. That is out of all 4 players from Seattle. Great stuff in the game number 2.
Brilliant bounce back indeed. It was looking a little dicey there, a little dire for them at times, but they kept their metal solid resolve. And Seattle Surge, they level us up now. Well, Florida Mutineers, they've got a lot of soul searching to do. Of course, we'll take control next, but man, we're seeing non-stop comebacks here in the Vanguard season. Non-stop in the Search and Destroy. A lead is never safe in this game, and that could not be more true, you know, in this series as well.
Well, and speaking of comebacks, maybe I think Florida trying to come back on a map like Tuscan Control, because they got 3-0'd last time around. It was Pred that was causing them every single problem. So Skies was asking the question, who does he think he is? Who is he challenging? Well, we saw how game number 2 went, and Pred still looking for that further answer.
We'll find out that answer, though, ladies and gentlemen, after this quick commercial break. We're going to take a chance to go powder our noses, and in the meantime, Seattle Surge and the Florida Mutineers, they're going to chat to their coaches and find out what the hell is going to happen in this upcoming game of Control. We will see you after this quick break.
Tune back into the music. You know how to do this. Don't second guess, just not a test. It's not a race, no black or white. Everything's great. No yesterday, never tomorrow. Only the present, that is your gift. It benefits you only if open. Everyone's chosen, beauty of choice. You can stay silent, forget your voice. You can malign them, hold a grudge, or stand before judge. Just stay in your case. Top of the notion that you were just a mere drop in the ocean. This is your moment. Here is a Trojan horse. When you open or close your doors. Just when you feel like it's too much. Just when you feel like you've had enough. Take a step back from the edge. Take a deep breath. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never ever gonna live again. Sometimes you don't like
where you live. Sometimes you don't really like your kids. Sometimes you grow out of your friends. Sometimes it's your fault, just admit it. Finger point in the mirror. 3-point back, that's the tearjerker. You can wallow in sorrow.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by GameFuel. Victory in a can. Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
And speaking of Scuff, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. Major 3 rages on. The raging seas of Seattle Surge versus the Florida Mutineers. Just getting dumb litty in here, ladies and gentlemen. Still got plenty to play for. Scuff play the game there in Berlin, goes to Civ. The man picks up some sweet kills, goes on a spree, and drops a bomb on the Mutineers.
And truly not an easy shot to connect with, and obviously, well, that is where the tide started to turn. Into the spree, into the collection of the final kill, and honestly, even that final kill on Dave you had on the P5 tank is efficient work, because that was like a 3v1 they had. They made sure they got the right guy to kill just to set up for the glide bomb, so that calculated gameplay coming out of Seattle really pays off.
Sib really was that guy in that round, in that map, and there we go. That's done now, though. We do move on to our next here in the series is going to be a control. And chance so far, I don't know really how to gauge these teams. We haven't had, you know, despite the stats, the pre-talk, everyone on the desk, you name it, no one really knows where this one goes down. This is the highest placing for both these teams thus far in this season of the CDL, and it's going to be an absolute banger. Tuscan control up next. What happens, man? What happens?
You're not going to hear me say this very many times, but I want to see Seattle get like a little bit reckless with their gameplay. I think like the controlled nature of their gameplay kind of cost them a little bit, at least on the hard point. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying go like completely crazy, but take Pred off the leash a little bit, man. Let him like create that chaos and make some plays, because he was the playmaker last go around. Him and Simp took over. Mack is always consistent on this map, and last time they played, Seattle beat him 3-0. So certainly you're leaning that direction, but obviously, I mean, hey, it was just the other day. We watched Florida play against OpTic, and Demon Joe really came to play. Skies is right there with them, so if they can have a takeover map, obviously it was exactly like that for map number 1, also on Tuscan. You know they can respond.
They were tough cookies in the first hard point on Tuscan. Now we go to the control. First up, it is going to be the Mutineers on offense. And so far, a lovely opening, but accuracy right back in it. A nice 2 out of him slows down the push on A.
And already Pred, he is the solo player for the team. He's going on these late flanks, and well, it is the ARs, both Mack and accuracy, causing problems. Question is, when do you actually want to make this play? Number 7 actually rotates through, so he kind of leaves his teammates out in the open. So Pred actually able to connect with his Sky, somehow tried to make that read, but now everything collapses. Florida, there are no more access points on the map. You are stuck in your spawn on Tuscan.
They're truly landlocked right now. They're not getting out. Accuracy's here, and that's a big kill. Snap right on the Skies. Damage in. Simp picks it up immediately. Beautiful teamwork now coming out of Seattle Surge. An opportunity to make their way forward, but Pred says, nah, mate. Takes care of at least one. TJHaly, last man up on that side of the map, able to maybe get out, and you need to just do something. Get some win in those sails for the Mutineers right now, because Seattle Surge, dare I say, a chance of drowning them out.
Well, and that's a good read by accuracy as well. Trying to make sure he keeps at least his head above water, but while he's trying to buy his teammates time, the reinforcements now in, but so is the stack. 2 bodies on point, but maybe the bad news is Vivid trying to go worry about that flank. He is successful. Couple kills going their way. Awakening gets the nest. Nate's coming through, but he takes another down, but all of that just to open things up on the map. No tick secure over towards B, but hey, at least now you can go back towards A.
Yeah, close but no cigar. A, the first segment goes down, so you may have lost the battle of B, but A still going. 23.6 stopped on the clock. The TJHaly gets himself cozy. Settles in now to get the slow and steady capture alongside Vivid. They will complete this. There's one moment here now for Surge to possibly stop it, but I don't think it's going to happen. A should be taken care of, an additional minute to work with, and it's 13 lives to the 15 of Seattle Surge to try to still hit B.
And really not a ton of time either. A minute and 20 is pretty low on the clock to try to open things up over towards that zone, and I think good reads for the moment. You see Sky's concerned about the flank because you do have Mack inside of P5, but the rest of his teammates now trying to come through the backside, but Seattle, they got it all covered. They had the strap. Mack might fall, but everyone else alive. Awakening, though, trying to be the tip of the spear.
He certainly is the tip of the spear. Simp, though, comes equipped for the right fight. Takes clean care of him. TJHaly trying to pick that up immediately now. Bump his way forward, get himself into the fight. You still have to worry about Pred, though. He's in from behind. So if TJHaly can pick up this, that's all good. Pred's been taken care of. An opportunity to stack. Here we go, Mutineers. 3 players on the point. There's going to be a counterattack now from Surge. First in, Mack. gone. Second up accuracy, DavePaty, gone. That's it, second segment now taken care of on the point, and Seattle, they're out of lives.
Dude, just like that, the instant break, they get it done. The chaos and confusion was their path to success. It wasn't a calculated team hit. It was players scattered around their spawn. I think Vivid picked up maybe 2 or 3 inside of arches. In Seattle, the more calculated team, never able to get set up at all, at least not in those final moments. And that is a heck of a way to kick off your game. You're in an offensive round where at one point you are stuck in your spawn. You get a minute and 20 seconds to make up for that play, and they do it at the drop of a dime.
So tiny a moment they require to really make something happen. That is the terrifying thing about control across nearly every map here in the CDL. Defense now for the Florida Mutineers. A great win for them, setting themselves up well. Let's see what Seattle have got on offense.
Well, right now they got an opportunity to try to dodge some of those nades. You see DavePaty not able to connect, but the shots certainly do. A player though able to sneak through bottom church, so Fred right now trying to go and make that play. Seattle win a couple of different gunfights, and maybe the more important guy on the map, you see Vivid is on a 4 spree. Maybe at least thinking about the glide, and well, that thought can go ahead and die as they get secured. Seattle bought themselves a good chunk of time to work on B.
Fred, sweet work there on the roof side, cleans up that corner. Trying to make his way towards B. A's all gone. 2 minutes 20 now to play with, and 27 lives. That is a long time here on Tuscan to try to get something going. Take your time again, Seattle Surge. You've been known for that slow and methodical gameplay, and right now, accuracy, the point man for the squad, trying to buy some space.
And he's also just waiting for his teammates to come and help him out, because you see Florida players scattered all across the map, and this is where your communication has to be unreal, because Mutineer players are everywhere, getting shot in the back, in the side. They're pushing out all these cuts, and this is really a team that, once they get going, are really tough to lock down.
Awakening still being an absolute menace through mid-map. Checks corners, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. I see a member of Seattle mid-map, and I'm gonna go. And that's exactly what Big Wake does. 3 spree now, backside covered, DavePaty, all good. Florida locking it down.
Hey, dude, this is why I actually really appreciate DavePaty's play style, because while his teammates are just creating chaos on the map, when he needs to be the final guy of like, oh, something got left open, don't mind me, I'll chill in the back, I'll watch whatever cut needs to happen. It can sort of be the true iron boots for the team, so they're making things work with nice scattered pushes. They get the big kills, and look at Dave go.
10 and 6, 2 spree right now, and he's like, don't worry, boys, B's all good. However, they didn't account for the Thunder from down under, who's managed to stay alive at the back. Fred is still there. If you can fight through the front, there is still a possibility for Seattle.
They've accounted for him. In fact, number 7 has actually turned to sort of check for a moment. DavePaty has done the same thing, so they're vaguely aware from it, but being aware is everyone in the gunfights, but you trade him out. Actually, an unfortunate team kill. But right now, Seattle, I think it's what? You're low on time, low on lives, and they have just not been able to get any sort of team push to come through.
Max trying. Second piece not there. Simp gets it. You've got something to happen here, but the spawns, you're right in the spawns. You are thick in Florida Mutineers territory, man, and it's not working out so far. Sip has got 4 kills on this life alone now, trying to find the 5th. There it is. Back tank now, less than 30 to play with and only 9 lives. Seattle Surge.
I mean, he got the streak to help him out on the Berlin S&D, and now he's trying to play for the streak, but maybe he is getting ignored. Florida, everyone else up towards top green, picking him apart. It's actually, unfortunately, a team stun that comes through. Sip dies as well, so there's no glide, and no respawns, no map control, no round count. Florida picking them apart on Tuscan.
No problemo. That is the second round now done. Mutineers get it done on offense now. Clean up the defensive round also. Beautiful work out of the Mutineers now. Sitting very pretty. However, we know, Charles, that a 2-0 lead here on control means diddly.
It might mean diddly, but at the same time, Seattle, it's been the same story in both of the respawns, struggling to get anything going. I mean, they went out of their way on the hard points to try to set up coordinated pushes. Right now, they're not ever given a single opportunity. Like Florida have just been everywhere on the map, and it might not be as cold and calculated. It might be a bunch of individual plays, but if Florida is making them so tough to deal with.
Yep, 4th spree for Awakening, looking to get themselves some streaks here on Tuscan control. Very handy dandy indeed as DavePaty throws a sweet nade. First blood of the round. Awakening opted to go for fists versus bullet in that situation, and now DavePaty Baits it out. Mack reads it, says, no problem, man, I'll take that fight. You're capturing both points at a brief moment there for the Florida Mutineers. Ambitious, will it pay off as they're losing the battles on both sides of the map?
Well, Pred wins a massive gunfight on Vivid. That could have been an SMG battle that could have costed Seattle, but they at least win that one, and they go right back to sort of setting up the spawn kills. Pred winning massive gunfights on one side, Mack clearing up the rest on the other. There might be a slight opening through P5, but the captain is here, ready to at least make these reads. And I mean, Seattle, they were clean on defense early on in round number 1, but at a certain point, it fell apart. Right now, they are clean again, but you know, well, they can't quite be trusted.
Nope, not at all. Shades of the first round. Life count favoring Seattle Surge, the clock favoring Seattle Surge, but that doesn't mean that Florida are out of this yet. Now looking to put the dagger in the back here in the round. Mack with the force spree. Tags are up. Skies wins it. 5 now in a row for Mack. Massive stuff if you get any more out of this one, but Big Wakes in mid. Cleans them up. Kills coming through. Now space to work with. You got on A. This is not over yet, ladies and gentlemen.
Again, dude, it's Florida just constantly trying to be annoying, trying to get in their spawn, trying to cause confusion. And well, now Vivid's turn. And again, he's just drawing out some gunfire. Pick a different angle, reposition, and just be as annoying as possible as his teams collect that A zone. See Seattle also being aggressive. They're trying to make plays on the flank. It is a very scattered map, but for the moment, Seattle doing okay.
Okay is not quite enough to get you the win, though. Mack in the back. Makes it safe. Sky's now next up. Florida Mutineers with a slightly staggered push, 1 minute and 5 on the clock. It has to be sweet out of them. And again, 1 clean 4 down is all you need, but you still have to fight your way to a point where you can even leap to that. And Mack still doing a great job on the back line.
Oh, and you see on the front line as well. Yep, accuracy wins a big one over towards Roof. So Seattle, almost seemingly for the first time in this game, have really been able to stabilize, get a good setup that they want, but still pressure on Mack to win these gunfights. As soon as he falls, the back's now open.
And look at those with white arrows on the mini-map. Straight away, forward they go. Get the kill, forward they go again. Who's up next? It's going to be Mack. Oh my God, he gets 2 of them before being brought down by a team fire. But that is a tremendous play. That stops the Mutineers dead in their tracks once again. And look at Pred. He's like, go ahead, boys. I'm hitting the spawns. Let's get these 25 on the clock.
Well, you're trying to make it happen, but with 20 seconds left, that means 1 more push, and you still have number 6, Skies. He is nearby, hasn't actually stepped on the point, so he's basically invisible to the team, but he gives away his position well in between a bunch. Another team kill has come through, but so does every other kill in Seattle. Finally, for the first time, able to stabilize on defense. They should be good to go. Or some wild stuff, a second left, nobody on point. There you go, Surge, get around on board.
Got to congratulate Mack on that round. I mean, 22 and 14 overall, but that round alone, we saw some great decisive kills, holding the back line of Church, all safe and sound. That 2-piece on Church door as well, massively influential. Could have streaks now, which is a bit unfortunate from the team kill, but hey man, 1 round at a time is all you need.
I mean, either way, it's the first time in this, or in any respawn rather, for the 2 that we've had where Surge have been able to play their game. Still though, pressure on. It is a defensive-sided map in Florida, looking for the final one that they need. Clean on defense, you're good to go. That is a stun that is just a dagger in the push, or maybe just something that slows you down. Sid from the middle of the map takes down 2 massive ones, and well, now the flank is open. You could try to get in their spawn, but where Pred gets cut down, so does Mack, and still just a standard sort of round. Actually, Florida sort of chalking this one. They were so concerned about pressure over towards B that they're like, yo, let's not even worry about A. Make sure we get this set up. We can play for kills on the other side of the map.
And they're going to try to make some sort of play through Fireside now, but Pred, perfect position to be in. Again, if anyone makes their way through this top Fireside, expecting that aggression, they're done. Sib looking the wrong way, unfortunately. Awaken's going to get a freebie there. Matt continues the run. 1:21 on the clock, about to be punched through to 2. And here we go. Big old life count for both sides. As now it all comes down to B.
We'll see what Seattle can do to try to cause confusion. This might be a nice start. 2 players here to maybe look for a couple spawn kills as everyone else moving up the map, but Sid doesn't win that one, so P5 is closed down, and look at what's going on this side of the map. Players of Seattle in the mix. Fred causing problems, and Mack wins the next one.
Oh my word, they're finding the kills now. You've got to make sure the pinch picks up now because you've got spawners all over the place. This is getting crazy, ladies and gentlemen. This could be big for Seattle Surge. They're setting themselves up for a sweet one. Got to get the kills though. Kills are coming through. Demon Joe's up next. Pred, you got him? No, he survives. That could have been it. That could have been a huge moment to keep the pressure up. But Seattle, man, they're not holding back.
Well, they're running amok, but also they don't have any actual tick progression. But obviously, Mack will be a constant thorn in their side. Skies, maybe that next next player in line. They really want to take care of Mack down in his back position, but unable to do so. Sky's finally posted, able to at least get that one, but you see, accuracy's been able to pick up through. Seattle now moving towards B.
We got a potential stack right now, but you got to take care of the close defenders. Whoa, accuracy, what a two that was. Vivid does take one teammate out, an awakening there, and what a two-piece it was, and just like that, the defenders though, Florida, keep it safe for now. Big work again. A minute 15, 14 lives for Seattle to get it done.
And you see though on the flip side though, Mutineers have pumped the brakes. They are down on lives, and a minute on the clock, you can absolutely die 10 times. So pick a corner, any corner, slow things down, make sure you get your trades. If you trade out even 2 of these kills, you're happy with it, if not more. In Seattle, working that full flank, and look at this angle from Vivid.
Vivid. Time to go big. Tagged up. Rooked down. Here he goes towards the back. Can't get a single one. Forward we go. Awakening, and he's getting one. Traded out indeed. Dave padding out from the back line. 45 seconds. They've stopped the clock. Mack's got to try to stay alive. No chance. The Mutineers clean them off the board.
And now the time is ticking away. Right now only 40 seconds, but also only 6 lives. So they got a couple trades, but Florida now also getting aggressive. Awakening throws away an extra life, so now you only have 5. The game right now is just get a kill or 2 and then stop the clock, and Seattle might be good to go.
They might be able to do this one. 25 seconds now on the clock, lining up for the hit. 1 kill would be great, 2 even better. There's the first coming through now. Sky staying alive, doing the tags. No, he gets dropped. Vivid managed to get 1 more. 4 lives now, the final ones for Florida here in this round. This is to force a decider. Can Pred get on the point and get a couple of kills? Enough members of Seattle here. A big opening kill. It's over to Skies. Can he find anything? No, Pred. He's running amok. There it is. And ladies and gentlemen, we go to a final round.
And that is Florida biting off just a little bit more than they can chew, right? The first 2 rounds, I think we saw a clear-cut example of their play style, where it can be successful. That is a round of an example of where it can cost you. You are down on lives, but they still put the pressure on the map. But as soon as you run out of respawns, there might only be 10 seconds left on the game clock, but Seattle say that is no big deal. We can go pause it. We can let Pred do his thing, and all of that to give us a round 5.
Round 5, true composure indeed out of Seattle Surge. You let Pred go a little wild, and he's only sitting at 24 and 23, but is that the confidence you now need for Seattle Surge to stay alive here on Tuscan? I mean, sadly, a 2-0 lead for the Mutineers is now gone, dissipated indeed. And so far, it's a nice bit of a capture work now from accuracy. As we've said, attack and defend, it has changed since the start of the game. It's anyone's map right now.
That's good bait on the death cam as well. I think Sky sprinting a little bit too much in that gunfight. So Mack wins a couple decent ones up top. You got to check every angle to be ready for accuracy. Wins another one down low. And now this is a couple players over towards B. Florida are here to stack it, but you still have to win the gunfights. Looks like they got the clearance. Pred last man to fall. And look at that. Every time we see Florida always stacking over towards B, making sure they're at least securing the correct point.
Well, they know the B is certainly the more important zone right now for them. A will be gone. Death taxes and folks capturing A on basically every map in control in this game. So now it comes down to B. Mid-map from Vivid, trying to find anything he possibly can in the approach forward. This is nice work now from the Mutineers on the defense, trying to get in the spawn, trying to get things, you know, a little bit uncomfortable now for Seattle Surge, who have looked very confident in the last few rounds.
Yeah, well, now maybe the comfort is dissipated as well, right? Because you got the thorn in your sign of Vivid, who, well, timing is not on his side, so he does fall. And actually, Pred wins a nice little open over towards top church. So the other couple turtles that are actually in spawn opens up everything on the map. So Surge, this is it. Take your time, set up the break. You're trying to hit this from every angle.
Nades are up and about. We will block out the sun with our nades, lads. Vivid flying forward. Can't get any more out of that one. Accuracy, shots at range, but Dave Paddy a lot too strong. He's been brilliant all season, all series long. And with 1 life separating these 2 teams right now, chance Seattle Surge, they've still got a lot of cracks at it.
And that almost felt just like a little bit too rushed, right? Simp takes the gunfight instantly towards Tank, never able to put that pressure on the flank, but at the same time, able to gear up, make that next try. Minute and 20 is enough time for 2, maybe 3 hits. Seattle, here's the first go. Clock has been stopped. First gunfight they're able to win, and 2 bodies around the point.
2 bodies, is it enough though? Doesn't check the corner. Skies gets the kills. This might be another defensive hold, unless can Skies be taken care of. He's on point. Dave Paddy though there with the coverage. Sib, last man up now for Surge here in the play. Will he be able to bite time for his teammates? No. Awakening there, cleaned up once again. Florida hold.
And now it's Vivid over towards like the top side of the minimap. It's Skies down low, but Pred wins 1 over towards P5. Seattle though really want to work through the field side of the map. I mean, they've tried this a few different ways, but the first time they went around on offense, it was like, what, the triple flank coming through. So They've tried to set this up before. Now on the flank, it'll be 2. But again, you are having players fall on the map at different times. This is not easy to orchestrate. And well, now you got time on the flank. Florida ready for the gunfight.
If the front team's been taken care of, now on the pinch, trying to make something happen. Pred has run his way across Tuscan, trying to catch as many of these kills as possible. Seattle Surge now in a sweet spot. Less than 30 on the clock. They have stopped it. The capture towards B now, but TJHaly. What a win that was. Accuracy was 2. You're still alive. You're still kicking, but only for a brief moment. Simp, no! Can't get it done. 25 now on the clock.
No respawns remaining. Right now, Florida have to be perfect. It is deja vu from the previous round, but there's the intro they needed. Seattle, 18 seconds. It is basically going to be a 4 versus 4. Seattle, they have to stop that clock.
Have to stop the clock, have to get going right now. Have to pick up the kills at the very least. Mack, accuracy through Church. Can't waste any more time, boys. Here comes Big Wake. Finds 1. Tags are in. Here comes Skies now, trying to defend this one. They've stopped the clock. They're staying alive. Here is the fight. Skies trying to pin them back. Trying to get the capture down as well. It's all now down to TJHaly. 3 seconds. If you can get him off, that's one thing. If they kill him, it is done. Oh my God, no! Seattle, they put him on the table. They stay alive in the control, and this is a ridiculously close series.
And that is the type of control that maybe just sucks the life out of Florida. The control style reverse sweep, 3 rounds in a row, 2 of which were offenses, both of which you just get drained on lives. So aggressive on defense, and Surge able to pick him apart, both of which were nail biters, but the ice was there. And I think Accuracy had at a moment, at least in the previous round, where he picks up a 2-piece to open things up, then on the point, wins a gunfight he shouldn't, converts that into a 2-piece and opens up the rounds. Well, he was also there again. The first man in the hill is the slowest player on your team, and well, buying everybody the time that they were so desperate to get. Such a well-orchestrated final round in Seattle. What a ridiculous comeback in control.
3 straight rounds to win it there on Tuscan control. We have certainly got a series on our hands now. Looking across these highlights, and I tell you what, mate, this was one hell of a control matchup. Again, very unorthodox as far as the kills go, you know, and defenders certainly running out of lives. Mutineers not able to win that war of attrition. Seattle Surge just that little bit more lethal in the kills department, and I put a lot of that down to Mack. Time again, we saw him at the back line, we saw him covering Church, we saw him finding those sweet 2 pieces. The guy was just doing it all. TJHaly, lethal in the 1v1s, really clutch indeed. But just not enough, though. Not enough out of the Mutineers when it really matters most, and a very, very difficult setup. And Seattle Surge chance, we finally see them go. They were so patient, so slow for so long. Now they're starting to pick things up.
It's so many things to pick apart. I mean, truly a crazy game. 3 offensive round wins. You bring up Mack, honestly, probably one of the most underrated players in the league. This is the 2 games I was talking about, by the way. Shouldn't have even won the first gunfight, let alone get 2. All with 4 HP, but he had the 2-piece earlier than that, but that was the one that hand-delivered him the previous round just to get him to the round 5. Again, it comes down to lives. There you see his win. Well, every single player from Florida that falls. Accuracy so close to dying. The same goes for Pred, but the coverage is there. Accuracy, who is 1 shot again, stays alive, buys the teammates time, so when he's traded, well, TJHaly is too. An unwieldy sort of event where, Accuracy, again, maybe one of the more criticized player in the league. I've seen so much shade thrown his way, but big plays time and time again. And well, while it's happiness for one team, a lot of frustration for the other.
You would think the series was over by that reaction, but no, we have plenty more maps to play here in this winner's bracket one, friends. But Skies certainly feeling that one, an incredibly emotional response to what was an incredibly close game.
And part of the reason they might be so emotional after that one is because Berlin hardpoint might be the actual most clear-cut advantage a team has going into it, right? I'd say Florida are decent on the rotations, except when I say decent, I mean 10th in the league overall and actually rotating on Berlin. And even if they get there, Seattle, the 2nd best team in the game at breaking through these hard points. They played it previously again just a week or so ago. It was a 250-192. Not a blowout, but still a fairly comfortable one for Seattle. Well, obviously, especially after 2 maps like that, it was a comeback in the Search and Destroy. It was a massive comeback in the Control. They're clearly ready to ice up when they need.
We'll see if that momentum can swing through into Berlin in just a moment, but that hard point coming up could be the decider again. If the stats are their chance, the recent performances, you're going to be leaning Seattle for this one. For Florida fans, and I know you're down there, I think it's like 3 or 4 guys who are screaming. They're all wearing hoodies. Yeah, I heard that. There you go, Florida fans. They're not out of this yet. They have had a wonderful run thus far in Major 3, and it could come to a close here if they're not careful. But all things considered, man, a wild series.
Yeah, and you know, still a winner's bracket match, right? This is for top 3, I think the highest placing in both of these teams.
Yeah.
Depending on what tournaments you count, you know, Kickoff Classic back in the day, Seattle obviously popping off, but whatever the case may be for the early tournaments in the year, when we go into the hard point, well, I mean, it's almost the exact same level of analysis we had priorly going into it, right? Awakening doesn't necessarily need a takeover map, but still has to pop off, still has to thrive, and Simp definitely a scary player to have to shoot back against 2 of the most talented players in the league, and well, this will be a fun little square up on Berlin.
Again, I think Awakening, a lot of expectations for him coming into this one that he would be a little larger than he is. He's Awakening, he's big Wake, he's been big Wake for most of the series. We need a little bit more out of him. We need him to go more tremendous, if you will. But there's still plenty of COD to be played. Berlin hardpoint now, we are loading in, and this is it, do or die time right now for the Mutineers here in the winner's bracket. They get another shot in the tournament thus far, but if they lose this one, I mean, you'd be furious, honestly. As furious as Skies was at the end of that last one.
Yeah, it needs to hit the quickest regain of all time, but I suppose they've also proven, Florida Mutineers, they are capable of the regain, right? You have one of the most tilt-worthy team kills with a sniper and search and destroy, but you can bounce back from that, you can bounce back from anything, but that is the standout for me, right? The rotational battle, it is not great from Florida, not able to hold these hills, and even if they try to hold them, well, Seattle, one of the best at breaking, and well, Seattle, they're gonna have the early advantage on this hill because they get there first.
Here we go, straight into the first hard point here on Berlin. Pred. Can he find Awakening as well? It's a delightful start on the outskirts here for our Australian. Will he find any more now on the inside? I'll tell you what, this is unbelievable, man. 3 kills like that. He's got his poise on the hard point, and now they're finding the time.
Yeah, and even if you were able to regain, you go right back to maybe just a little bit of tilt already from this first hard point. Getting picked apart by Pred, you try to flank, you might get cut off. Awakening thinking about it on one end, and Mack ready for every gunfight that comes his direction for the next one. Dave, though, him and Skies able to take him down, and nice little bounce back to collect this scrap time. Should be able to get a decent chunk, but if you're able to get the scrap, doesn't make the rotation any easier. Surge has a couple more players near P2.
Second hard point now up, over towards the mail room we go. Accuracy, can he find another kill? That's unbelievable. With Vivid and Skies, Awakening not going to fall for those parlor tricks this time as he takes him down, but you've still got Seattle Surge in control. Vivid, entry now from the lower side of the hard point. Is going to dip on up, try to find a couple of players here. Third maybe attempt at breaking through that wall will be the successful one, but for now, for Vivid, he's in. And that's a good enough kill to start things off. Will he catch any more? This is great now. As the Mutineers with a break, trying to find themselves in the hard point, and there you go. Cleaned up, all good for now.
Yeah, Skies in, out, and around, trying to break everything open just to open up the actual hard point. He is successful, and now for Florida, a pretty big moment in this game, right? You fight enough on this hill, try to collect a decent chunk of time, and make sure you keep Seattle stuck on the right side of the minimap. They can really set themselves up for a sizable rotation, but we talked about their inability to hold. They get broken down pretty quick on P2, and well, you go into new, now you're going to be forced to hold because you'll be down 30 points going into it.
Got to be big now from Seattle, from Florida Mutineers. Seattle Surge have done a great job so far. The rotations come down, and again, it's Skies at great range now, dealing with these players on the approach. Good shots in the Simp, can't quite clean it up, and that is a massive win. Now able to buy themselves a bit of space going forward. This is a good look out of Seattle. Can Simp find any more kills? For now, we'll watch. We'll also listen with a quick listen in.
Reset.
One shot on the wall.
Going on fire. Back right. Oh, he's on the fire pillar. Close right from fire.
Hit that. I'll play fire.
Drop out, get kills.
Back door dead.
Nice.
One low fire. Flank in front, I think.
No, he's not. I got him. I'm chilling.
I got naded. Too far front.
Okay, I'm chilling with you.
Close right.
Back right. He's on the pillar. On the pillar. Weak.
Pillar.
Other guy's back windows. Okay. 2 in the windows and 1's back left.
Over there. Front, hitting out from low fire.
Nice. Keep getting kills.
One shot back right. Look for Dave as well.
Yeah, Dave Petty rotated. It's a good scrap.
Yeah,
triple windows, resweep. And back door. Triple windows and hill, one back door.
Yeah, I'm not playing for Dave. I'm playing God spot.
Okay, I'm running away.
Give me top boxes.
Want me to me?
He's top boxes, Dave.
I'm gonna hit top boxes.
Okay.
Top box roof. A1, going A1.
And Miles, I don't know exactly what Seattle know, but I learned something new. I mean, Vanguard always delivers. I thought they had blocked those dockside spawns to actually make the break, but Florida get gifted, somehow spawn even further back. So I haven't seen it, but at least now Surge definitely have. But of course, now you go towards that rotation. Pred, nice little start. Why not get a 3-piece?
Loaded. Well, it was close a moment ago. Now, Pred's multi-kills can help push those players out even further. Eyes on the mini-map. You see those Florida Mutineers players spawning basically across the map. And Pred now, the drop bear from above. 5, makes it 6. A delightful look now from Seattle Surge. One more and he gets himself the glide bomb.
Yeah, the man,
come on.
And the legend all at the same time getting broken down. But these final 20 seconds, I mean, this is as good as it gets on B4. One of the more difficult hills in the game to actually hold on to. And that is as good as it gets from Seattle. So very happy for the bounce back. And again, if not for those sort of funky spawns, I think Surge would already be running away with this game. But that is a moment of respite, moment of opportunity for Florida to try to bounce back. Solid P5 and one solid rotation. You are absolutely back in this game.
Yeah, Sky is trying to really fight for that one. P5's up.
Spawns, though, they have no ID, by the way. Surge just spawn behind them all. When number 6 spawns out, now they can turn, but this is going to be a confusing moment for Mutineers.
There it is. Pred's going to be straight in that one. The split comes through, and again, it's a weird look on the minimap right now. Very much a patchwork of players all over the place. Mack winning plays on the gun, on the hard point now, just trying to buy space. Don't let anyone near it. That's the game plan from Seattle Surge. If you can't have it, they sure as hell can't. But so far, Surge with a nice bit of a lead here. 30 seconds remaining here on P5, the final hard point in this set. After that, we go back to first.
I mean, it's P5. Who needs hill time with Surge? We're just thinking about those spawns. Florida still not actually hopped on the hill, so this has been a ton of time just not utilized by either team. Bunch of big gunfights won, though. This is Vivid on a 4. Sky just picking up a couple more, and this is the 5 spree to rotate to new. They get there first. They might not have the closest spawns, but again, the big moment. You rotate to P1, you're right back in the game.
Craziest thing about all this, right? I mean, look, Seattle have got a sweet lead right now. Mack's got 4 kills. He's now having the best game so far, and Awakening down the back line, trying to do exactly the opposite. Turning things around, Vivid on the front. Big shots out of him, not enough to get it done. It's a 1v1 right now on the point. Awakening versus Sib. Sib's got the time, soaking it all up in a brilliant way. Reinforcements now arrive from both sides. Could be a pinch now. Pred should be able to pick this one up and maybe catch a few. Skies on the other side of the map. He's doing the best he possibly can, but right now, Chance, it's still Surge with the time.
I mean, it's kind of a wild hill, right? P1 is not easy to break, and it looks like they weren't winning the gunfights. I mean, you had Vivid going on an absolute tear, and you still get broken down, at least for the moment. They do bounce back and get right back inside, and you get a little bit of pressure over towards Trains, but a couple players fall, and this is still decent scrapped. It looks like Pred might be the only player to think about looking forward, and well, he's trying to make something happen. 2 more gunfights maybe to win, and he does get dropped, but that buys time for accuracy, but not enough. A lot of scrap. Florida Mutineers just did a massive job of chopping away at that lead.
Back over to P2, mailroom once again. Brilliant hold from Seattle Surge the first go around. Now we see the Mutineers. They've got a little bit of presence here. It's only Vivid. The rest of his teammates have yet to really get across there. They're back on spawn, and look how far away they've got to go. Already, Seattle Surge are in this one. Vivid doing the best he can to stay alive. Tagged up, soon to be in a bag. As Mack there does finally clean him up, and here comes Surge, swarming all over the point.
Well, you drop down right to the line of sight of TJHaly. He's there to clean you up. Nice nade as well. Only for the actual like impact damage, so a player still alive in the point. And I'd say another interesting moment for Florida. It is almost deja vu from the first go around. They're trying to fight to get these players off the scrap to make sure Seattle doesn't get the lead. And Vivid delivers on the flank for 3. Seattle still with the bad spawns, and just like I said last go around, one of the biggest moments of the game. Can Florida stay secure on the P3? If they didn't get it last time, they would not be in this game, and well, they need it again.
We're gonna see it exactly again. Maybe we won't see the crazy spawns, but we will see the Florida here first. The Mutineers now in control. TJHaly the furthest extreme, cut down again. The assault rifles of Seattle Surge, lethal here on Berlin.
And they blocked it this time, right? Accuracy, making sure we're not going to get fooled twice on this mistake. So the dock side, they have taken complete control of. Pred, though, checking every corner, trying to eliminate every possibility. Can't quite make it happen, but Sib is still there, waiting for the gunfights to fall on his lap. And this is cold and calculated gameplay. Surge get the break they need.
Still very close though. 35 seconds remaining here on the point before it's going to flip over. And again, Awakening through mid-map. Here comes the Floridian offensive. Forward they fly. 2 members through fire, 2 through the stone side. Mack's got eyes on stone. Shots are there. A 3 spree still for him. TJHaly through the smoke and the concussions. He flies. A bit killed. Makes the entry. Trades on trades on trades. Sib still up. That's a 5 spree for him. Beautiful hold, Seattle.
Dude, they needed it though for Florida. Now they're just falling flat. Now Sib is starting to heat things up. And I mean, even Pred, he had a slow start, but if you look at the scoreboard, hasn't made a single bit of difference. You go towards this P4 where, I mean, Pred waiting for the moment. He's got 2 players on the flank. Once they start to make some action, passion, or maybe just wants to do it himself. Straight into the point, straight for the kill. Florida no longer in that time.
An awkward situation to be in right now. DavePaDy's on the backside of Train. You're making your way through that Train alleys. Now here comes the hit from Sip, trying to find that streak. He's going to cut them off. This could be massive. If he can catch at least one, looks the wrong way before crossing the street. DavePaDy's still alive and kicking. Awakening, trying to find the players through mid. No, Pred once again, one of the hottest hands in the lobby right now, as the hard point is still being tussled over. A big win, but the trades are there. Florida have got it for now.
I mean, yeah, Pred always flying in this hill just to try to strip away an extra few seconds. And honestly, this is Seattle. This might be the time to fly in once again and see if he can take down Dave, because he's on a 4. He's the player that needs to die, but for Mutineers, the player that needs to live, the boy who lived, trying to get that glide.
He's under the stairs right now as your very own Wizard, finding those kills. 4 spree right now for DavePaDy. Hard point time ticking away. He's got over a minute of it. Massive stuff from Awakening. We're looking towards the next already, and it could go massive. No, Mack again. Huge kills. Florida, they are getting closer and closer, but Seattle still have the lead.
Such a big gunfight for Mack to win as well, just to shut that down. And Seattle right now have the left side spawns. Vivid trying to open things up, but right now it is still Seattle actually collecting the time on P5. Pred actually does move out to try to see if they can win the next set, and look at that. Right off spawn, right back to taking care of Vivid. Sib wins the gunfight in the hill. Seattle keeping things secure.
Just keeping it secure again, and it's the same thing for Florida right now. While they desperately need the time, they're willing to let it go here on P5. 2:05 on the in-game clock. We have seen that come into play a few times thus far in the competition. Unlikely on Berlin, but don't count anything out here at Major 3. Pred trying to soak it up. It's not going to happen. 20 seconds remain, and we go back our third and final set here on the map.
Hey, this is so difficult right now. Florida going to need a little bit of that magic. There's so much pressure on the Train side of the map. They're going to have that rotation in P1, and they are getting all of the kills along the way. It is an easy hill to hold when you get the pressure on the map, and Surge have been picking them apart. Awakening trying to find some sort of opening, but almost like Control. Mack is distant. He gets dealt with. The 1v1 in the point, though. Pred delivers. Surge still with the advantage.
31 kills from the Thunder from down under so far, and now the push from Florida. Desperately trying to make the break. This is to stay alive at the winner's bracket. Here comes the hit. Mack and Actress with the kills. The slide from Pred. DavePaDy wins it though. Still alive on the point. This could work out as Vivid looking towards the flanks. He may be able to catch 1 or 2 here. No, great setup now from Surge, and they are getting closer and closer to top 3.
Someone needs the big play. Someone needs the big play. Dave ain't it. Sky's next in line. Trying to contest. Can only take down 1. Surge still in time. Can still win it here. The flank coming through. Vivid. Desperation time. Wins the first.
Massive discipline with the trigger. Can't quite get the second as well. Skies now falls to Mack. And all 3. Mackenzie melts. And that should be the map. What a 3-piece. Unbelievable stuff. Seattle Surge. Say hello to top 3.
Oh, the comeback in the Berlin S&D, the massive comeback in the Tuscan Control, and the utter domination there in the Berlin hardpoint. Funnily enough, almost the exact same score line they had on this map the last time these two teams played, but Surge clutch when they needed to be, out-rotate when they needed, and again, if not for that first P3 go-around, this game truly could have been a blowout. Surge making the adjustments through and through on the map, and I mean, hey, they have just delivered themselves to a guaranteed top 3. They now await the winner of Thieves versus Atlanta. 2 teams they are very happy to play.
Happy boys, the winner's bracket final. There we go, Seattle Surge, a fantastic run so far. They'll be watching on with nervous anticipation to see who they'll be meeting on, but again, in the current form, got to be feeling good. A nice bounce back there. There's a happy Ogre 2 in the venue somewhere as well, and everybody loves that. Looking across the stats though, Pred, 33 and 27, and 23 and 20 for Mack. Those last 3, baby. Oh, come on. What a play that was.
And the turnaround as well, right? Because again, he definitely started things slow, but he catches right back up to the rest of his teammates, and just a phenomenal performance. But now this is just the moment of the year for Seattle Surge, right? We can take a look back at the rest hard points. This was sort of the weird stuff that actually happened on this first P3, but the moment of their year, right? You open things off. We already see the immediate potential of this squad. They've had an okay tournament here. They've had a pretty poor tournament there, but I mean, this is it. Guaranteed top 3. These guys were on point through the qualifying stage, and either team that they will face in the winners finals, they have a good track record again. So that doesn't mean it's easy, but it means they can do it, Miles. We'll see how far they go.
We will see indeed. For Seattle Surge, I mean, it's been such a turbulent year, man. Kickoff was great. It was amazing. We thought, wow, this is it. Seattle have turned it around. It took a bit of a time, but they finally managed to steer that ship in the right direction. Speaking of ships, though, Florida Mutineers, not bad whatsoever. A little flat here or there. They're going to find themselves something, you know, I don't know. It's tough, man. I don't know what exactly it was with the Mutineers. They came out swinging against OpTic. It's that thing classic where they play so great against, you know, stronger teams. When it comes to the weaker teams, it doesn't quite happen.
It's just a couple stingers, man, right? I mean, you get a 2-0 advantage in the Tuscan control. You choke 2 defenses on a map that is very defensive heavy. That one is tough. You have a lead in the Berlin S&D, and at a certain point, Seattle just start making those adjustments, which maybe that is the true story, right? The adjustments from Seattle. We saw it on the calls where they're trying to get the hard counters on Berlin. We see it when they need the offensive wins, how they sort of turn things around. And even for like the P3 breaks, they sort of dropped the ball the first go around, even though the spawns were a little bit funky, but accuracy perfectly secure on that next rotation. And it's the little things like that they were always able to do right, and well, enough to get that edge.
That edge indeed, well, they've got it. Bryce Heat is now currently on stage with Pred, the man from down under himself. Let's hear what he's got to say, Bryce.
All right, thank you very much, Miles. Yes, joining me here on the main stage is Pred. First of all, congratulations. But before we move into how awesome that win was, we need to go back a few steps. Let's talk about the hard points. Slow start for Seattle Surge. Just a little bit cold coming in, or something you didn't expect?
Personally, as a team, we came in pretty early. Honestly, we were prepared for the game. To be honest, like at the start of the game, my headset was like the wrong settings and stuff, so I couldn't really hear anything. But the team pushed through. Like we just regained. You know, like I told them not to really worry about it. That I couldn't really, you know, hear anything. So, but yeah, no, we bounced back, man.
So they did bounce back, not the only bounce back, because let's talk a bit about the S&D. A little bit of ice coming through to get over that deficit there. How were the comms? What were the teams saying as you started to make that comeback?
Honestly, the comms are, we have a system. We always practice that stuff in S&D. We're very confident in S&D. You know, we have good strats. We're very comfortable on the map. We just, honestly, to be honest, one of my other rookie, he stepped up the last couple of rounds. He made some big shot calls. We followed through, and you know, we ended up winning the round.
You certainly did as well. So, on for the positive here now. Seattle Surge, best position you have been in since the Kickoff Classic. A little bit of a rough ride through the CDL this season. What is the difference now?
The difference now is we believe in ourselves even more than before. We've built some consistency in our team. We know what our potential is. Now it's just about, you know, taking care of business, finishing the job, and keep implementing the system into game day.
Oh, I love that, I love that. And bearing in mind, guaranteed 40 points, I think actually puts you third in the CDL standings, depending on how the rest of the tournament goes. Don't hold me to that. But I want to know the preparation to come in this event, a very important event for you to make the difference.
Yeah, you know, the top 8's very close, man. If you look at those standings, there's teams battling for all top teams. You know, for us to separate ourselves a bit, which is, you know, very good for us. Like, before heading into this tournament, before this Major 3 split, we were a bit worried. You know, like, we have some big games, we need to take care of business, and I'm glad that we've almost finished our job for this split.
Awesome, all right. Thank you very much. Give it up one more time for Pred from the Seattle Surge. It's been glorious. Thank you so much. I will send this one back to the desk. Belly, over to you.
Thank you, Bryce, man. Seattle surging through the bracket now, and they're looking forward to playing the winner of the Atlanta FaZe and Los Angeles Thieves. Shout out to them. But also for the Mutineers, the route's not over for them yet. The journey's not done. They're going to the loser side of the bracket, where they will face off against the Toronto Ultra. But Ali, top 3, Seattle Surge. It's about time, right?
It is about time, right? And heading to Major 2, they looked on this form, but a couple of unfortunate situations. So I'm happy to kind of see a little bit of the conclusion to the story that is Seattle Surge when their system is consistent. And I feel like we have to have like a note of that, like a graphic of like, it's the Seattle Surge system. Because even when Pred got interviewed, he's like, it's back to the system, man. It's what we've been doing in the comms, and now it's working.
Yes, sir. I mean, yes, ma'am. Joe Merck, when it comes to Pred as well, he's been a route man. He's been tearing things up. Take a look at the stats right now. 1.0 KD all around, plus better for everybody.
Yeah, I mean, Mack, Pred, and Simp right there, it's just such an aggressive trio. And again, we talked about it before the game. If accuracy is winning his ones, he's right around a 1. He's going to allow himself to put in a position to make those comms clear, all right? Getting them in a good position. It was a very slow map number 1 Tuscan hardpoint. And now we're talking about it. Teams playing Florida, like Toronto later. I don't know if you're playing Florida too much on Tuscan, right? Like that Tuscan hardpoint. Weird. They're just looking good on it. Awakening is zoning. But this guy, probably you can see it, 69% non-traded kill percentage. He plays with such pace. And when he's playing with that, this team is so tough to stop.
You just know that they're going to win when he's at that point. But also the game field tactical play. The game game is going to have to be that last round in control. Nameless, Seattle, they were just solo.
I mean, they were all over Florida on this map. I mean, that's like how Florida likes to play super aggressive, but on their defenses, I felt like they're playing a little bit too passive. They weren't getting map control. They invested so many of their lives in clutch plays on the site that Seattle had more lives than them on an offense here at the very end. And, you know, you see in this very last play, like when they're getting ready to hop the point, Skies has an angle, and if he gets one kill here, like potentially they end up winning this side, right? But he's not able to do it, and Seattle ends up closing it out. But yeah, I mean, a fantastic control that we saw to these guys back to back. They're able to clutch up on offense. For Seattle, I mean, Pred as well had an amazing performance games 3 and 4, like led the team in total engagements, and that's what you need, him to be confident. Early in the series, maps 1 and 2, and in the beginning of that search and destroy, he was having some blunders in those rounds, taking the bomb, dying early on in the hardpoint, making some bad plays, going rogue, but he got comfortable, and now they're top 3.
Hey, Merc, take a look at top side of... Oh, Ali, go ahead. I'm sorry,
It's
bro.
fine. I was just about to get into a breakdown of control, you know what I'm saying? Like, with Big Wake in that corner and Long there, and all 3 players, remember, of Florida is being in the back, like, I understand the situation of just play it tight, play it close, try to play for the trades, but when you're down lives like that, and you basically, your front line is awakening. The second he gets taken out, you have given up the entire point, and the second Seattle Surge got that kill, they stopped the clock, right? And now the 3 players in the back are put in such an unfavorable situation. I would have liked to see a little bit more aggression in the front from Florida there, because even if you had one player pushed out P5, like, he could have gone radio, easily shot 2 players off the point once they got that kill in Awakening. So maybe a little bit of decision making there from Florida Mutineers.
Hey, Merc, take a look at the top side of the bracket, man. Seattle Surge sitting alone, looking forward to playing the winners of the Los Angeles Thieves and FaZe. You're not going to be on the desk for that matchup right there, but Seattle Surge's history against FaZe looks really good. LA is up and down. Seattle can possibly make it to the finals, but I want to hear your thoughts about the matchup yet to come between LA and LA.
I mean, listen, I think you're obviously going to favor Atlanta FaZe here with the year that they're having, years that they're having, but LA Thieves, we talked about it when they played the other day. I mean, their search and destroy is looking a lot better, and they're going to need that. That has been the one weak point that Atlanta FaZe have. They've been trying to get better on it. It was better through the Major 3 qualifiers.
Oh, yeah.
But if that search is weak, and then I don't know, you have a good Kenny, Octane, you know, respawn
Can't sleep on it.
Right, I mean, the game, we could be going to a game 5. They could win it in 5, but you know, Atlanta FaZe, you know they're going to bring the heat. Should be a great match.
Absolutely love it. Now, for those of you at home, it's time to, you know, give you a little bit of something, right? Thank you for watching, and now you can earn a few things as well. The Maple Blossom card, and plus a lot more, Ali. We're giving things away today.
It's just the aesthetic, like, across the board. Like, I just think it's so pretty. Like, the Up North emblem, like the Maple Leaf, like the detail in that, you know I'm copping that when I get home.
Right now, everybody, if you're not signed up for the CDL newsletter, what are you doing? Don't miss out on league updates and other awesome content sent straight to your email. Let me give you a prize for signing up as well. I love burgers, so there you go.
Mavens.
There you go. And has one every single segment. we're gonna get him back on that. But ladies and gentlemen, that's it for the second series of the day. Coming up next, we have Atlanta. We also have Los Angeles. And yeah, the day is just now heating up and it's getting even better. Once again, big shout out to the Seattle Surge, showing us that the consistency that we've been seeing lately is anything but a fluke. They are looking so good, but Florida Mutineers are going to go to the loser side. They're going to play against the hometown team, Toronto. But coming up next, Atlanta FaZe and Los Angeles Thieves. I can't wait for it. We'll catch you guys on the other side.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Major 3, Day 3 out here in a beautiful Toronto Mattamy Athletic Center. We're having a lot of fun right now, and things are going to get even better right here on this desk. I'm your boy Belly. We got Ali, we got Nameless, but the question is, Miles, what the hell are you doing here, man?
I got lost on the way to the restroom, and then these people were like, you need to go up there now. And I wasn't going to ask any questions. I'm on the desk, and I'm having a great time.
Yes, sir. Let's get it going. All right, so this matchup right here is going to be a fun one, right? And we're seeing red. It's going to be the Los Angeles Thieves going toe-to-toe against the Atlanta FaZe. Now, this is a rematch from what we saw in Major 1. And Miles, remember it, this was the breakdown of LA.
I mean, this was it. This was the downfall of the LA Thieves. So after the Atlanta FaZe reverse swept them, they were such a promising roster coming into the year, and all of a sudden, Atlanta FaZe turn it on. I mean, I'd be amazed. I'd be super surprised if we do see, you know, the LA Thieves get that Red Dead Redemption against these boys, because this is going to be a tough one.
I would actually love to see it, but when it comes to the game field keys to victory, and if you're Atlanta FaZe, Ali, what do you got to do to win this game?
Well, if you're Atlanta FaZe, the hill setups need to be the focus versus Thieves on Gavutu. There's 34% of hills on Gavutu, first overall in breaking. And remember the beginning of the season, it was do not chow them on Gavutu. Well, Atlanta FaZe did, and it did not end well for the likes of the Thieves. Limit the frequency of your fast A attacks on both KJHaly, winning only 30% of fast A breakoffs with a .77 KD. And take the Tuscan hardpoint. Thieves 3-game losing streak. FaZe won 9 of the last 11. Thieves again, the last series we saw out of them, they were taking 2 search and destroys. So Atlanta FaZe might have to do it in the respawn.
Now, when it comes to Atlanta FaZe right now, this team, man, they're going to be gunning wild. We saw aBeZy and Code absolutely tear it up when it came to that control, but going against LA, I wonder what version of this team we're going to get now. We've always talked about their downfall and how we want them to be consistent. Let's be positive this time around, right? Nameless, Octane and Envoy, I'm loving him on this team, and Octane has turned a new leaf to stage 3.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, it's hard to be positive with this team because they are so up and down, but the most positive takeaway I have from them is they won 2 search and destroys versus a Minnesota Røkkr team that has been stellar in that game mode all year long. What do we see them do? They made massive adjustments. We have not seen them play like that. Usually they have Envoy play on an island, the other 2 players play together, and they're a little bit more aggressive, kind of Wolfpack. Well, in this one, it was a little bit Wolfpacky, but it was in the spawn. It was passive. They're getting the first bloods onto Havok, and what happens versus FaZe when they lose search and destroy? They get picked off when aBeZy tries to play aggressive. So that sort of play style, you can find success against Atlanta FaZe. For LA Thieves, though, and FaZe in this series, the map set is fantastic. It's both their best search and destroys, both their best hardpoints, and both their best controls. So this match could be an absolute banger for the game field keys to victory. Miles, what's got to happen?
Hey, let's see them hardpoint breakups. They're going to be very, very important. I can't read it anymore, but I mean, what you're saying about like,
I have it right here. It's on the paper. There you go.
For those good maps, man, this is like a square up, right? I mean, you're going to be, oh, God bless you, production. Let's talk about that.
That first one is insane.
That's so important. 94% of their opening hills. FaZe second place. This is going to be the most electrifying first hardpoint breakups we have seen all season long. Keep riding them new look S&D, baby. 6-2 versus Røkkr on the cage. 6-1 on Thursday as well. You know you can take something off of, you know, Atlanta FaZe right now. Search and destroy, not their best mode. And keep up them elite defensive game plans on Gavutu. 19% of the points being captured first, only 19% of the times. 1 in defensive wins. Ali, that's a lot.
One thing I will say is I know that most of these stats are overall from the season, and I wonder how much of that padding from the beginning of the season when they were nasty at Gavutu is getting put into this. So the first map one, I'm a little bit on the edge on the likes of Atlanta FaZe for that, just because I feel like we haven't seen Thieves do incredibly well in that hardpoint as of recent, except for the series versus Boston Breach in the qualifiers. So a little teeter-tottery, but I definitely echo what Nameless says. These teams are going head-to-head when it comes to this map.
Yeah, they're squaring up.
All right, well, Nameless, if they're going to square up right now, who's going to deliver the knockout blow, man?
Oh, Atlanta. No hesitation. I mean,
easy.
I'm not going to bet against that team. I mean, they look so good in their first match, and this is just a team with so much talent. If aBeZy performs like that, like when he woke up in that control, 43 bomb, the plays that he was making, and also the spice that we've seen on the TL, this guy's got a chip on his shoulder. I'm expecting him to go.
I'm loving it, Ali. ATL, LA, what you got?
I think I'm going to go Atlanta. I'm going to go Atlanta FaZe, but I do think LA Thieves have a much opportunity here. I think I'll go Game 5.
I think LA actually has a good shot in this game. Miles, man, who you rocking with right now?
Well, look, I'm going to have to spice it up a little bit on the desk here right now. I mean,
what you got? What you got? Wait. Atlanta, LA?
Give me the LA.
Okay.
I just think this team has so much to prove. They started the season off so promising, and it was this very team that, you know, really brought about the downfall. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be rocking with the LA Thieves. I really think they've got so much to prove.
Woo!
Oh, you look good.
The city boot box looking nice. Well, I'm going to let you know right now, I'm rocking the other way, man. It's going to be all about Atlanta all day, every day. And I'm going to tell you right now, some players on this team, they definitely have a chip on their shoulder. And when it comes to Atlanta FaZe, you can't count them out. This team is going to be riding high and being in the winner side of the bracket, especially looking at the losing side where you have OpTic, you have Toronto and the rest of them. Atlanta, I feel like they're going to go to the finals, so I'm going to rock with them as well. But ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and get this game underway. We have the LA Thieves versus ATL FaZe. Let's go.
For the rugged. Been a little too nice to y'all. Now I gotta up price for y'all. Snake eyes on dice for y'all. Shoulders on ice for y'all. 8-6 all the hay. I won't get a ball today. Got lost in the ball and eggs. I'm flipping the bars. I'm flipping the.
Octane.
That's what we wanted. That's what I'm talking about. He don't miss.
Off record deals. Tell him talk to Colin for the quote. Off record eyes. Still want to act, not the ghost. For the record, I'm done trying to make y'all comfortable.
Let's get this show on the road.
Cellium fights 2 right off the rim. Makes it 3. Taken down 1-5-1. Last man standing. Oh! It's real early. aBeZy waiting to pounce. Where's the next? Give him the last point for him. Waiting for his demise. There it is. Look at the minimap. FaZe are in. It's the guts. It's the glory. It's the championship for FaZe.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for another game here on our main stage. And hey, we got to send another team to top 3. And these two teams, well, they're all dressed in black and red. But that's where the similarities end. On one side, we have Terrors. On the other, a turret. On one side, the guts, but no glory. And on the other, a team looking to overcome a sea of doubt. Only one of them goes on to glory in this game, though, and let's get it started. Introducing first, FaZe up, you can do it too, Atlanta FaZe! Arcitys, Simp, aBeZy, and Cellium.
The man all the way to your left, that might be a little dude, but that's the big man on campus. Cellium is here to show everybody that FaZe are the real deal. S&D problems is not a problem. Rocking a 1.21 KD, he can do it all. We're talking about one of the best players in the game and arguably the best player in the game. Bryce, ready for LA though. Bring him on out.
Thank you very much, Feli. We are certainly ready for this next team. They are the underdogs, but that doesn't mean an awful lot when we get to LAN. Please, welcome to the stage, the LA Thieves! Kenny, Octane, Drazah, on board.
And Bryce is right, it's a sea of doubt they have to overcome right now for the LA Thieves. They've got so much to prove, not only to the fans, to themselves, because again, a team with this much promise, they absolutely should be ripping their way through the competition. I have to see the LA Thieves turn up in this series. A top 3 finish, and I'm ready, baby, let's get it!
I'm ready, man, let's get it started, Bryce.
Thank you very much. The game awaits, the winners' championship awaits, of course, as well. So let's hand it over to our casters, Lando and Study.
Thank you so much, Bryce. Yes, this is going to be an incredible, incredible game, Jay. A rematch from that Major 1 tournament where LAT was up 2-0. Ever since then, right, they go into Major 2. I mean, they go into an abyss, right?
Yeah.
It's not a good situation. On the other side for Atlanta FaZe, at their most vulnerable, possibly, they've got a great run right now.
I'm super excited for this series, man. Like the Death said, every single map is going to be a banger for both of these squads. Best hard points for Atlanta FaZe and LA Thieves. Best S&Ds for both squads as well. And then the biggest map that stands out is going to be that Caboose Control. A better record for LA Thieves, sitting at 7-3 compared to 8-7. But Atlanta FaZe on that map specifically have been on a 4-game win streak. So this is going to be an all-out battle. The biggest thing for me, though, LA Thieves need to bring their slaying power, because in that series that they played versus Toronto, they ended up, versus Minnesota, they lose only the first hard point, but they lose eventually they win the game 5. They clutch up in the search and destroys, but the second hard point and both hard points, they get outslayed tremendously. And versus a team like Atlanta FaZe, you cannot have that.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. Like, it's going to work versus, I don't know, like if you're going to rank a certain amount of teams, like maybe 5 and below, but versus the elite of the elite, and especially a team like the Atlanta FaZe, as you said, partner, it's not really going to work out. You've got, you've got turrets on the other side. I know we always like to talk about the human turret, but you've got some unbelievably talented players that exist on the other side of the stage. And like you said, if you're going negative versus run-of-the-mill hardpoint teams, facing off against Atlanta is not going to be a pretty picture. But as you said, the Vetoes are a very, very interesting one for this series across the board. Great maps. The one thing that I've seen from the reactions on Twitter, a lot of people, especially Jay, really like all 5 for LAT, all things considered.
I really do, because if you take a look at both the search and destroys, these are both the S&Ds that they were able to take down Minnesota on in a 6-2 fashion and in a 6-1 all the way in that game 5. So obviously they have a lot of confidence there. Their S&D has just turned it around so far in this stage. If they can clutch up in that search and destroy and keep it competitive in these respawns, because like I said, they have their best hard point, their best control. It just all comes down to the slaying. If they can keep up with the level of slaying on the side of Atlanta.
Without a question, partner, Toronto, are you ready for this game? I think they're ready. I don't know. Maybe we'll see as the Gavutu will commit. But as we said, game 1, a very intense one. More specifically, Jay, literally the opening break, the opening team fight defines a lot of success when it comes down to both these rosters. 94% win. As you can see it right there. You can see it right there on your screen, Thieves. They win this, they're looking great. FaZe, the exact same thing. As we head in toward P1, we will watch how the brawl begins to ensue, and right now, it is LAT on top in that category, Jay.
LA Thieves find 3 early kills, so they're gonna start off with this initial time at P1. All of Atlanta FaZe trying to attack this from this P4 beach side. They find that opening kill, but still great crossfires set up from LA Thieves. They come out on top in the engagements. Octane the only one here, but with 25 seconds left, now you're gonna force Atlanta FaZe off the rotation.
And it just feels like, Jay, the one piece, I know we talked about a lot of guys for the LA Thieves, but more specifically, one guy who was absolutely beaming in hardpoints, those Major 3 qualifiers, was Octane, the #1 hardpoint KD in the entirety of the CDL. It feels like he absolutely could be one of those pieces, and honestly, maybe the difference maker in this opening hardpoint one that, as we talk about constantly with Thieves, they have to take.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking at Octane to step up, because on the opposite side for Atlanta FaZe, Cellium on this map is a 1.38. Octane is at a 1.07, but with early control from LA Thieves, they are going to get slayed off the rotation. Atlanta FaZe are able to find 3 kills. Last player here is going to be Octane. He gets taken down, and Atlanta FaZe with a successful break.
A successful break, and also a decent opportunity to maybe flip the spawn. You saw aBeZy going for previously. Meanwhile, it is Simp doing some damage toward the bottom side of the boat. Some assistance is finally going to be granted, so Atlanta do come to a halt on the top side of the map. It really doesn't matter. They've now taken the lead.
And you can just see the trust from Atlanta FaZe when it comes to hardpoint. Cellium the entire time on this P2 was just trying to control that P1 area for the easy rotation towards that P3. But Atlanta FaZe still holding it down. If you're LA Thieves, you need to make sure that you're slaying out on this side of the map. You need to control this back spawn going into that P3.
And that P3 is about to come up, so right now LAT, with those preferred spawns, trying to remain somewhat stationary, try to pick apart a few of the Atlanta FaZe players off of spawn. That would be great when it comes down to our next hill. Envoy locks down the seconds, and Octane sits just in front of him. It's a great setup right now for LAT. We'll see if that will remain. A few players begin to poke their way through. A nice shot comes through from Cell. He and Arcitys combine for 2, but Drazah's there to knock them all down.
Massive 2-piece coming in from Drazah to relieve some of that pressure from Atlanta FaZe from this P1 area. LA Thieves are able to take the lead. But still, aBeZy and Simp attacking this from the front. aBeZy and Arcitys combined for the last player on point. Kenny's going to be the player towards first cut. And with 25 seconds left, Atlanta FaZe are being so aggressive because they know they control the spawns. And as we get towards the P4 and that P5, that is where Atlanta usually see a lot of success.
And we'll see exactly how the strategy looks as well, Jay, because as we talked about with Atlanta FaZe, in this next hard point, they like to almost give the enemy team the preferred spawn, if you will, air quotes there. They like to put them basically in the back of the map for a trap. We'll see if that same thing happens or if LAT have in fact done their homework versus FaZe. As we prepare for P4, it is aBeZy really in the line of sight early. Arcitys is ultimately there to cut both of them down. Now sits on the 5 spree. Great work already from Atlanta. As we said, a great contest at the last hill and have soaked up the early 20 seconds as well.
They're still getting some spawns as well towards this lower cliff side. A lot of pressure from LA Thieves coming through the middle of the map, able to take down Arcitys off of that spree. But Atlanta FaZe, this has been a flawless hold. 30 seconds remaining on this point. LA Thieves cannot give up all this time, but you cannot force yourself to get trapped in towards the back. So they're just gonna decide to give that up. We'll all stack over towards this ship side. Kenny's gonna go for the challenge, he wins it. Now they're gonna basically try to set up Atlanta FaZe in the trap. Try to build layers on this defense so they can try to get some uncontested time at this P5, because Atlanta FaZe with a full 60 hold have blown this game wide open.
Yeah, LAT is like, all right, you guys got the spawn, cool. We're just gonna make you work for every single inch to get out of it, make you work to get past that 50-yard line. A good sign for LAT fans is that Kenny was beaming for a moment, goes down off of that 4 spree. As we said, one of the many talented ARs on this Thieves roster. The reason why they saw so much dominance on Gavutu to start the season was because of that very reason. Well, to P5 we go. LAT are here, but Atlanta FaZe are knocking on the door. Let's step aside and go to a listening with FaZe.
I need it back green. We can back green, guys. Top green too. How many guys? I'll get that kill.
I'm green, one for me. Go sometime. He's in the wall, guys. They're taking out. Someone rotate. Someone rotate. Go for it. Yeah, 50 seconds.
Top green, he's seeing me rotate. He's already on two. Drazah already on two. Drazah already on two. You think.
Kill me, you tank.
Drazah their side, ring out.
That's right. Talking to me. Yo, take your time with the spring. There's three new.
Yeah,
it's a Dylan right.
Well, as the first set of rotations come to a close, it is a great start for Atlanta FaZe. The comms seem fiery. Let's see how the other side sounds. A listening now with LAT.
Outer.
That's it. Nice. We got the 3 rocks. What's left? I'll get. Right here. I'm here, man. I got nailed down.
MC's on 4. I'm waiting for you guys.
I need it.
I'm waiting for you guys.
I'm look over here.
There's Cycris a little weak.
Right here.
There's Cycris absolute. No. He's inner side, 2 inner side.
And one side.
Inner. Nate, over here. 25 seconds, guys.
Hit one, sip on over, bro. Here, Arcitys top.
Now Arcitys top. 2.
I got one. Let's top 3 new guys.
Top 3. Alec is old.
Nate, no.
And the communication for LAT is amazing on both sides for both squads. But right there, you can just hear a little bit of frustration. Atlanta FaZe with a great hold on that P1. It's not going to force LA off the rotation towards P2. They need to try to slow down this bleeding, because every single hill so far, Atlanta FaZe are just chipping away, getting the remaining 20-25 seconds, and just getting closer to that 250 mark.
You see Atlanta FaZe continuing to do the exact same strategy. With the last set of rotations, aBeZy goes for the exact same flank, trying to flip those spawns for next, and they will do exactly that. So a great strategy call there for FaZe. The time of boat is great, but they built themselves up such a solid advantage that they can afford to make plays like that. And on top of it, a nice little 4 down. Thieves do get the advantage with the spawns ultimately. But the way that FaZe is playing right now, Jay, just gets back to that slaying conversation we had prior to this with the Thieves.
Yeah, they're not messing around right now. Atlanta FaZe are making a statement in this game number 1. They're currently up by 90 points with only 20 seconds remaining on P2. You see a huge gunfight gonna go down across the map. Cellium does win one onto Kenny, but Drazah wins that one-on-one versus Arcitys to control the spawns. Now, this needs to be where the Thieves get a great hold here, because Atlanta FaZe, they were able to break it from the front side. Huge gunfight coming in from the back, and Simp wins it. So potentially, LA Thieves have the hold from both angles.
Rush from the backside of the spawns. LAT with a lot of presence at the beach and over at P1. Arcitys is going to get found out. The instant reaction is now going to be turn those arrows, but right when Drazah does, he gets beamed up and nearly cleaned up there from Simp. Tiny pairs, great coordination. MP40 not necessary. The automaton is out and in full force. A dominant dominant hard point so far for FaZe. Already up by over 100 seconds, and they just continue to make LAT work. Whether or not they've got the spawns, it does not matter. FaZe continue to break time and time again. Contested for a moment, but Simp has got the cover fire. Pistol is out, LAT contest, but it's not ultimately gonna make all that much of a difference today. This is gonna have to be a perfect hold at new for LAT just to stay alive.
Yeah, if I'm LADs, the way that this map works, it's gonna be very difficult for them to try to get back into this one, but it's never done until it's done. The way that they need to get back into it has to be a great hold off of that P4 and a chain to P5, and with Drazah shooting like that, the guns are starting to get a little bit more warmed up on the side of the Thieves. Currently on a 3 spree, gonna go for the challenge onto Simp as well, finds all 4. And now you see the spawns for Atlanta FaZe all the way across the map. It's gonna be at least another 10 seconds before they can contest.
Oh, Kenny, it looked like he had that fight. Looked like he had that one dead to rights. Unfortunately, he drops, and now that opens up a lane. Once more, aBeZy flank after flank after flank. Hops inside of the hard point. Envoy, with a sense of realization, quickly drops. FaZe have got the spawns, and now they've only got a few more points before this one is done and dusted. LAT with the contest, but the fights will favor FaZe, and that is game 1 in the books. A dominant one for Atlanta.
And Atlanta FaZe on this map specifically are like number 6 in overall break percentage. LAT are number 1, but every single time Atlanta FaZe did not have the spawns, they were always doing the routes. aBeZy, massive map from him, even though he's the only one on his squad that goes negative. He was the route man that was getting paid that map number 1. Flips the spawns for his team, sets up these pinches, and just executes their breaks. That was the biggest thing. Every time they had a player win that huge one-on-one towards the back, everyone from the front was winning their engagements, and they were just able to flip out the spawn every single time. The Thieves didn't have an answer. I said they needed to come with their slaying, but no one on that squad goes positive in that map number 1. Now this becomes a difficult series for them, because obviously for LAT, we know that they've been struggling in Search and Destroy. Throughout this stage, they are starting to step it up. Yesterday's win versus Minnesota was massive by finding those 2 S&D wins. So this is where they need to try to even up the series, because that has been a struggle for Atlanta.
Yeah, and the same thing too. I mean, when we talk about LA Thieves, you also see in that ending scorecard, I think it was 11 and 22 overall for Envoy. So a slow start for him. I know ultimately, and most recently for the Thieves, he has been great in those search destroys, so they will have to have him have that quick turnaround. But I think you broke it down perfectly, man. And speaking of breaks, that really was a strategy for Atlanta. How many times did LAT ultimately make the right play, have those spawns, but it just did not matter? Kind of a typical FaZe hardpoint. Even go back to like MW era, where we're talking about, hey, you know, FaZe don't have to make the rotation, it's fine. Not only did they rotate, but even when they didn't, they were still dominating.
That's the thing that's very frustrating about this Atlanta squad, like you said, man. If you're LA Thieves, you're giving up the remaining 20 seconds on a majority of these hardpoints. You're probably going to set up for the next hill, but Atlanta FaZe just have way too much firepower on their side. They start off with that initial kill, and then everything after that just becomes a trade. Atlanta FaZe make a statement in that map number 1. Now, going into this Bocage Search and Destroy, we did see LAT take down Minnesota in a 6-2 fashion. The way that they did it was just slowing down on their attacking rounds, playing for that first blood, and then playing with the information that they get, rotating bombs back and forth. I think that's how we're going to see both of these S&Ds if we do go all the way to the game 5, because like I said, Atlanta FaZe, this is a game mode that they need to be working on.
Yeah, and normally, right, we would be heading into this game 2 Search and Destroy. It felt like maybe months ago, talking about how, okay, well, Atlanta FaZe, this is not going to be a good situation. Like, thankfully, they won the first hard point because Search Destroy is by no means guaranteed. Not at all the case most recently, man. Their Search Destroy throughout those major 3 qualifiers was immaculate. You can tell that the team has been working on this very game mode. But let's go and take a look at our Search Destroy top performers right now for either side, Cellium and Envoy.
Cellium is obviously a man on a mission in this game so far. One of the MVP candidates, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So far on the season, 1.21 KD, and on the opposite side, Envoy, the playmaker for LAT. You see, when he goes off for Search and Destroy, that's usually when they find a lot of success. In that series, on this map specifically, he goes 9-5 versus Minnesota, multiple first bloods, multiple just putting himself in annoying positions towards Little Shack, getting out with his life. He was playing so damn well, and he's gonna have to step it up after that map number 1. 11 and 21 there. Search and Destroy is where they need this bounce back.
Yeah, and I forget the exact numbers that Envoy had. I'll get those in here in just a little while. But at Search and Destroy, I mean, in both of those maps that they had, right, versus Minnesota, he was great in both of those. I think he goes like for 18 kills combined throughout those 2 search destroys. And the one thing that you talked to me a lot when we kind of concluded that series and really throughout the map was how great that the LAT side was at punishing the aggression from Minnesota.
That was the biggest thing, man, is that when you're aggressive on Minnesota, LAT, they were doing a great job of just spreading the map, and you can just see it right there. Beautiful mama in the crowd, Mama Envoy here to support her son. There's nothing better than that, let me tell you, man. I swear, I wish my parents were able to watch me play back in the day.
I think she told us as we as we headed over here to the caster desk, he was talking about how he doesn't actually know that they're there right now. So maybe, I don't know, maybe you can just feel the vibes. Maybe the parents can infuse some great search destroy prowess, as we know is absolutely typical when it comes down to this guy, as we talked about, man. I mean, just a search destroy phenom, known for the route taking, known for the aggressive routes, and as you said, man, whenever he is going off, it is just a it's just a massive lifeline for the LATN. You got some great players obviously on this team, but as we talked about in this very game mode versus Minnesota, he was dominant. Can he be that same force today? And as we said, can LAT really end that aggression that Atlanta FaZe will look to try and put on display here?
Yeah, if you're Atlanta FaZe on this map, you really do struggle with fast A pushes. About 30% win rate attacking towards that A bomb. So I think for both of these squads, it's all about playing for that neutral setup, playing for that first pick, and also getting the information that you can. But I think for Envoy, 1.1 overall in S&D, the player that he needs to shut down on this map has to be Simp. He's at a 1.35 on Bocage S&D. But here we go. It's going to be LADs on the attacking to start.
On the attack to start are the Thieves in much need of a search destroy victory, as we said, dominant versus Minnesota. In fact, it was 12-3 in round count in both of those search destroys combined, and one of them was on Bocage, the current fiend on this very map for FaZe. Eventually does hit the deck, but he does at least take Drazah down with him. Current 3v3 now.
Down to 3v3. Kenny is going to be the bomb carrier for LA. As a challenge comes in from aBeZy to get super aggressive through lower tanks. Now Atlanta FaZe in the 3v2. Bomb is looking like it's going to commit towards B, but Arcitys does a great job getting the information and getting out with his life. Trying to force his teammates to at least help him in this situation.
And what did LAT do? The very first round versus Minnesota Bocage, they did the exact same play. They made that first round hit over at that B site. However, Arcitys' patience pays off. Now all up to Octane in the 1v2. It could be up to Arcitys, and it will be. Stays alive and ultimately takes down the final 2.
Good early work from Atlanta FaZe right there, especially Arcitys. Once he gets that information that both players are attacking through lower water side, gets up with his life, repositions himself. Even though Kenny does find that kill to force it to a 2v2, holds down that position on that tank, eventually takes him down, and then in the 2v1, they trap Octane towards that back tank area as well. Arcitys goes massive in that first round for Atlanta FaZe to go up 1-0.
Now be Atlanta's turn. Here on their opening attack. As we said for the Thieves, it was an early B hit, or at least an attempt at it. FaZe, however, going with a more standard push off the rip. Drazah was a bit of information toward top grannies. Ultimately just sees some stuns and nades tossed out, but that A site, it feels like it's about to be broken open here in just a matter of moments. But here comes 2, aBeZy for 1, aBeZy not just for 1, but for 2. A quick little double kill there for the man of the hour, as Cellium up close and personal shuts down Kenny Envoy. A 1v3, 40 seconds to work with now. Cellium and aBeZy to face off against.
A lot of time to work with your Envoy. That's about the player in Cellium, but Cellium with some great shots. 2 for aBeZy, 2 for Cellium to close out that round. And that's what's scary about the Tiny Terrorists. It's like super aggressive in towards bottom tools. Even though they find that first pick onto Simp, aBeZy just flies in and finds the other 2. So far, that guy's playing with some anger today. Atlanta FaZe up 2-0.
Without question, man. And when you talk about I mean, when it comes to both these SMGs, I mean, on Bocage Search and Destroy, Simp has like a 1.2, 1.3.
1.3.
aBeZy's a 0.8. So it's nice to see the variation. I feel like aBeZy's like, hey, you wanna run in for me? Maybe, possibly, I don't know. Clearly it works out. aBeZy for that 2 now puts him on a 3 streak. So far throughout this Bocage, LAT back on the attack, and Arcitys somehow again stays alive, finds that first blood, and makes life that much more difficult now for the Thieves. aBeZy continues to rain in shots, but everybody is doing the work. Octane Best of luck, my friend.
Atlanta FaZe are not playing no games today. 4 up, 4 down on the round. It's such a clean setup right there. Arcitys knows someone's going to commit towards this fast A plant, peeks the window, takes him down, and already finds that first blood like 15 seconds into the round. Atlanta FaZe definitely putting in work in their search and destroy, and it's showing so far.
It is, man. And what? I mean, 2 out of the 3 rounds. It's a play where Arcitys ends up staying alive and ultimately makes a kill that just breaks everything open for LAT. It's always involved with the bomb carrier. We'll see if Thieves next time around on their attack can make some adjustments, but they got to get around to the board, man. They're already down 1-0, 3 up right now for Atlanta FaZe. aBeZy wanting to show that aggression even more, does eventually get cut down, his first death of the game. And thankfully for Thieves, it's not just 1, but it's 2 picks there.
So now to 4v2. Arcitys does spot Octane. And also Cellium's position is going to get given up, but he wins a huge one-on-one versus Kenny, so now to 3v2. If Arcitys can take this gunfight, that'll be massive. But Drazah with the trade. Now Cellium in the 1v2. He is on a 4 spree. Might just want to take his time with this one.
Cellium always crafty with the strategies. Is he gonna spot Envoy? It looks like he does. He's gonna spot Envoy, drops him, now brings it to a 1v1. Cell versus Drazah at a round that Thieves don't just need, but almost have to have. Not just in this map, but in the series in its entirety. 25 seconds still to work with as Cellium roams. Drazah still hides. 15 on the clock now. Cellium has to make a move. Bomb's gonna be picked up. Drazah's gonna have a bit of information to work with. MC, he's gonna lay down the bomb. He's gonna lay down the bomb, and Drazah, can he catch him, Jay?
He's going to be able to get this bomb down and also get up with his life.
Oh.
I don't know if Drazah's going to be able to spot him. Cellium sneaks his way into tunnel. Cellium goes big. Cellium in the 1v1. Uses the game clock all the way down to the very end. Plants that bomb at B, gets away with his life. And then with the auto in hand, able to come out on top in the gunfight. 2v4 clutch from Atlanta FaZe right there. Cellium also picks up another 2-piece. So now he's on a 6 spree, 1 away from a Glock.
I mean, that has got to hurt
That's
immensely.
A stinger.
If you are the LA Thieves. I mean, it just felt like, okay, cool. They're finally gonna get around to the board. Finally, everything slows down for a moment. And just instantly like that, Cellium's still alive, and a round is never guaranteed. And Simp again with the first blood. Drazah having an off game, dies, and that opening engagement once more. Envoy at least able to get something going, but he's about to get double challenged and dropped. Simp with the first 2. And there goes Octane. Kenny, best of luck, and it is clean S&D right now out of Atlanta. 5 up and 5 down.
I've been hearing a lot of things about Atlanta FaZe when it comes to their practice recently for the last 2 weeks. And they have just been turning it up to a whole different level, and you can see it here in this search and destroy. 5 flawless rounds so far. 1 away from completing the 6-0 and putting themselves up 2-0 in this series. They're just taking it to them, man. Super aggressive on the defensive round, finding that first blood, playing the trades. Everything right now is just clicking for Atlanta.
And this just feels like Atlanta FaZe from Cold War. I mean, just unbelievably talented at hardpoint, but extremely lethal in search and destroy. Up 5 rounds to 0. And thankfully, if you're Thieves, like, cool, we got a pick, but instantly traded right there from Simp. Bomb gonna be on his back as FaZe look to initiate, look to get something going, and close this one out in 6.
Right now, LA trying to only spot a couple of these players from Atlanta FaZe where they could potentially be, but aBeZy works his way into top grandmas. Kenny does find one with aBeZy with the trade. aBeZy with 2. Now in the 1v2, all left up to Octane. He's gonna get spotted in the tiny terrace. Close out the final S&D round. Flawless. Search and destroy from start to finish. Atlanta FaZe needed to work on the mode, and let me tell you, they're gonna play like that. They don't really need to change anything about it. Up 2-0 in the series in dominant fashion.
As we said, a lot of talk out there about the search and destroys, but I'll tell you what, my friend, that is magnificent. A hot 6-0
versus the Thieves. As we said, we would go into a search and destroy weeks ago, maybe a month or two ago, and talk about how, okay, this could be the weakness. Not looking like that right now. Just across the board, an excellent performance. You see the first bloods as well. Incredible stuff there from the Atlanta FaZe front. And Jade, like I said, this just feels instantly like me to Cold War. Like this is the 1-2 punch that we have known for this Atlanta FaZe roster. Everybody is striking, and I don't know, man. It's just tough if you're LAT. There's no other way to put it.
Well, all throughout stage 3, it's either they're getting 3-0s or they're getting 3-0. And unfortunately, in this standard, they lose by that first map by like 120 points. They get flawless 6-0'd in the search and destroy. Have to have a big team conversation after that, because so far nothing is working for them. They're still in this series. They have their best control map coming up after this. Best defense as well on that. It's going to be a tough one to swallow, man. You need to start slaying versus Atlanta FaZe.
Yeah, you got to. Somebody's got to turn up. Someone has got to hit the switch right now for the LA Thieves, or they could be saying hello to a quick little visit into that elimination bracket. A great beginning for FaZe, but can they get it done? And a 3-0 sweep. Folks, when we come back after the break, we are headed to some Gavoot 2 control. Strap in.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can. Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Toronto Major. It is a good old CDL Saturday, and we have got some amazing fans here at the venue, excited for what they've been seeing because, Jay, it has been a Smack Fest. Oh my goodness, Atlanta FaZe just off to the races. A quick little 2-0. But now it is time to take a look at our Scump play of the game. The best play throughout that search and destroy was out of good old MC, man. A 2v4, a 1v2, they had it all.
Yeah, this is the 2v4. Cellium does find the first. Arcitys eventually with the second. And the 1v2, he reads the positioning of Envoy, wastes the game clock all the way down to the very end. You can see by the time he gets to this bomb to plant it, there's about 7 seconds left. He gets this down and then gets out with his life, repositions himself in towards bottom tunnel, and then wins a huge one-on-one versus Drazah. That's a momentum round right there. When you lose a 4v2, if you're LA Thieves, you just lost 3 straight rounds. Now to put yourself down 4-0 in a 4v2 situation, you cannot allow that to happen. And you see the stats on GvU2 control. Everything for LA Thieves is basically number one. Number one on the defensive side. First caps all percentage is at 19% first overall. Average ticks first. Record second. Offensive win percentage fourth. This is a great map statistically wise for the LA Thieves, but the way that Atlanta FaZe are playing right now, man, this has been, like you said, a smoke show so far.
This has been a quick one. I'll be honest, we came into this being like, all right, all 5 maps, great. Honestly, for LAT, looked pretty good. Everybody on the Bluebird was like, okay, this could be a great moment for the LA Thieves. So far, not at all the case, but as we know, sometimes when it comes to GvU2, it can be like a 20-minute map sometimes. So you get the opportunity to slow the pace down, and as we've said, GvU2 just in general, whether it's hardpoint or especially control, has been a home to this dominant 3 AR lineup out of the Thieves squad. Jay, I'm just gonna ask you right now, do you think it's done here?
You see the stat right there?
Okay, it might be done here.
1.93.
Yeah, it's gotta be done here. That guy is playing out of his mind today. Atlanta FaZe on this map. You saw the LA Thieves on this map when it comes to record are second overall, sitting at 7-3. Atlanta FaZe 8-7. Before Atlanta, this was one of their worst control maps. They have been in a 4 winning spree throughout stage 3, and look at the shot from Cellium to find that first blood onto Octane.
Oh my goodness. MC just coming out hot. He wants to make it a full 2 KD. It could be possible, friends. LA Thieves, by the way, this is the first time in, I think, 7 series that they have played a GvU2 control. They've been only playing Berlin most recently in their last 6 games. So it's been some time since the dominant GvU2 boys are back on their very map and mode. But Atlanta FaZe starting things off well on this defensive side. 30 seconds are through and really nothing to be said right now from the Thieves. aBeZy getting all kinds of aggressive toward the top side of the boat. Drazah and Kenny combined for 2, and there we have it. A better presence at that A zone now.
The Thieves have full control at ship. Do they read this player in Cellium? Working his way all the way deep through their spawn. Great shots from Drazah, not able to take down Simp, but Kenny with the trade. First tick progression is going to be complete. So now if you're Cellium, you're going to potentially just play for this guy off spawn. He's going to find him, but Drazah with some great shots. He's going to relieve that pressure in their base. Now they can continuously cap this 8 point. Second segment is going to be done. Basically going to force now Atlanta FaZe to give this one up.
And that's such a frustrating fight loss if you're Cellium. He started off 1-0. The opening pick and then just made a full-on route throughout the beach. Goes for the challenge, instantly dies. The lack of his presence and really the rest of Atlanta FaZe and getting toward the boat allows for Thieves to grab that A zone. Well, it wasn't the greatest of starts. They quickly turned the tide, and now Octane sitting toward the top of P1. This is where he can start to go to work. Drazah and Octane combined for 2, and now it's going to free things open. Your AR sent forward, and now they'll look over at the cuts. Drazah falls, but Kenny is still here. A strong front still from the Thieves. The battered and bruised Atlanta FaZe hold for now. Minute on the clock.
Big 2 kills coming in from Arcitys to relieve some of that pressure. As aBeZy and Cellium find the other 2, now they can play for that map control. aBeZy's going to be super aggressive in towards P1. We're going to force all of LA Thieves to try to overextend through that ship side. With a minute left, 16-16 in lives remaining. You just have to try to find an opening if you're LA. Atlanta FaZe are doing a great job of just trading every single kill. Kenny, the huge one-on-one versus Arcitys. Kenny actually on this map as well is at a 1.2. So far, he's slaying.
Yes, indeed. As we talk about the SMG woes, when he's got that AR in his hands, he is feeling really
really fine. LAT, a solid spread right now toward top green. Envoy does get wiped away, so this is all going to be in one part of the map. Atlanta FaZe trying to handle it, trying to deal some business. A great little slide in kill there from Simp. It's going to make the job that much more difficult now for the Thieves. Press back. And Simp not going to lose that one either. LAT, while they did get that opener, it never has happened since.
And Drazah unfortunately loses that gunfight. He was the only player in the position on the LA Thieves side to touch that point. But Atlanta FaZe hold strong on defense, secure round number 1.
Solid start for Atlanta FaZe. I mean, as we said, it's what you kind of expect for the most part when it comes down to defense, but this will be LAT's opportunity. As we said, the #1 defensive team in GVU2 control. Is it over 90%?
94% exactly.
Oh, just to be specific, 94%.
Pretty good.
We'll put that to the test. We will put that to the test. Like I said, if you're LAT though, you are somewhat happy you got those 3 ticks. We'll see if Atlanta FaZe can do it that much better. As they will fly forward into the boat. Nades tossed out just to provide a little bit of extra help, and it's Drazah who strikes for the first blood.
Drazah with the first, with Simp and Arcitys combined for 3. Now that's gonna allow Atlanta FaZe to get on that point. Simp is not missing right now. Automaton, MP40, does not matter. He's on a mission to at least hold down this green position for his team. Gonna potentially set up this pitch, but he gets found out. Octane with some great shots. They are gonna complete that second segment over towards B, but a massive kill for them to relieve that pressure at that B point. Don't complete the tick there as well.
I like the heads-up play from Drazah. Just play in your base. You know where they're going to be coming from. Just nail these guys off the spot, but it's going to be up to his teammates to find those kills to ultimately set him up. It's one thing affecting the other. It's a great close-range shot from aBeZy. He will manage to stay alive for the time. Drazah still waiting for the chance to strike.
And that's a massive 2-piece from Envoy. I thought Simp was in a great position because Drazah was so far pushed out towards B. She accidentally leaves Simp to slip on by, but Envoy with that 2-piece now could potentially put Atlanta FaZe in this trap in their base. They just have to win a couple of these gunfights. But look at the player that slips through. Arcitys is already in the back of Red Tower. Should be able to find this kill off Swan and potentially get on this point. He just needs his teammates to win these gunfights at P1.
Needs the teammates to win them, but it's LAT who ultimately does. Arcitys gets wiped away, and just like that, a 4-man wipe out of this Thieves defense, and they're quickly applying some pressure toward that base, trying to put him and lock him into that spawn trap, put him in a good old full Nelson as Kenny, now on 4 in a row, does eventually get dropped, but Drazah instantly on reply. There to pepper him up with the automaton. Atlanta FaZe does eventually advance through, so it looked like a great opportunity for LAT. Atlanta FaZe break on in, and just like that, they are back at P1.
They find an initial opening 2-piece, a big one-on-one. Envoy is able to come out on top. Such a massive gunfight for LA Thieves because you cannot afford to go 3 down in this situation. As Atlanta FaZe with 40 seconds left are going to try to attack this from the front. There is going to be 2 down though. Only 1 player in this position is going to be Octane. Has to try to go big. He gets taken down. Now all his teammates off spawn. Has to try to hold down this cut. Last push for Atlanta FaZe.
Last play is in, 12v12, like you said, all live square, but ultimately the time is going to be the one that matters the most. Great little pick from Cell, and Simp is applying pressure on the flank. Great opportunity for him as he combines 4 in a row, eventually drops, but 25 on the clock.
It's going.
FaZe stacked a point. Somebody from Thieves is going to have to be here. Kenny for 1, not going to matter. FaZe get that B zone capture and continue to roll 2-0. On GVU2.
And now this becomes so difficult if you're LAT. 94% on the defensive side. You lose that now. Down 2-0 in the series, down 2-0 in the control. They have to try to find some success on offense. Just the way that Atlanta FaZe are playing right now, they are not messing around. Simp is already 18-11. Absolutely dominating in this lane department. LA Thieves need to find something. They need to put pressure on towards A. Envoy with a big one-on-one should be able to stop that clock by hopping on this A point.
And as we said, man, I mean, this just looks like Cold War Atlanta FaZe. They just go into a hard point, dominant. They roll into the search, destroy, 6-0. And then they come into the control versus statistically the best team on Gavutsu Control, and they're knocking them down. They win their opening attack. They win the defense. As we said, the path is there for Atlanta. They came into today, Jay, knowing, they know that this is their great opportunity to walk away with a major title. And it feels like the momentum is behind them, but can LAT get something going? Down 2-0 in the series, down 2-0 in the control. And a nice victory there for Envoy should solidify that A zone. Job done for the first.
Good work from Envoy, turning his game around on a 4-3 currently. He's gonna win some great shots onto Arcitys to take that one. So right now, LA Thieves, they have full control of P1. You have one player who's committing on the flank. Drazah has a huge one-on-one in the back. He's able to win it versus Cellium. He can try to get out with his life. That's gonna be the best play, but eventually does get taken down. Now you have to read this pinch coming in from Simp fast towards this P1 area.
Fast toward this area, Envoy eventually does fall in the streak. Ends it at 5 as Arcitys and the boys from FaZe just quickly pile on through. Such a scary defensive front as Arcitys does hit the deck. It is quick aggression on the other side of the map for aBeZy. Advances forward toward the boat. Also dropped, but again, if you're Atlanta, you can just afford to make decisions like this. Continue to pepper up Thieves and don't allow for them to have that full 4-man lineup as they advance closer and closer toward that objective. I think our feed is frozen, Jay. I'm not exactly sure what happened.
I don't know. He's preaiming for a really long time.
All right. Okay. We're being told the lobby has frozen. It's not just us. It's also in the game as well. So we apologize for that. And we'll get an update. But I don't know exactly what's going on, Jay. I don't know. I just saw Simp pre-aiming, and I expected him to get a kill, and I was waiting, and I was waiting, and I was waiting. It never happened.
Well,
never happened.
Touch upon the game a little bit more. The way that Atlanta FaZe so far just came out in this Gavutsu control. Obviously, in the first round, they secured their defense. But now, they go on to the following round, win an offense in a dominant fashion, get every single tick done. So now, if you're LAT, this break probably is necessary right now because Atlanta FaZe is just so damn hot. Just need to figure out something, man. Atlanta FaZe every single time, they're just always having a player that's being a nuisance in their spawn. Either overextended to that cliff side, overextended through beach side, and just basically playing spawn traps every single time. They're thinking that they're getting a majority of the kills towards that ship area, but then when you have a player on flank who's causing you problems, you're not gonna really see a lot of success. If you drop every single gunfight towards ship, now you're in a trap. It's just a lot of mind games right now that Atlanta FaZe are playing.
Yeah, that's a great call. I mean, even when we had that opening hard point, who was on the flank time and time again? It was aBeZy. Who was on the flank of the Bocage? Who has been on the flank so far throughout this control? As you said, it just feels like Atlanta FaZe have that freedom. Not only are they winning the gunfights from the front, but as we said, it just feels like they have the ability to do whatever they want right now on the map because they're winning the gunfights that they have to, and it frees up their ability to make some route type of plays. You know, you see the boys from Atlanta FaZe. I mean, hey, you know what? Unfazed, I would say right now. Just having a great time, trying to figure out the rules, see exactly how this next round is going to play out. But obviously, it could be an instant opportunity for the LA Thieves to maybe regain. I'm trying to build something here, Jay. Just seeing Drazah's face just makes me depressed.
Yeah, the LA Thieves, like I said, need something because it's not like they're going to be done today if they do drop this series.
That's
they have to go up later versus OpTic Texas.
That's fair,
and if you come off of a 3-0 loss, a devastating loss to say the least, it's going to be a tough one to bounce back from because OpTic Texas, they go flawless yesterday. 6-0 in map count. Prolute stepped up to a whole different level. The team was looking great yesterday for OpTic.
We saw a 1v5 comeback versus London. We saw Scump go for like a 1v4
I couldn't believe that either. Like Scump literally goes from 3-5 to 10-5, earns the glide bomb 5-5, wins the round for his team. Like that's insane ice in your veins.
But that's a great call though. Like it is an interesting moment for LA Thieves because even if you are going to lose this series, let's say you lose it here, you at least want to get some confidence because you play the game after this one. We've been given some information that this control will resume at a 2-0 start. So Atlanta FaZe will hold on to that advantage, of course. But I'll tell you what, man, those stats still are scary. I mean, a 1.93, it's not going to change because, of course, we're getting back into the game. But I don't know, can he make it too?
I don't know. It's like Atlanta FaZe is still playing 5v5. Like he's like 2 players right now on the map. Just way too much to handle for the LA Thieves.
Like I said, Kenny just looks like he just got hit with a pop quiz. Like he looks like he did not study for this test right now.
This is a tough one, man. Like Atlanta FaZe, at least in my mind, have not looked this strong all year long. They're coming out and dominating search and destroy.
Do we need to list off the scores so far? It was like 250 to 130 in the Bocage, or excuse me, in the Gavutu, and then we head to the Bocage. It was 6-0. Like this is going to probably rival one of the most dominant victories that we've seen. And the funniest part too, Jay, is that it feels like LA Thieves are the team who would rival it. Like, right, they 3-0 Boston Breach in like 20 minutes. If this hadn't have had a delay and we're not on land, it could possibly contest it. It could.
As we take a look at our maps and modes once again, might not reach map 4 and 5. Because LA Thieves just need something. They need some kind of spark, something to bring this team up.
I'm just gonna ask you right now, like if you are the LA Thieves, right, in this position, you're down 0-2, you're down 0-2 ultimately in the series as well. Like what is being said? Like is there even a reason to talk right now? If so, I mean, what would be the language that's necessary just to get some confidence going?
There definitely is a reason to talk because the series is never over till it's over. Down 2-0 in the series, down 2-0 in the control. Just one step at a time, one round at a time. You just have to take your time, win these gunfights, win your huge one-on-one gunfights. If you're gonna go out there and be a playmaker, you need to make sure that you're communicating with your team, not just going out solo challenging as well. Everything needs to be teamwork because Atlanta FaZe, that's what they're doing right now. They're slowly picking you guys apart by using teamwork, having one player commit towards the flank and every single player challenging from the front, setting up pinches. They need to make sure to just slow down their game and work as a team.
As we said, even if it's just a round, even if it's just around. Get some confidence going if you are going to be in that lower bracket match versus OpTic Texas, who I imagine are very, very hungry no matter who is going to be facing off against them. But I would imagine, Jay, I don't know, maybe they're more excited to face off against Thieves. I mean, at the same time, you also could be very excited to face off against Atlanta FaZe because you've yet to lose to them. It very well could be a win-win type of situation. But folks, you can walk away with some t-shirts, by the way. How about you check out the Call of Duty League store while you are there, Jay? I can imagine which shirt that you're going to be going with, the one in the middle.
Oh, yeah, the one in the middle looks familiar. You know, Metro card back in the day. Till I was 18, I had one every single year of my life. But now that I'm a grown adult, I drive a vehicle. No more trades for me.
I drive a vehicle?
But every single one of those t-shirts are absolute fire. I need some drip. Like Florida, LAG, New York, you guys got to send me that.
I do like all three of these t-shirts. I got to say, I'm really liking the Florida Mutineers.
Yeah, that's kind of sick,
cool.
man.
You got to point it out. It's looking pretty nice right now. But not only can you walk away with some t-shirts, but you could also, I guess, rock the clothes in the game as well. The team packs are available. If you have not already sported one, now is your opportunity, Jay. Typically for me, whoever wins the major, I'm sporting that team's team pack.
For me, you know where I'm going. Obviously New York. But they kind of let me down.
If there was one to rock outside of the Subliners, who's it going to be?
Oh, Atlanta FaZe. No doubt about
it.
That's fair. At that point, you're scared of me in gunfights, you know?
You just like winners, you know? You just like winners. That's all it is. You like Crim, you like New York, and, you know, et cetera, et cetera. Also, folks, hey, we're just hitting thing after thing after thing. We're getting this game ready to go here in just a moment. Also, you can enter into the CDL Major 3 giveaway. You have the opportunity to win your choice in a CDL 2022 controller. Jay, I was going to ask you again. It's not going to matter. I know you're going for the one on the left. I'm going for the one in the center. I'm sporting the CDL, baby. And I need all the help I can get. The SR is looking worse and worse as time has gone on. It's not a pretty sight for me right now, Jay and Ray. It's not.
No, yeah, it is, man. What do you mean?
I mean,
you're frying.
When I'm playing with you, I am. But then I get into solos because my SR is so high and I get destroyed.
Ah, well, that's unfortunate, pal. We got to get better.
Yeah, we definitely do, especially if we're going to be playing with Miles and Chance. We need to advance. The Catches on the Climb series is still in its infancy stages. All right, it's time to get back in this game. Atlanta FaZe, folks, are still up 2-0, not just in the series, but up 2-0 in the control. LA Thieves in desperate need of some lives. They're going to be headed to the Lions Den, it feels like, later versus OpTic Texas, unless they can get something brewing on this Gavutu. Take a look through the eyes of Envoy. He's watching his teammates begin to drop like flies. Trying to get some damage done over toward the top side of the boat now.
And just look at the pitch already coming in from Arcitys. He's going to be behind 2 players towards top ship. Also, these players coming off spawn are not going to know his position. Cuts down Drazah. Next gunfight versus Octane. He's going to challenge it, but Octane comes out on top. So now all of Atlanta FaZe, or at least looking like they're going to give this one up. Trying to at least prepare for that P1 to control. First tick is already going to be complete for LAT. They're going to get aggressive through green, but Simp, the cutoff man, finds that kill onto Kenny. Now with the second tick being done, they should be able to extend this time by a minute because Atlanta FaZe are not going to be aggressive on this.
Yeah, the spread goes wide. The spread goes wide right now for Atlanta. aBeZy on the flank does run past Kenny, so as he dives on in, two of his teammates fall, but he is on the reply just like that. A quick 2 there for aBeZy. Kenny drops, and the long-term play now is going to put LAT in the back of their spawn, Jay.
But Envoy wins a huge one-on-one to at least get some P1 control. So aBeZy, once again, flanks, finds that kill. With Kenny finding that kill onto aBeZy, they can start to be aggressive towards the P1 area. He's had to win a couple of these gunfights, but every single player from Atlanta FaZe are going to be on this side of the map. Simp and aBeZy are able to combine for 3 down. Now Envoy, the only player closest to this point, with a minute 30 to work with. You have to try to set up a route because right now, 19 to 15 in lives. Atlanta FaZe are doing it in this lane.
LAT in need of an answer. Can he try to make the route, but he doesn't spot Arcitys going toward the lower part of green. Time and time again for Thieves, it's been trying to hit a route and ultimately getting taken down. They've got too strong though, as aBeZy with the automaton does get evaporated toward the top side of P1. So there are a few kills going the way of Thieves. We'll see if that does in fact make a sizable dent. aBeZy though given the call, and he will answer. Shuts down one in Drazah. Octane still back here. Oh, it's a trade. It's a trade in the back of the map. Automaton did P40. Ultimately still favoring Atlanta.
Guys beaming. Guys absolutely beaming. Right there, LA Thieves, what they were trying to do was send 2 players from the flank, hoping that their teammates could win their gunfights from the front. But when Simp and Cellium are holding down that P1 area, it basically shuts down their push. Now with 25 seconds left, last attempt for LA Thieves to try to stop this clock. 10 to 8 in lives remaining. You do have one player in Drazah who's going to sneak his way into Red Tower. He gets taken care of, but Octane gets on that point. He just needs his teammates to watch over him.
Needs that cover fire. Here come the nades, here come the utility. Atlanta FaZe trying to weaken them as much as they can before what could be the final push of this series. Octane eventually falls. Of course, it is aBeZy to be the lead aggressor in the overall engagements. Envoy slides on in, stops the clock at 13 seconds. There goes Cellium. And okay, LA Thieves gonna have to make Atlanta FaZe work for this one. Work for what could be the final round of this game. But here comes aBeZy on the flank. Teammates pressuring in from the front, but he is the lifeline. He is the lifeline. One more kill to have, and that will be it. Some extra shots, but ultimately a 3-0 sweep in the control and in the series. Seattle Surge, here we come.
Atlanta FaZe, statement match. Come out in that map number 1, win it by 120 points. Look tremendously better in their search and destroy with a clean 6-0, 2v4s, does not matter. Now when you find yourself on a Gavutsu control, a map that they were on a 4-game win spree, now make it 5. You're going up against the best Gavutsu control team in the game, and they handled it with ease. Every single round was in dominant fashion. They secured both defenses without giving up a single tick at B. And then even on their offensive round, it was all timing. We just make sure we take control of P1, make sure we take control of first cut, we find those kills, we stack the point. And such a statement series from Atlanta FaZe. Get the clean 3-0 and are moving on to our winners finals.
Jay, that's terrifying. That is terrifying to see Atlanta FaZe going on a tear like this, and I think most notably, how great they looked in that Search Destroy.
Yeah.
I mean, we talked about it. Minnesota Røkkr, the best Search Destroy team in the game, get dominated by the LA Thieves. Thieves come in the very next day, if you will, the very next match, face off against Atlanta, and get 6-0 swept on a Bocage that they played not long ago. It's unbelievable. It is unbelievable the way that Atlanta FaZe looked in this match. I know some questions could be asked, right? Is it just LA Thieves looking slow? Ultimately, buddy, I think it's just Atlanta FaZe absolutely on a tear. And as we said coming into this series, the path is there. They know what the path is. OpTic Texas is not in your way right now in that winner's side. And they have got a great opportunity to make it 3 straight major finals.
Yeah, if you just think about Atlanta FaZe so far throughout this season, Major 1, they lose to OpTic Texas by losing a majority of those search and destroys. Yep. Major 2, they lose to LAG by losing a majority of those search and destroys. And then so far throughout this one, they are just clutching up in a majority of their S&Ds. When you have such a clean series like this, I know LA Thieves, they probably have the record series versus Boston reaching like 21 minutes.
We had a delay.
Yeah, if that delay doesn't happen, it's probably going to be broken. Atlanta FaZe, like I said, just came out here and made a statement.
That was a smack show.
Smacking.
It didn't get much better. I thought I was going to get a lot better than that, but it unfortunately did not happen. A solid victory for the Atlanta FaZe, maybe putting the entirety of the CDL on notice, but that's going to do it for us. We now send it to Bryce, who's on the main stage.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am here on the main stage with Atlanta FaZe's very own Cellium. So, we've got to talk a little bit about that game. It was a bit of a speed run. I was actually a bit late to the stage for it. Coming into today then, you guys obviously look very well practiced. What has made the difference that made that game so one-sided?
I mean, over the past few weeks, our team's been putting in a lot of hours in the game. You know, our team's been actually like just everything we do, everything we do. It's just been the critiquing, and you know, I'm just proud of the boys for the practice we've been putting in, and it's actually showing in. So I'm just proud of the boys.
Awesome, it's good to hear as well. Obviously, go into it. So we've got to talk about Atlanta FaZe this season. It's a little bit of a tough question, admittedly, but a little bit of silver surfing going on so far. What has gone on behind the scenes that the team has tried to address to just try and take it that one step further?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's just S&D. I feel like S&D's been hurting us all year, but I feel like if we get that on point, I feel like our finals will be a lot more easier for us. So I feel like S&D's the main focus right now.
Is that extra reps? You've put extra, a little bit extra coaching?
Oh yeah, for sure. Like all of us have been watching streams, have been playing aids and stuff. So it's been helping us a lot. So I'm just excited to keep going.
All right, awesome. Well, obviously you're into the winners final here. Coming up against Seattle Surge, how do you feel about that matchup moving forward? Interesting history with these two teams.
Oh yeah, for sure. No, I'm excited to play Seattle Surge. I think all year they've been like a tough matchup for us, and it's always been close games with them. So I mean, our team's gonna just focus up, prep for them, and then just get ready for it. So I'm excited.
Well, you seem to have a lot of rivals actually, Atlanta FaZe, into this one. There are some still in the tournament. Ultra of last year, OpTic obviously. Horrible question, I know. Any team you really want to play in the finals, though?
I mean, I don't really care what team we play. I mean, any team would be a good matchup, to be honest, for us. So our team just using this event as practice for the big one, obviously. So I'm excited to keep moving forward.
Awesome. All right, thank you very much for joining me on the stage here. Big warm welcome here for Cellium. We'll throw this one back to the desk, Billy. Over to you.
Close game. Atlanta FaZe squeaks by the Los Angeles Thieves. Hey, we got to call it, man. 6-0 in search and destroy, 3-0 in control.
250 to 130.
You know, LA Thieves didn't win a round at all in this series.
+5 SR.
+5.
And 3 players dropped a single kill.
Listen, my dude, that was just absolute aggression at its finest, winning every gunfight. I mean, in that first round of control, Envoy had 1 kill. That's how they got put in a pack. This was FaZe. This is the FaZe that we've been used to seeing over the last couple of years. Everyone performed in this series. On Bow Cage, they were lighting it up in search and destroy. We're seeing those team pushes. I mean, the 1v2 out of Cellium, everything you could want from a FaZe series you saw on that stage.
Right, and actually that 1v2 is going to be the Scump play of the game. Nameless, break it down for us, man. Cellium was unstoppable, 1.54 KD. He was absolutely ruining LA.
I mean, I was just kind of like laughing watching this because this guy just computes things so fast in his mind when he's in the clutch situations. Like, he's in a 1v2 here. He knows people like to set up top. He jumps over, makes no noise, gets the kill, and then at this point, he has a pistol out, 13 seconds left, and he's breaking every single door, checking every corner. That's how confident he is. He gets the bomb down, and he knows that a player is going to be probably trailing him, so he looks in front of him in tunnel for a second, turns around, catches the timing. He is just so aware in those situations. They never had a chance.
He made all that noise with no dead silence either. So he literally just ran out, smashed every wall down, did that play with boots in the mud, everything. Insane.
Envoy had no control in that 1v1, right? But also, Ali, Cellium ends the series with a 1.54 KD. aBeZy had a 2.0 KD in that final round of control. These boys been practicing. They looking strong.
I mean, what do you even say about a series like this, right? I mean, it was Atlanta FaZe the entire way. I just remember being in the green room, everybody watching the S&D. I stepped out for a second. I was like, oh, I wonder how Challengers is doing. I hear all of you start yelling. I walk back in, faces up 5-0. Cellium clutches a 1v2. We head into the control. They win an offense. Like, it was in the control of Atlanta FaZe this entire series. And like Nameless said, this is the Atlanta FaZe that we've been waiting to see. And now, possibly going to see it for the rest of the day.
These guys are the Grim Reapers. Miles, LA got a first-hand taste at how good ATL are, and now they're going to go down to the loser side of the bracket. Let's bring it up. I'm going to hear your thoughts.
I mean, look, this is going to be
a tough draw.
A tough one.
FaZe and OpTic?
You had a bad series. You bounce right down into elimination round 3. You're going to play OpTic Texas, and you bet OpTic were watching that match, licking their chops, salivating at the idea of like, we're going to play these guys now. I'm down. This is a massive test though for LA Thieves. We saw them on the stage there. They looked like they were going through it, which they were. It's the mental game now for the LA Thieves. How the hell do you bounce back after an absolute?
Well, I mean, 94%.
OpTic.
I mean, you just got to win the opening hill. It's 94% of the time you win the map, you win opening hills. Come out and do that. I mean, LA Thieves, like, they're just so inconsistent, right? So
it's insane.
Yeah, and they have about probably an hour and a half, 2 hours until they play OpTic Texas. So that's going to be a massive turnaround if they come out hot in that one.
You're right, Miles. Coming up next, we're going to have Toronto Ultra versus Florida Mutineers. A really good game, right? What are your thoughts
I think this is going to be a really important game for both teams. I mean, look, let's face it. Home crowd, you want to see your boys go the way, right? This is a big win for Ultra. For the Mutineers, though, I mean, this is the best they've looked all season long. Like, really. I would be hesitant to say this is going to be a blowout. They had a bit of an up-and-down series against Seattle Surge, obviously. We separated the C-men from the boys. But I honestly believe that this is going to be an absolute banger. Ultra look good. Mutineers, though, they've got so much to prove. They don't want to go home now. They've gone so far. But home crowd advantage, Ultra, it's going to be special.
By the way, with that win right there, the Atlanta FaZe just clinched their ticket to champs.
Oh, really? So they're, I mean, we all knew they were going to be at champs regardless.
They weren't going to miss it.
It's official now. We knew these guys were going to be there. And you can see, he said this event is practice for champs. So that just kind of shows you where the mindset is of the Atlanta FaZe squad.
Right now, looking at LA right now, I'm going to the loose side of the bracket, going against OpTic Texas. I mean, mental's got to be chalked. I mean, what's next for this team? It just looks bad.
It's a rematch, right? We saw them play in Major League qualifiers, and they got their absolute dope smoked. Now they're going to have to play them again in an elimination match in a couple of hours after getting smoked by Atlanta FaZe. There is a lot of mental fortitude that needs to come in the likes of the LA Thieves, but I will say, for the LA Thieves side of things, for their fans, they have a lot of mental fortitude, right? Even after the break, sticking with this role change, pushing through all of the adversity, they have still managed to find wins here and there. So there's still a possibility here, but it comes down to mental fortitude at the end of the day.
All right, Miles, any last words you want to say, big fella?
This is the matchup the LA Thieves did not want when it came to seeding coming into the tournament.
True.
Now they get it. Let's see what happens.
Inevitable.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Toronto Ultra versus the Florida Mutineers in such an exciting matchup. I can't wait. We'll catch you guys on the other side of the break. But once again, yo, don't sleep on them. The Atlanta FaZe are terrifying. The performance that we just saw against the LA Thieves, they made it look easy. They were smurfing. Hey, Nameless, how much SR you get from a win like that?
5.
That's 5. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you soon on the other side of this break to continue on with day 3.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenni. Armor your eyes with Blox gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenni.com/CDL.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time again. We got the hometown team pulling up, the Toronto Ultra facing off against Florida Mutineers. And this battle right here ain't gonna be easy at all. Toronto's definitely gonna be tested, but I'm loving the idea of this match already. But Chance, you just got off commentating a big game. LA put up a good fight against Atlanta FaZe. How was the cast?
Well, I didn't cast it, and it was not a good fight. So 0 for 2 on that one, gotta say. But you know, a blowout in the hard point, 6-0 in the search and destroy. And honestly, it would have been one of the quickest gaff controls if not for the lag out. So Atlanta trying to respect their time. The game
I learned something. There's actually a mercy rule in Call of Duty that we don't know about in the Crash game.
There you go.
There you go. Let's talk about it though. Florida Mutineers looking good so far, but they're gonna have to bring it because they're going against Toronto Ultra and the crowd's behind them. Chance, what are your thoughts about this Toronto team and their run so far?
Incredibly impressive is too far, but I think they are certainly well on their way. I think these guys have maybe not hit their finest Cold War form, but they are knocking on that devil's door. Their S&D has been incredible. I don't know. I think, honest to God, they might be my favorite team to watch play in the league. It's so much fun. The teamwork's always incredible. They're starting to improve. I mean, you go into a search and destroy, you don't even know what's going to happen. Bance is all of a sudden the guy pulling out the sniper on Tuscan. They mix things up. They always get aggressive. You trust these guys in the clutch moments. Genuinely always fun to watch.
All right, when it comes to the game field keys of victory, what you got?
You know, and to piggyback off what Chance was saying, also they're instilling fear in their opponents now. People are scared of CleanX on that map, and we still have it in this series. You know, I think teams are playing them with confidence before early in the season, and now they're not. They know Toronto Ultra is capable. Cammy and Insight need to keep up the elite slaying. Insight a 1.42, Cammy a 1.22 KD versus Røkkr. So they were absolutely popping off and maintain momentum on Berlin S&D. Ultra on a 4-game win streak, and then go the distance. Ultra 10-4 on Tuscan S&D, #1 in round win percentage. So if it gets to there, those guys have a good chance at winning the game 5.
Hey, yo, Nameless, momentum is going to be the name of the game, man. I remember when Florida Mutineers lost, Skies was not having it at all. The guy was pissed. And Ali, heading into this matchup right here, that mental fortitude is going to have to be at an all-time high, because you lose, you go home.
And you know what, I will say for the likes of Caesar Skies, when he gets angry, I definitely feel like when the next map loads up, he starts absolutely frying, right?
Yeah.
And Wake in the series against Seattle, I mean, he was just non-stop going rogue, especially on the Tuscan hardpoint. But their mental fortitude, you're right, you know, they're in a very unfortunate situation. They were up 4-2 in the Berlin S&D, they lose the 6-4. They're up 2-0 in the Tuscan Control, they lose 3-2. So the mental fortitude has to be there for this team, but so does the teamwork, all right? For me, it was Big Wake being able to pop off and Skies coming out later, but when it comes to game fuel keys to victory, what do they gotta do?
The ARs are going to have to bounce back, definitely. Dave Patty is rocking a .90, and Skies with a .96 versus Seattle. But I got to say this outright. Dave Patty's going to have to pick up that tempo. The team was in fights, and they needed him on those pushes. They needed him to wrap around and get those kills.
Yeah, I think the team needs to play with them more. I've seen a ton of Dave Patty hate, but, I'm watching these guys lose multiple rounds of, Tuscan Control. They're losing on defense, and they're losing on lives. Yes, Dave's a slow player, but, you have to know when to pump the brakes and actually utilize them more, because when you watch his POV, the dude is solid. They just don't get him in the mix enough.
No, I agree. I mean, that when it comes down to teamwork, that's what it is, right? They have to play rattier. We saw them lose so many lives just trying to retake on the site. They would get aggressive, they'd slay them out, and they'd get pushed up, and then they would ego chow towards the spawn, trying to set up that perfect spawn trap. Camp a corner, get the kill, make the other team flustered, and then Dave Patty will be more involved. And that's why it led to a little bit less engagements out of him. But there are still times where it looks like he doesn't know if he should hold or push up with the team, and that is because the team doesn't have that teamwork yet. The communication isn't flowing. So it's hand in hand. It's a tough spot for him to be in, and it results in him trying to play back a lot.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's see if Toronto can continue on winning in front of the hometown crowd against the Florida Mutineers. Let's get it going.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for a big game here on the main stage. And my goodness, it's a packed house here in Toronto. I'll tell you something, I know one of these teams is going to need all the backing they can get because you want to see them go even further in this tournament. Playing for top 4 here on the main stage, these two really want to make a bit of a difference. So let's get these proceedings underway. Introducing first to the stage, it's the Florida Mutineers! Skies awakening TJHaly and Methodz.
These guys were a couple moments away of winning that series versus Seattle. Despite losing, they were absolutely frying, and you could see TJHaly. He is so confident on that stage. I'm expecting him to have a big series, but also awakening. His gun has been hot all tournament long. We know what he's capable of. This should be a good match. Bryce, bring out the hometown boys.
Well, a slightly chillier reception here on the main stage, and I wonder why that is. I suppose it's time to bring out the home team. Let's say hello to Toronto Ultra.
Haters talking to me, tell them pipe down. Or it's lights out, zeros on the debit, baby, all I do is swipe now. Gucci sweater 5,000, stunning, buzzing. I be going up, no ceiling. Wow, ballin', running, getting to the paper, I'm peeling out. They gon' know me as legendary. You in the stands, I ain't need no commentary. They gon' know me as legendary. You in the stands, I ain't need no commentary. Ain't no option, ain't no secondary. I just throw it up like a Hail Mary. I'm legendary.
Get hype, get loud, it's Toronto Ultra! Bats, Cammy, Insights, Kleenex.
With Cammy and Kleenex shooting the way they have, Insight looking over them, and Bats getting up behind you in your spawn off a 3-0 from the Minnesota Røkkr. This home team, Bell, is looking to close it out here on day 3.
And I'm gonna let y'all know right now, Toronto, y'all better raise the ante right now, make some noise. Insight is hype as ever, but I'm gonna let y'all know right now, the one guy we have not given enough praise is that man Bance. Take a look at the right side of your screen. The crowd is loving it. I'm loving it. In Toronto, they're looking to go back to their old ways. They won that championship game, and it all starts right here. The placement is looking nice so far, but the job's not finished yet. Cammy, Bance, Kleenex, and Insight, they're looking to give Florida all of it right now. And Bryce, they're looking for that next step in the bracket. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Belly. The teams are sat down and the stage is set. Top 4 beckons for one of these two and oblivion for the other. Bringing in the action for this game, Merc and Maven.
Thank you so much. Here we go, baby. And I'll tell you what, Florida might be in trouble. A fan, an Ultra fan, brought me 100% maple syrup.
Oh, boy.
I don't know where this is going to go on my body, but it might be used in a decorative manner later, Joe.
We'll see. Well, maybe you'll take a sip of it. Okay, at some point. And then maybe if they win it, you can do the whole celebration.
Yeah, actually, I don't know if I can dump it all. They got to win the event, right?
Yeah, I think they got to at least win the match.
Okay,
yeah,
well, I'm sure to enjoy a little sippy poo as we get rolling here. But I'm very excited for this one. We're going to see if Ultra can continue on in front of the hometown crowd. It has been so fun to watch them. Cammy seems to be hitting those peaks with the chows. We've been loving what we're seeing out of him. Benjamin Bance stepping up in the limelight. I am really excited for this, but it's like, on the other side of it, it's like Florida is a team that doesn't seemingly, they've been booed before every match. Like, you know, when they played against OpTic,
they're just like, I'm here.
Yeah, it's like they've just been the fun team to hate. Dude, when TJHaly like tried to get people hype when they were all booed, that was incredible. I loved it.
No, I mean, for Florida, it's, you know, you try to bounce back. Obviously, a very tough match that they had in the winner's bracket versus Seattle. And, you know, a round 5 control maybe goes their way. Maybe it's a bit of a different story. Maybe Seattle is down here. But the fact is you know, you want a little bit more, I think, from Skies and TJHaly. Awakening's been great. Vivid, you know the pressure that he's going to put on the map, and he's going to need that, because when you talk about pressure, I mean, Kleenex and Bance on the other side of it, they're the ones who put a ton of pressure on it, but Awakening has just been a superstar. I know my man Nameless loves watching him. he is just so fun to watch. But you look at these maps, I mean, a lot of these maps for Florida, we have seen in both of their series with that Bocage hardpoint. It's been just the Toronto special.
Well, you went from like wondering about Tuxton versus OpTic to now saying you start banning that versus Florida with how good they looked on.
No, especially Tuxton hardpoint. They won that against Seattle as well. I mean, that's been one of their good too. So if you can get to that map number 4, who knows what'll happen in the series?
Who knows what's going to happen on Bocage? It's kind of how I feel as well. And, you know, when you have a team like a Røkkr or the way like Ultra likes to play it, it feels like it's going to go to the play clock. It's going to be like a 2:30, 2:35 game, and let's see how it ends on that final hard point.
Yeah, but I mean, this is a 1-2 for Florida. They have a ton of reps on it. They played it 11 times. Ultra, they're 67, but it's when they've been winning a little bit more today. Especially, I mean, they had a very strong showing, and right from the get-go, I want to see if Gammy's still hot, because that man earlier was just putting up so many multi-kills in that first minute against Røkkr.
Here we go, let's get into it. Can Ultra continue on? Can Mutineers play spoiler in front of the Toronto crowd? Cammy, yeah, he was on a heater more often than not the last time we watched him. We'll see what he's going to bring to the table now. Well, one just drops right in front of CleanX. He's looking to start this off with 3 in a row. One on top, one down below, one behind. They're all over the place, but it's Cammy and CleanX cleaning up the crew.
Yeah, I think Cammy gets 3 there, so he's keeping it going. CleanX is flying forward. It's actually 2 for Cammy. There's going to be number 3. As the nade connects, they're trying to flip the spawns, but Florida, they're going to hold for now. As P2 coming up at about 23 seconds. So inside, just getting some good position inside of Barn. As Ultra putting pressure on the map, and yeah, with a P1 like this, you can already see 30 seconds off the clock.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like, everyone's vying for precision per second. Like, no one's been in the hard point at all. It's a 7-1 scoreline. Is we're getting to wrap up the first hard point. There's no one thinking about time early, but now let's focus on the minimap as we get poised and ready for second. Looking for an opening was CleanX. Going to shut the door is Skies. You've got 2 players deep, and Skies continues to find kills. That'll be 3 straight and almost 5 straight for Awakening, but as a collective, Mutineers pop it off.
Yeah, you had a chance there. I think Bance is working shed side on that first push, but he shoots, and then Skies is able to find that kill with the MP40. CleanX, he just keeps going. He actually finds the kill on the player on the hill. So that's going to mess with this setup now. Maybe an opening is inside, trying to win gunfights lower tank side, but Skies, he's on 4 in a row now. And I mean, this is the talent that you have on Florida. Players like Skies, players like Awakening, they pop off. Anything can happen, but CleanX and Gammy, the duo, once again, able to break on through.
You see that ×3 multi-kill pop up for CleanX. As he makes the plays to get them into the hard point, they all start to push on forward. Just let him soak up the time. It'll be insight inside. As the rest try to find kills. Insight's POV for a second. Over to Benjamin Bance we go. Can't quite center.
Yeah, and you can see he's had a couple of those deaths right now. 2-6 start for him. Gotta get him going. When he's playing at his best, his team's so difficult to beat, but CleanX much better here in the start than what we saw earlier on this map. 9-5 for him, looking for number 10, but they have pressure to the front of the hill. Now you have Cammy working the backside on the spawn. Oh, wait, what? Dude, looked like Awakening was looking at it, but he snaps. But it's CleanX through, and CleanX is snapping.
11-6 now. As he continues to push the tempo, gets the HP back to full. Where's the next child going to come from? As he is hungry and he is hunting for more. There it is, 3 in a row. Double positive at 12-6. Needs in front of him, not going to matter. Still going to stay up. But he's got 1 above. Next child in, that's a nice slide. Yeah, good movement there from Vivid. So tough to deal with.
Yeah, pretty much a tied game right now. Rest of the scrap time, maybe going to go Ultra's way. Maybe one more push here through the front for Florida. But they're just going to play around P1 and try to set up for this 4th hill as we head over to Barn. But Vance inside, they're going to be pushing through Ravine side around that shed. Now can they get in? The first man in, Vance, he's going to get taken down. That's going to be 3 dead for Ultra.
Yeah, on the big wrap too. I think it's Vivid that's able to pick that up as well. So they can't get through on either side of it. Skies gets a little bit of information that he's greeted by a frag that nearly takes his legs clean off. But there's a skirmish still around the hard point. Vivid, you thought maybe you had that one, but it's Cammy with the gunny.
But it's Bance with a strap. He gets all 3. Bance off spawn. Those players from Florida, they just get gunned down. And that's what you want to see, but already on the hill is Florida. CleanX continues. He's up to 18. He's got 28 engagements on the map. A big break here, though, for Toronto Ultra as they were able to push on through. They get the spawns now, 20 seconds left in a 20-point lead.
And you wonder, though, for bands who had a slow start, is one of those plays, like a triple like that, enough to just kind of rejuvenate you a little bit, get you going in the game?
You know, just your gunny warm, right? A little bit, you know, some easy kills. It's not always that easy, as you can see, Awakening. Some slide fights like that, not tough to win whatsoever, but they have the lead, and, you know, you can obviously see what Cleanex is doing. This man just putting on. He's up to 19, Cammy at 13. On the other side, Dave, you know, he's struggling, but you still have Awakening and Vivid putting up some solid numbers.
Yeah, Awakening is not really missing bullets right now. My man is on a heat-seeking missile. When you talk about his bullets, just absolutely unbelievable. It's 4 in a row. Now, can he tack anything else onto it? He's got 2 more in front of him. Does he read it here? The tank he does. That's number 5. Number 6, looming, little bunny hop. Welcome to the blender. As Awakening is putting him through it. There's the last one, not quite able to do it. The challenge from up top as well, and it's Cleanex that ends any chances streaks.
And even after all that work from Awakening, Vivid, okay, I was gonna say Ultra had control, but Vivid with 3, maybe that switches things. That's Florida able to get on the hill.
Yeah, it's like they're just straight blows right now. I mean, it's just somebody coming out with a triple here, triple there. Who's gonna pop off next? Is 20 points separate the teams? And for a moment, at least from Inside's POV, it slows down. We can all take a collective breath.
My man's got 17 engagements, and this guy's got 38. I mean, talk about difference in play styles. Inside is 8 and 9. Cleanex 24 and 15. As Ultra trying to get aggressive, trying to flip spawns just for P1 and P2. As you can see, Inside, he's able to sneak all the way through towards that back shed. He's just kind of looming, just kind of waiting as his teammates get aggressive. Far inside Vivid, he knows it now, giving the comms to his teammates. Speaking of the comms, let's go to a listening with Toronto Ultra.
Nice. We didn't spawn into the deep main. Keep back 10 a bit now. Yeah. Heard you. 10 a bit there. Nice, you should do. 1 deep. Yeah. Might be a 10 times. Good trade. Only 1 time. Spawn in stables. Pretty sure spawn in stables. Gate still. What's he doing? Might be stables. They're gonna be deep. Yeah. Top one. Vivid. 2. 1 deep back. 2. Yeah, top one. Back to deep back.
Yes, free me.
Sweet child of mine. Cammy is on one. 5 in a row now, up to 21 and 13, and he is making plays.
It's not only that, it's when he finds those kills. I mean, he gives his team the spawns. Ultra always playing basically 1 hard point ahead. They're pretty much giving up P1. The time just taking down, playing for P2 that time. It pays off, and while that is going on, it's his duo with the MP40 and Cleanex putting up 29 kills, but Florida not out of this one yet. All of the individual plays that are going on, and they're only down 22 points.
Yeah, it stays tight. I mean, that's the big thing. As crazy as this has been, we're hyping some of the crazy efforts from Ultra. I mean, a triple or a quad doesn't always lead to much of this. It's a handful of points really based on the spawns in the map, but back to Big Wake we go. As the final 10 seconds go towards Ultra.
And I think when I talked about Dave, he was at 8 or 9 kills. He is still there. 9 and 19 for Dave Patty. I mean, obviously, poke shot, it's not that easy with a main AR. You see Insight's 13 and 13. We'll see if he can turn that around as Ultra gets set up here at P3, but it's gonna be Pants with the opener. He's trying to get up top. Can he find the second one on to Vivid? That is gonna be the question, and he does. And now, here we go. Here comes the Toronto Ultra for the break.
Getting ready with the crossfire. Vance is just trying to stay up as long as he can, but he's not able to CDL. He gets wall banged through, so no break yet. Everybody now up off spawn, and they'll take another crack at this. Insight just kind of playing for the pick. Vance just able to get the nade out, and Cleanex able to push off that. So nice little teamwork there, and then he flies in for the trade. So far trading effectively, but it stops there because Vivid is able to get 2, so you keep control of the hard point.
Yeah, it's just that MP40, right? Cammy has that. Maybe he wins that fight, but 10-second game now, always close. This dude is just untouchable right now. His team, his team has got, we gotta convert this now into some time on this rotation. Nice kills by Vance. They're gonna have P4 control. Vance with a nice play there, and he's able to lock them in. So you can already see the first 5 seconds go the way of Ultra. He's still staying alive, being a nuisance to the side of the Mutineers.
Yeah, I mean, it's the change of pace kind of between him and Cleanex, right? Like Cleanex just holding forward. Vance playing his life a little bit more in situations, but it's being annoying, right? And then peeking again at full health, winning a gunfight like you just saw him do. It's interesting to watch the two different playstyles in the SMG role, but the lead sitting around 30, Joe.
Well, I think Cleanex is really just holding forward right now because the man is just,
so.
I mean, he's
the
on a
Nicky
heater.
D classic.
Yeah, I mean, this guy's 35 and 24, and here we go. The first 30 seconds go the way Ultra, probably their biggest lead throughout this map. That rotation from P3 to P4 was just flawless, and it's due to Vance and the plays that he was making in the side. And Scammy able to find two, looking for a third on the hill.
Well, they get cleared out for a second. Vance up the bat yet again. Tries to get a little free fire in, but not quite able to connect. With the teammate there, starting to get in support, just wanting to contest as long as he can. Now maybe you focus on the next hard point. They start to scatter. You've got a pretty good four-man split kind of around, just trying to find an opening between the lines of defense. Insight able to peek around, peekaboo as he finds the opening into the point, and just like that, do you have the break because there's still two players deep, but it's Awakening making the plays for Florida.
Yeah, I mean, he was just kind of looking around the middle of the map, and he finds a time to get behind enemy lines of Ultra. It's just, it could have gone bad if he doesn't find two, but of course he does. He's up to 27 kills now, and this is a much-needed moment for the Mutineers to get right back into this game. As you talk about a minute 30, P1's coming up. Who knows what that time is going to look like after that next hill. So it has been a P4 flawless hold by Ultra, followed up by that from Florida, and that 40-50 point lead, it is gone.
It's an elimination match, the battle for top four. Who's gonna make it to championship Sunday? Well, Vivid with that, he's just hopping, already pre-aimed on people's foreheads. With the second, simply too much to ask for. Now disguised we go. From the top window, looking for angles over to Dave Patty, who's needed to step it up. He was, what, 9 and 20, somewhere in that realm, now up to 17 and 27. As he starts to get it rolling a bit. That deficit of around 40 now, it's been chipped away, Joe, under 10.
Yeah, under 10, and it's just, again, this is what Ultra's gonna do. They're gonna play for a hill ahead. They're not going to get a ton of time here at P1. They're going to play for spawns for P2, and that's exactly what's happening. Vance and Cammy, they're locking it down. I mean, yeah, obviously you would love to do both, and they have this spawn control, so that's what they're going to do. But Vivid's going to find a kill, and now off his spawn, you're going to try to slow down here. If you are Cleanex, when he gets caught, they're going to fly forward. There's the flip from Vance. Cammy, they spawn out.
Yeah, that is huge, and I think you saw Cammy's frustration. That's a gunfight he thinks he should have won. Just the centering was a little bit off. You lose for 1v1s all over the map, and now you might be in trouble, but you still have the 5-point edge. But who's going to come up with a big break and deliver for Toronto Ultra? Or can Mutineers hold on? So far, it is a Mutineers hold. Skies and Vivid going big, but there's two through.
Where the spawn's going to come through. The spawn's going to come through. Inside Vance, they find kills. Look at that. Now Vivid and Dave, they're going to spawn out with 5 seconds left. Ultra, they get P2 control. Can they turn this into a win?
You still have a couple players here from Mutineers. All right, insight to the dome from the top rope. 3 in a row for him. And through the stun, he'll try to continue on, but over the 210 mark, go Toronto Ultra. They're in the hard point. They're firing on all cylinders, trying to make the home crowd proud as Insight just continues to thread the needle with this auto. Benjamin Vance following it up with win after win.
Yeah, now the pressure is on, and Cleanex is just running forward. 3 in a row for Cleanex, 44 and 34. Could he find number 45? Give it to him. Give him 46 as well. Not gonna happen. Insight, it is your turn. 14 points to go. The Ultra boys are frying on the main stage.
10 seconds left to go, and you got a streak there for Insight. A team kill comes in for Mutineers as well. And we're gonna see another hard point. They can't quite close it out here, but where will the streak come into play, or is it even gonna matter as Cammy continues to retain tank control? Now we get to the next hard point, one big crucial break, and that's gonna be all she wrote. Just waiting for the 4th man to spawn, and now we get going. They're grouped up, they're ready to push. Is this gonna be the opening as Phoenix and Cammy try to get it done? Can't quite get in yet. But here comes another crack. There's Phoenix again. He's up to 47. Insight with 2. They're wiped off the map. And bang! Toronto Ultra take the map 1.
Florida, they hung in there. They hung in there for a long time. But it was that big push. I mean, we thought that Florida did it. They got the flip out at P2, but it's 5 seconds left in the rotation. And just the plays, I think it was Insight and Vance on the flank. They were able to flip them out. And then it was just such a perfect P2 hold. I mean, you're going to see some ridiculous numbers here, as we always do on Bocage, but you know what? You're going to see Vivid's got 41 and 37. Cleanex almost has 100 engagements. Like, These guys were just going at it. But I think the key here is we talked about the ARs of Florida needing to step it up, and they did not.
That's what's interesting. When you talk about maps that are maybe better for an SMG or better for an AR, it's like the question of, is it more important that your good SMG player pops off here, or is it more important that someone that's not as comfortable in an AR role has a good map? Like, there's a give and take there for sure.
Oh, I think this is sort of just the the flex role. That number 3, whoever's can kind of switch, like Cammy, he can switch between both and be pretty comfortable. It's sort of the big discussion with this Florida team. I mean, again, at the end of the day, Skies or Dave have a, win a couple more gunfights. Who knows what happens there? Because Vivid and Awakening did pop off. But I mean, this has been their go-to, Ultra. I mean, they've won it now a couple of times. It's always close.
It just seems like, I mean, they're good when they need to just hold forward, right? And find breaks and make it this colossal, just festival of whatever you want to call it on Bocage. Like, it's just this mess. But then when they need to slow it down, when they really need to focus on spawns, the comps are there, the patience is there, they make the plays they need to.
Yeah, I think the key for Ultra and their success on this map is it's all about that sort of P1 to P2 rotation. They did it multiple times on this map. They did it earlier against Røkkr, and their ability to break this setup, because if you're a team needing to respond at P3, that's where you do have to respond. In Ultra, they just do not allow it to come easy.
Well, I think it's just tough on this map in general to get a really good hold.
Yes, it is.
When you have to, when you have to respond to a really strong hold. On other maps, it's like, okay, it's our turn. Let's get set up. Let's hold it. Here, it's like flip a coin. Maybe we're gonna lock it down, but it's just not easy to do. You're gonna have to find 40 straight kills to get it done. But that'll be the map one, 250 to 214. Ultra take it as we get ready for Berlin Search and Destroy. But man, we are having some fun. As crazy as Bocage can be, when it's a close one, it can be an absolute treat and a blast to cast.
What is it not a close one? That's really the question.
It feels that way. It's like when somebody gets blown out there, like when they get beat by like 150, it's like you just got choke slammed.
You get beat by 50.
Yeah. It's like a 100-point club at another title, it kind of feels like. But man, we are having a great time. We hope you and the crowd at home are as well. What an event this has been. And we've got this match, we've got the match coming up after, and then we've got the crazy championship Sunday to crown another champion. And I guess, part of me, you just want for the hometown crowd, for Toronto maybe to make this run. They still have work to do. Florida, it's awesome seeing them improve after the deep run you saw at Major 2. Like, it's there, but the crowd obviously going to be pulling one way here. See what the Toronto boys are capable.
I think for both of these teams, like, top 6 they'll take, but they would both love a top 4. And, for Ultra, with their winning ways last year, they want to keep pushing that as deep as possible. I think both of these teams, they know they're in the hunt for the top 8. Every time they win, they're going to be a lot more comfortable for champs.
Yeah, I mean, it's starting to become the conversation now. I know we still have a stretch qualifiers and a major, but it's just like, it's money season, right? Like, you see some separation and some changes in who's on top as team changes come through the course of the year, but like now sort of, I don't know, in your career, it's like, it's lock it in time. It's like, figure out what works. And
it's like what Cell talked about on stage in the interview. He's like, this is the time we feel like we have to be our best. But looking at our top performers for Search and Destroy, it's the main ARs. It's going to be Inside on one side, Skies on the other. And I think I really want to see Skies have a good match here for Florida. Not the best map 1. You start off pretty well, but we'll see if you turn around here in SD.
Yeah, and Insight, just since the second he came into the league, I mean, I think it was like, if I remember correctly, he like joined the team and it was like his first raid search, he drops like 18 or something like that.
It was Miami. Remember that?
Was it Miami? Is that what it was? Like, it's like right when he came into the league, you just saw his impact in Search and Destroy nearly instantly, and it's been a pleasure to watch and cast ever since.
Yeah, he knows his role. And I mean, even just in that map 1, like just looking at the difference in engagements, he knows where he needs to be. But we saw Florida Mutineers, versus Seattle. Seattle did a really good job adjusting to sort of the aggression and the pace that they play with on this map, right? When we watched them versus OpTic, they were really throwing them off guard, but Seattle Surge, they were able to bounce back. Ultra, I'm sure we're watching that. Their coaching staff giving the tips to the team, letting them know what worked, what won't work, and we'll see if the adjustments will come into play.
We're getting ready to go. Thank you for your patience. Just getting ready to hop into the Search and Destroy. We're going to Berlin, and we'll see if Florida can tie this up, because I mean, Ultra did just do something that they haven't done a ton of this year. Just kind of, it was a rough start. I mean, they weren't winning a hard point. They were winning about 1 hard point a month when the league first started. But you start to win those map 1s, you start to get the 2-0 edge, and it's just like needing to put away teams. And I love what we saw from them in their last series. Just the grit, the composure to close it out and get it done. They got a taste of that.
I said, screw it. We can't win hard point. Let's play Bocage and let's just shoot our guns, man. Why not? But there you can see Cammy. My man has been a beast today, 1.37 in that map number 1, but here we go, game 2 underway, Florida starting on offense.
It looks like they're gonna start to work this towards B, but this is when all these nades come in, like who's able to actually connect. Sliding across the bomb, he is able to get there.
They're gonna be slow on this rotation. It's gonna be a 4 versus 4 retake. These are not easy whatsoever. You see all of the players besides Vivid kind of get into this setup now. And really the question is, how much time can Vivid waste? And he's gonna find the first blood. Almost finds the second on the bench, but into a 3-on-3 with 30 seconds left. Skies able to take down Insight.
Yeah, Insight trying to do the long wrap, but then Skies takes a second with him. Some big gunfight wins, and yeah, Vance now with 20 seconds left. Not a whole lot he can do, but remember, this is one where Mutineers, if you did your homework, I think it's where they really kind of favor A. So they go with the opening B hit. Maybe not ready to deal with it if you're Ultra, but it's a quick plant, and the rest is history.
Well, it's just that cross from Vivid. I do not think that they thought, I mean, he was going to get that bomb down that fast. He still had multiple players over towards the A site. It's a far rotation in a 4v4. There's so much to clear. Vance was able to find 3 kills, so we'll keep an eye on that. But it is never easy to retake B when the plant goes down for free.
It just, not only are the gunfights hard and the number of spots you have to clear, but it's just how little time you have to do it. You know, you had twice the time. Sure, I mean, you might see a lot more retakes in that situation, but you just have to find the kills. You have to find the kills in a hurry. But as you mentioned, Vance does start out 3-0, so we'll keep an eye on that if it changes into anything. Cleanex has worked his way all the way up towards A, and he's kind of on an island right now, at least. He is in enemy lines.
Yeah, this is just kind of an info play here from Ultra. You have one player inside of Mail, that's Cammy. Cleanex is over towards A. It's kind of a 2-2 split here from the Mutineers. Just an info game, and Vivid is just lurking. He is lurking, but Insight watching over his teammates. That is beautiful out of Ultra. As they find both of those kills at A and then just slowing it down, just making them have to rotate, find extra picks, not letting anything crazy happen. As soon as Sky shoots, yep, Cammy's gonna take you down.
So pretty dominant rounds on offense, at least so far for both teams, unless Dave could do something magical, but it's not gonna happen. It's a clean sweep, shuts them down. They dominate, but yeah, I mean, that kill to pick up Vivid, if he sneaks through, maybe gets behind both players, something interesting happens there.
Well, this is what we saw earlier today versus Røkkr, especially on their offenses. It was a different map, it was Tuscan, but it's like when they found the first kill on offense, they slowed it down. They knew where the rotations were gonna come from, what they had to look out for. It's like they didn't allow anything really that bad to happen, and if they did, there was always someone there to trade.
Take a moment, read the map, get the comms up, and just make sure nothing catches you off guard. But Dave just kind of spotting the cross. And Mutineers this time want to work it towards A. And everyone's starting to cheat over a bit for Ultra. We'll see if they can get a plant down for free or if they're able to get lethals in. Not easy.
Well, Bomb has to back on up. That's going to be Awakening. He's going to try to reposition. Nade's now going in. Bomb being planted. All of Florida is inside here. He had to hop off that bomb for a second. You do have Cleanex just kind of lurking, waiting for the flank. Cammy trying to find an angle. He's going to find one. There's going to be that first blood. He's ready for the next one. Skies, he gets taken down. Cleanex, he was waiting for his teammate. Now the retake is on from Toronto Ultra. I thought he saw him. Just misses Vivid, so still possible. Vivid now going to have to find all 4 in the round.
Let's see if he can do it. He's got a chance to do it. There's another win. The ace for Vivid looming. 1 versus 1 with Vance. 20 seconds on the clock.
Oh, he's out. He's so fast. Vance is going to have no idea. Now the clock comes into play. Vance has to go. He's got to go right now. I don't think he has time for this. He doesn't. Oh, he just not able to check it. And Vivid with the ace.
What a round there from Vivid. It feels like after the opening pick from Cammy, because that's what, a 4 versus 2?
Yeah, 4v2.
And then Vivid just starts to take over, instantly responds with 2 of his own, a nasty gunfight win for the 3rd, and then playing the clock and position well for the final kill. Woo! That is brilliance from Vivid.
And he plays the clock. You know, I mean, that's the thing with that bomb side, right? With the outer side of it. I mean, you have the staircases. You know, Vance is like trying to get the trade when he takes down Insight, but he has no idea where he goes. Plays his life so well, finesses the round. into a win.
Yeah, that's a painful one if you're Ultra. You're in such a good position, things collapse. Now everybody's looking for angles. Cammy's like, maybe I've got one, and nope, he starts to get smoked the second he goes for the peek.
Yeah, split up here if you're Ultra, right? A 2-2 split on offense, just looking for info. You have Cleanex on the bomb, and this is gonna rotate one player, so it's just gonna be Skies over here at B. Thought maybe this was a fake, but it looks like they're gonna try to take this site now. All three players are here, but Cammy from the middle of the map is able to take down one. Two more to deal with here at B. All right.
Yeah, and you just have Skies so far away. Like, you've got massive numbers here. Yeah, they just take the fight, they get the information, they send it, but don't collapse again. You just saw the wondrous play from Vivid. Now Skies a chance to do it. It'll be a 1 versus 3. He already found the pick. Now can he take out Insight and Vance?
Well, it's gonna be tough to do. They plan it for the hallway, so he's got a lot of angles. First to clear inside, and then he's gonna realize where bomb is planted. To see, all right, nobody's out here. I know where the gunfights are coming from. Vance gonna be the first man up.
Yeah, it's like 20 seconds have already ripped off this. Okay, he gets some tags in real quick. Vance is just laying down. Please come help me. He's gonna send it through, but the help is there. And you love that. Vance just lies down, makes sure the trade will get there in time. Don't allow an awkward timing where he's able to get both kills. And it got there just in the nick of time. Insight coming in to be the hero.
Yeah, I don't even know if he would have had time to like turn around and go for that defuse if he finds both. Just not a lot of time left on the clock, but.
Well, how much? Yeah, I mean, there's like 15 seconds somewhere in there, maybe? Yeah, I would have been tough. It would have been tough. Well, Vance made sure he had to march the whole way down the hallway. That's why I like it. Just go pro. No need to chow.
Yeah, balance from Toronto. We saw that again on Tuscan. Was like ranging from 7 to 9 kills, all 4 players. The Mutineers still in this game, tied 2-2. Attacking towards A. Vivid's gonna find the opener. And Awakening looking for his first kill of the map. His Insight just getting out with his life.
Yeah, I thought he was gonna take that fight for a second. He is backs out of it. And Cleanex just gonna get pinched from top and bottom. There's nowhere to go in that stairwell. 2v2, 50 seconds to go. I think Vance's spot, yeah, exactly. It's like right after he gets that angle, he's already gotten through, but look how split up Mutineers is right now.
The timings are going back and forth. I'm like, all right, Dave's gonna flank them, but now Insight was able to spot him, so they know he's working towards their defensive spawn. Just both of these players are so split up. Ultra, they're gonna play with one another, try to get those trades. Basically give up the site for now. They think they're gonna wrap it towards B, but it's actually gonna be an A bomb plant.
So through all of that now, both parties grouped up. Insight currently on 3 in a row. And then Vance will work the retake as they both back it up the fire. Whoa. And look at this angle. Insight with the beams. Vance to follow it up. Up to 6 and 2, and the fuse coming through.
Yeah, I mean, Dave there, he just cannot get picked. You're playing the info. Obviously, it's an insane angle by Insight. But it's what we saw in the previous round from Vance, right? Just proning, wasting time. He's just checking the bomb. Cannot get picked. As soon as he does, Awakening's like, oh, crap, I got to go. He's got to go. He tries to find the timing, but Vance locking down the middle of the map.
I mean, they've done a good job bringing it back since that 4v2 round you throw away. I mean, that's, I don't know, I guess that's the composure you expect from a team like this that's been together as long as they have. Don't let it phase them at all, but you take a 3-2 lead.
Awakening still looking for his first.
This is similar to the opening offense we saw from them.
Yeah, they're playing pretty solid, not 4-man hitting one bomb site. Playing pretty spread out. You're getting Cammy into top 3. That seems to be his spot. Looking for picks in the middle of the map, and then it's just sort of what does Cleanex see at A? And so far, they've been working towards this bomb site. So it looks like it's going to be a hit through secret. They're going to have to deal with Awakening. He's going to be the first person in the defensive spawn. I don't know if he's going to be ready for this. They just split the defense. They split it, and there's the first kill. The first kill for Cleanex.
Yeah.
Vivid though lurking inside of A.
Through secret all the way up through fire. But dude, they spot Vivid. I mean, he is just tucked away, doing secretary work behind the desk, and now he's gonna pop up. Now, how long can Vivid stay up? He's played spoiler before.
Yep, this is his bomb site.
But you've got numbers now if you're Ultra. You've got bigger numbers now. Vivid, he's going to be sniffed out. That's 5 in a row for Insight currently. DavePaty, last guy up, but he does find a pick.
Oh, he's going to try to take this one-on-one. He's going to try to take this. Okay, so Dave just actually gets on through towards Fire. I don't know if Bance is going to be ready for this. He's not. He's turning around. Dave's going to find Bance. So into the one-on-one we go. I don't know where Bomb is planted from.
And this is big for a couple of reasons. One, the round, but also Insight's on that streak.
He should have
clutch and get the round.
So Bomb's actually planted for the defensive side. Thank you, observers. But he sees a cross and Insight with another one. He's up to 7 and 2. These have been some weird rounds.
Yeah, no.
These 2v2 situations.
That's 6 in a row, I believe, for Insight.
Yep.
And I mean, you might be fortunate to have it as close as it is if you're Mutineers, because it's still a goose egg right now for Awakening. Just cannot find any rhyme or rhythm.
He has 98 damage in the map.
Which just means, I mean, he's just getting,
you're done.
Trying to hit a gap, just getting beamed. He's just not finding any gunfights.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much caught sprinting. He's not even putting damage in gunfights.
We know what a prolific Surge player he can be. Let's see if he can pick it up. Bance. Nice shots on the one, but Dave there with the trade and those shots. I mean, we're shooting straight down like that from top. It is not the easiest thing, and Cammy just puts a little damage in, then falls. But we'll see if Insight's able to pick up his 7th. Won this 2 versus 3. So do you just play around the kill? I mean, you obviously love the round win, but you have a round to give if you need to, and you can get the streak. Just how important is it to you here on Berlin?
In Awakening, he's just not seeing anything. So they don't know if they're in the offensive spawn or on the flank, and they're actually working the flank. This might work out well for Cleanex, depending on the timing. He's gonna find that kill. The problem is the bomb is not planted for Awakening. It's for the other side, so he's gotta get over here. Sky's in Awakening, trying to lock this down. Insight just worried about a pinch through the middle of the map. The nades are coming in, but it's through the outer sight. And now Insight, yeah, he's just kind of playing around his life now, looking for number 7.
I think he got to. There's under 20 seconds to go.
Well, he better get it.
Can he just get a kill? I don't know if they're going to give him a chance to.
I'm nervous.
I mean, everyone just kind of stops me. They got to know the type of streak he's on. They got to know what's going on. Oh my, okay, God. Whew. I wasn't all that nervous, and then I was very nervous. I thought he was going to get cut down at the tail end of it, but he stays up. Mutineers get the round. Insight will continue to work on those streaks, but what, you get a much needed kill? Oh, I thought Awakening got one of those. Okay, sorry, he put in 50 damage though. He got some bullets into people.
Well, I think when you look at that round, when you talk about that first blood, I mean, they kind of read that, right? The push through B, through Mail. But it was a nice recovery from the Mutineers. They're able to take down Cammy, who's all the way up top Fire, and then in the 3-on-2. Yeah, Insight's just thinking streak. Close.
Yeah, he got some solid damage in there. Nice shot from Cammy to get the first blood.
This has been his area.
Cleanex, well, all right, come flying through the door. I'm here to greet you. We'll see you later, Skies. 9 HP for DavePaty as he is just scrambling away with his life. But the chase is going to come in, and he gets back to full health, and he guns him down to 9 again, but then the kills come through. Was Insight any of those? He was. I believe he got his 7th.
No, I don't think so. Oh, yeah. No, you're right. Okay, I lied.
I'll be honest, I didn't see it on the kill feed. I just looked over to our data view. It ended so quick, but yeah, he will get the streak. And you get your 5th round. One more round and a glide bomb to work with.
Yeah, just on offense, very spread out from Ultra, but they're ready for the aggression. Vivid, trying to find that one-on-one versus Cleanex, but Cleanex was able to win it, and then from there, Ultra know exactly what they want to do, but here's the glide bomb. If they want to use it here in this round, all aggression out towards A from Florida. They know a streak is in, and they're running into it, right into the blender.
Yeah, I mean, the streak is Insight himself, as he just torches them with 3, baby, let him know.
And Awakening, that is 0 and 8.
With 172 damage, so he didn't really play.
Honestly, he could have gone up there, yeah.
Oh my God, but yeah, we're all thinking about the glide. It's just the auto from Insight. That's the final dagger through. Just chopping them down.
2-0 edge now from Ultra. A map away from top 4 in a rowdy crowd on a championship Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, again, balanced effort, everybody contributing. I like seeing Vance. We saw it on Tuscan as well, using the auto a little bit more in a lot of those situations. Saw it here on Berlin. He's got 7. Gaming's got 7. Cleanix 11 and 2. And yeah, 0 and 8 from Awakening.
Yeah, I mean, we obviously didn't watch his POV the entire time, but it's just one of those, I'm sure it happens, where it just feels like this snowball. Like you have a bad death or two early, you're getting frustrated, maybe you try to change things, it's just you can't find openings, timings aren't going your way, and Insight's bashing in the forehead with his auto.
That would hurt.
Sure would, Joe. It sure would.
All right, but up 2-0. We talked about it earlier, right? Just not allowing that team to find anything. Try to put them away right here, get to that championship Sunday. We'll see if Ultra could do it.
Yeah, I think Mutineers is a team you worry about it too, because they can be streaky at times. Like
super.
They can get very hot. The guns get hot. You start to get a little worrisome. So yeah, kind of same thing we were talking about versus Røkkr. Like just go in here if you're Ultra in front of the hometown crowd, get them loud, try to close this out in the control, and don't let it go any deeper. But so far, the maple syrup seems to be doing its job, Joe. What am I going to do, take a little sip of this later?
I guess. I don't know. I heard if they win this match, Marky B's going to buy the entire arena around it.
All right, Marky, I love that. But 2-0 Ultra, a map away from continuing on to Sunday. The fans are hyped up. Insight's on his feet, letting him know he is beaming, not missing, feeling himself as the fist bumps around. The Toronto fans are losing their minds. One more map to continue this loser's run. Do not go anywhere.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can. Upgrade your game with a Scuf, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Here we go, back at it. 2-0 edge now for Toronto Ultra. And Joe, the question is, can they close it out here and continue this loser's run into who knows what sort of special thing tomorrow?
Yeah, who knows, right? That's really the question. Well, we have Tuskens, I believe, to close out all three. And, you know, this is a map where Florida have looked good. So, you know, Awakening obviously has a very tough map, number 2, 0-8. But he has been lights out on this map.
For some reason, I had a feeling this event was going to end with FaZe and Ultra. I don't know why.
That was your pick?
Yeah, you just, like, they just have so much, like, history. We saw them battle so much over the course of Cold War and even, at the tail end of MW. Like, just really, it's been a little while since we've had those heads collide. Like, I'd love it. That'd be a lot of fun.
I'm down for it.
I don't know
Sounds
if we're
great.
there, but we'll see.
Sounds awesome.
They still got work to do, though. They got to close it out on the controller. We'll see if Mutineers can come up with some life. And you got to bounce back because no one's really been, like, popping off. Awakening, you know, he has the tough 0-8. He's got to brush that off his shoulders and bring it here in the map 3. And it's not easy to do when it's a map like that. It's like, you just feel uninvolved, I'm sure. Like, how do you keep your gun hot when you didn't look like you was having many gunfights?
Well, I mean, you'd imagine it was pretty odd after a bocage, right? It's got to be. That's that map you're twisted on. But, yeah, you got to forget about it. You got to forget about it. This team has to just dial it in. And, I mean, the entire squad, because we saw it in the Search and Destroy, everyone bringing it on the Toronto Ultra side is this man, the main AR, Insight 39 and 25 throughout this series. 1.56, not easy to do. Can the ARs of the Mutineers step it on up, or is it end here?
Yeah, what a map that was from Insight. But our Awakening, okay, all right, open the window, there's the kills. That didn't take long. And TJHaly will follow it up, starting to make some progress up towards A. That'll be Skies that's on the point. But for now, they're worried about the pressure over towards the B side. You have one playing back Church, one is pushed up. Ooh, they're able to pick that up as well, but TJHaly, nice little 3-0 start.
Cleanix, though, with this done, will find him. Yeah, Ultra, they're just kind of playing around B now, right? They're just going to give this up, play around their strong B defense. You do have Vivid lurking around. Awakening as well. Just not a lot of map control for Ultra. Very spread out is this Mutineers team, but Cleanix is so fast in situations like that.
It's like you don't even get a shot off. He's just through.
Yeah, he got a couple, but like I don't even know what you're supposed to do with that. Here comes a push though from Skies and Awakening through the backside. Is the other two going to try to push through P5? Time this up. Vivid down low. Dave up top. Kami's able to deal with one. Almost snaps onto the second.
Awakening's grenade that kind of opened things up to allow the push. You get the information here for your Cleanix and you get it done with the auto. You still have one player up on either side of this point. Now it's just going to be on TJHaly as the rest scrambling back to the point. And he's not in the best position to play his life. He's kind of committed in the position he is in. And who is that? Insight, of course it is. It's his first kill, but he has pushed up and staggered this all the way top side of the map towards A.
Well, Skies, he's in the cut down, and now some map to work with. You can see Insight working on through. He's gonna find that kill as he takes down Vivid. Kami with another one. Over by well in P5. They're not making this easy for the Mutineers.
I mean, look where Insight is. He's just funneling them. They know right where they're coming from. Just how far he's pushed up into you on the other side of the map.
Yeah, but it's like you can leave him, right? And that's gonna be the play call. They're gonna leave him behind.
But then when does he pinch? Here it comes.
Yeah, here comes a pinch. The rest of the push, though, coming on through. What is the timing like? Fans might just shut it down himself before that happens. And then Inside, there it is. Cleanix off spot. He thought about it. He didn't think about it. He stopped. He stopped. He keeps going. Yeah, but he finds a live one.
He's not stopping in game. He's still moving and grooving. 3 in a row before he drops. I mean, Insight's been doing laps, bro. He hasn't died in a while. Like, he started towards the B spawn. He's gone all the way around. He's just continuing to hum, but it's Cleanix that continues to be an absolute terror with the SMG in his hand. And we now have 30 seconds to go. 6 lives for the Mutineers to try and muster up some magic.
Dude, this guy's got 18 engagements, and I mean, the rest of his team has, I mean, Insight has 6, right? I mean, it's just very similar to Bocage, the pace that he plays in. But 15 seconds out for the Mutineers, 5 lives. It's gonna be the last push. They have to start winning some gunfights, some clean gunfights, and that's not very clean, Dave.
At least it wasn't Skies again. At least it wasn't Skies. Yeah. You're not making somebody else this time around.
Insight has yet to die from that spree, so he's gonna have 5. He might carry that into the next round. Yeah, he will.
That started like a solid 2 minutes ago.
He's just rotating, he's doing laps, dude.
He just like layered the map, just basically kept inching his win a gunfight, inch forward a bit, win a gunfight, and then when it came time to pinch, he did. Shot one in the back, and then he's just been hanging out. Yeah, it had to be a solid 2 minutes, something in that ballpark, like unbelievable.
Yeah, no, since the B point pop.
Yeah.
So he's gonna be on 5. We'll see if he can find a streak. I mean, they can be key on this map.
Yeah, I mean, it could come up clutch in so many different scenarios. But can he close it out and get the streaks? Because the lethals are going to be the big thing. And he does take one nade to the face, but Nady gets what he actually is able to eat 2 and stay up. Just not all that close. So he survives the damage.
They're thinking about B. Insight does get taken down, so he dies to Dave. But they rotated over. They're finding kills right now, trying to make this messy. As Florida off at spawn, you'd have to deal with this, but yeah, try to deal with this, man. They finally take him down.
Yeah, gunfight's not a fun one. A little heat check, but that is a tough one. They try to get back over towards A, but Dave Patty is set up and just beaming. He lines them both up with the auto, shuts that down, and now you start to trap him in. You've only got 50 seconds left, lives even, not a big deal, but you're gonna have to get out of this because they've got you pinned down. Yeah, that's one way to do it.
Yeah, they get out of it. They don't even need the nades. I was going to say, obviously, you have the nades off of spawn. They can time that up, find an opening. We already have Vance inside of Church, so he's in a good position moving forward. It's the same thing. They're going to get off of this and try to transition this over towards B, but now Cammy has to slow it down, play his life, find as many kills as possible. Slide, trying to look twisted, and he does, but Awakening finds him.
Yeah, he may be dizzy a little bit there, I'll be honest with you. He was just spinning in circles like a little ballerina. Look at leaking all the way around the back, just going for this long flank. That's Dave Patty. Just trying to push up, maybe get angles through the back. He's able to do it. It's Cammy that's going to shut it down. They're all going to have to turn to try to deal with this. They're able to finish A, but it feels like they are trapped in for a second, just trying to get out of this. I think it's Vance that gets away with his life. What, 90 seconds to go? 2 extra lives for Mutineers.
Yeah, but I mean, when you play it that messy the way Ultra does, yeah, the lives do come into play, even defensively, right? Florida have to play this a little bit differently, knowing they only have 14 lives remaining. Here comes the first push. 1:10 left. Well, the nades are going to connect. That's going to be the opener now. They're going to try to take this radio position. Flood down Church alleyway, but Skies with a big 2 kills to shut that down, but here comes Cammy.
He should get shot back in a moment here, and that will be the case. Insight kind of on an island. He will get down. Everybody back to spawn now, and the gap widens a bit from a live standpoint. You start to push up the map a bit if you are Mutineers. Awakening is trying to wait and hold. As the pressure starts to come forward, it's a 4 streak now for Vivid, so we'll keep an eye on that as we continue deeper into this game. Vivid up to 5. You get 2 kills if you're Ultra, but they're not really all that close to the objective. Still so much work to do, and Sky staggering it once again.
Yeah, you have to slow down here if you're Ultra. That to be a nice first pick. I mean, it's a 4 versus 7, so not a ton of lives for Florida as well, but you have to be perfect if you're Ultra. They had a dagger round earlier today on attack, in control. Can they find another one? Dave just able to stay alive, but there's only 3. There's only 3.
Hits. Oh my God,
one. But it's going to be so tough. The 2 respawns are going to come in.
Yeah.
Vivid from the top rope, inside, trying to do what he can. They just needed a few more lives. A nice defensive response out of Florida.
That was a heck of a nade from inside, though, to pick up Dave in the back. But yeah, a little bit more time, a few more lives, maybe you make something heroic happen. It's not going to get done. Mutineers, they get the round on the board, tie us up at 1-1. And we'll see if it's a similar defense from Ultra, where they're sort of like, take A, we're going to hold for 2.5.
Well, that's what we saw earlier.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of the map, it seems to be the game plan.
A little bit of a different setup, but Awakening's going to find that first pick from top rope. And he's down to take those gunfights. Any day of the week, Vivid through the middle. But Cleanex and Kimmy make sure there's nothing, no funny business, so they cannot transition over to B. Vance is staying alive towards B5 side, so some progress being done at A, but Ultra going for the retake. That's going to be 3 dead. Skies now the last one, but he's getting flanked, I thought. But he does. Cleanex is going to take him down, and now a trap is set up here. As you have Vance all the way pushed up roof side, but Dave off spawn, able to spot it.
Yeah, this time a little bit different. You throw something here if you're Ultra, but it's Ultra that are in control of this series. They're up 2-0. Mutineers
It's all the blood, the grit, the tears, putting everything on the line to bring this back. Let's go to a listen with Florida Mutineers.
They're gonna hit out P5.
I'm leaving. I'm needing radio.
Let's wait for a third.
I need a radio.
Ready?
Yeah, I'm one shot though.
I don't see anything close.
I need a radio. Chop.
Yo, boom.
Radio dead.
I'm
Take your head. Yes, good spot. Yes, good control.
I need a radio. I'm one top church.
Caesar, you know my bow?
I spawned deep.
You know my bow, Caesar?
Yeah, I got it. They go my line.
And radio steps. Two, yep.
Yeah,
Clean Smith.
Yeah.
They could go well. They can go well to pitch mid.
Yeah, they did. That's good call.
I saw there. No one there. Advance. He taught me. Advance P5.
I got it.
Advance P5.
Yeah, that's our two. There's two there. P5.
I'm in church. They're gonna flip
Go around. Go around together. If you die, pick up. Go P5.
They're single around.
They haven't pushed over now.
They're stacking P5.
I saw them in alley. Okay. Yo, we have nades.
They're low well. They could be pinching down.
No, I'm gonna need the back.
Inside at the door.
We go to CDL together.
Inside at the door.
Yeah.
I need the back. I'm going to CDL then.
Nothing radio steps. You're behind me. I'm one shot. And one turn.
Inside.
Top out. There's two left shots.
Well, you hear the comment. I think some great stuff out of Skies, but all four getting it wiped there. As soon as we come out of it, it's Cammy and Insight chopping them to pieces. Minute to go.
Obviously, they find all those kills, but Vance was lurking in the middle of the map, and he was able to come behind them church shot. He puts bullets into multiple players' church alley. That allows them to just find all 4 kills. So nice information from Vance as he was just lurking on through, playing that sort of roaming slayer. As Cammy, he's up to 21 now. He finds another 2-piece. Defenses have been so good for both of these teams, and it is not slowing down.
Woo. Speaking of not slowing down, it's CleanX. He's just winning fight after fight, then holding forward, now trying to get a little electric with the movement. And as he goes top well, he takes 1 down before he finally drops. Down to 30 seconds we go. Big Wake with 2. That's gonna be 3 down, and maybe a chance for an opening here to push through with a player spawning church side, trying to interrupt the flow. They line up for Insight though, and he gets a double as they try to get through. Then Cammy backs it up, back to spawn. All the Mutineers go with just over 10 to play.
Yeah, I don't even know if they have time to get close. I mean, Vivid's gonna be the only player, but they're just not making it messy right now. The defensive teams are finding all the kills. I mean, that was just back-to-back wipes from Ultra. Now put themselves 1 round away from being top 4.
Yeah, it felt like almost how they played the first round defense, and just kind of like, okay, take A, go ahead, we're good. Like, they weren't even ready for like the pressure they brought the second time. Like, they just swept them off the point. It's early in the round, but it's just a change of pace, a change of strategy. You like to see it out of Ultra, is they keep you guessing. Can they close it out now offensively? 1 more round to move on.
Nothing crazy off the break. Just over towards A. Waiting for Florida maybe to try to retake this, maybe behind that kill. We're gonna try to do something. Skies gets a little aggressive. But Insight and CleanX locked down the middle of the map. There's 1 more player in Dave Patty who's trying to alert on through, and he does find 1, but the trades go the way of Ultra as Vance finds 2, and now CleanX just thinking I can get into a forward position. Him and Vance fly together. They control church now, but they're gonna have kind of the same thing. It's gonna come down to a very long behold.
They nearly did it with 3 people up last time. Can they find an effort early on? But there'll be the cap. Even in lives, 210 to work with. Might need to reset for a second. They've got 3 dead. Really, it's just Insight kind of deep on the Mutineers side of it, but he's gonna get caught lurking. That's Awakening with the pickup and the read. And then 2 people on ahead, he just sliding on. That's not gonna be an easy fight. But who's that all the way behind? That's Skies. That's like I say, he's way behind Insight. That might be another one where he's just getting shot in the back, trying to get into a good position.
I mean, with him in that spot, they know where this push is coming from. An Awakening, he is just roaming around, dealing with the players pushing through. Vivid had a great map 1. He's bringing it here in map 3 as he is matching CleanX, and that is not easy to do. 2 of the fastest players in the CDL, 29 and 27 from him. Finally, some radio control for Toronto Ultra, but they still had to deal with Skies across the map.
Yeah, you were 23-23 in lives after the point. Okay, they brought it back a bit here, but it got up to as much as 5, which is a great sequence for Mutineers slaying around the map. Just playing a little TDM, but out Vance with those 2. Okay. Finally, here is a chance. You get an opening, and it gets shut down very quickly. The nade from Skies, the bullets from Awakening. 2 now to come off spawn. It's just
like, can Cammy stay up? You haven't had like a good four-man effort from either team really onto the objective. It's just been a mess.
Yeah, it's just the defense is doing such a good job around this area, controlling P5, but also radio. And if there's one or two players left, they're taking the fight to them, not allowing the players off spawn to group up. But here we go, another chance, another two-piece. Bands and CleanX, three go down, three go over. All four dead now. A chance for
Stack the point, stack the point.
One tick coming in, another name for Bands. The flight from Awakening, what does that do?
2 ticks in, almost. There's a bit of a contest of the point, just trying to pick it up. Did the second point get done? I don't think it did. The second bit did not get done. No respawns remaining.
4 versus 6 though, still doable. Kimmy somehow gets 2, Kimmy it's 3!
What in the world?
It's an S&D round, it's a 4 versus 4!
Oh my God, it all comes down to this, 15 seconds to go.
What did he just do?
I have no idea. King Cammy the Beast makes the play and gives them a chance to win it here. The opening pick gonna be so crucial, and then how do the trades go down? It's CleanX, it's able to pick up one. Vivid going massive, 2 versus 2. They're pushing the back line onto the point, 1.7 to stop it.
All down to Vivid.
It's just Vivid to do it, second bit done. They find the kill, and Toronto Ultra win.
Back-to-back 3-0s for the Ultra side as they fly in the championship Sunday. Top 4.
I gotta see
team.
I gotta see Cammy's play back.
I don't know what he just did.
I'm thinking like, they're in trouble now. The reset, the line's not going their way. Then Cammy just pops off with 3.
Well, and those 3 kills, it's what we just talked about. They just could not get a 4-man push.
Yeah.
I think Inside's like, bro, what the hell?
I don't know. I need to see it again because like I just saw the kill feed. Like I'm thinking that one's probably done. Then Cammy does the unthinkable. And then it comes down to this insane like S&D round, as you said, with so little time to work with. But I think it was CleanX with the first, and they just followed up behind that. Just unreal scenes here in Toronto. 32 and 26 out of Cammy. Him and Bands putting up big damage.
I mean, again, balanced effort from this Ultra side for Florida. Yeah, I mean, Vivid, 33 and 31, but you didn't get the skies throughout the series you wanted. Didn't get the Awakening in the game 2 or the game 3. The crowd fired up. They're just happy. This team continues on in the tournament.
Bands is having fun. They're riling up the crowd. Look at Insight. They've got to be loving this, man. Just unbelievable. This first major in Toronto has just been absolutely sensational. As we'll watch some of the highlights, I'm curious to see if we'll see the Cammy moment make it into this. Is it just, it came out of nowhere for me. I was like, okay, all right, 3 dead.
Yeah, I mean, it was just, dominant defenses from both of these teams, securing this P5 area right outside of radio, not allowing anyone on offense to get comfortable, to even get pressure onto B. I mean, there was the one time Ultra with like the 3v6 they got onto it. Florida hardly touched it. I mean, it was just insanity, but it comes down to that round. The 4 versus 4. Well, it was a 7v4, and then Cammy's like, all right, I'm gonna make it a 4v4. Somehow finds 3 kills.
What in the world? Like, I'm not even thinking, they're like regrouping in my head, right? Like looking for the next point.
Well, I was thinking about like, all right, are they tied in ticks? You know, like, they come down to the kills.
I was totally like, my brain was just the next round, like round 5. Like, who's gonna be on defense? Where are we sitting with that? We're getting closer to it. I'm just wondering if we're gonna
right before this. I don't think we saw it.
Oh, yeah, right. We just missed it. But yeah, because we didn't really see much. I just see it kind of pop in the kill feed. That was absolute and utter insanity here in the venue. Toronto, back-to-back 3-0s on the day. You love to see that out of the boys in the crowd. It is just passion and fire and despair on the other side.
I mean, I guess for Florida, it's a top 6, right? You know, you earn some CDL points and some big upsets, but obviously, again, it's a question of they beat OpTic, but they got to move it forward. There's a lot more to a tournament than just one match. You know, they have another major to do it. We'll see what'll happen with the Mutineers. We know it's kind of the ceiling, but we also know the floor, and they have to even that out.
Woo, this has been a lot of fun. Oh my God, I'm sweating because I'm up here just like, I'm fist bumping the air.
I think you're gonna
like,
take a sip of syrup now, right?
Do I need to? Okay, all right, I can.
Okay, here we go.
Can I open, am I strong enough to open this?
Yeah.
You can open it for me? I'm not strong enough.
Are you serious?
I need you.
Well, we got to take this
You're
off.
my work husband.
We got to take this off.
Oh,
Okay,
that
hold
helped. Now can I do it?
Yeah, probably. Go. Come on.
I can't do it, dude. Twisted bar. I need to chug the syrup.
Is this guy serious right now?
Oh, you're very strong. Did you get it?
Not the headset, please.
Yeah! Woo!
Oh, God, what are you doing? Oh, my gosh, that was way too much.
We've got insight on stage. That's delicious.
Okay. Take it away, Bryce, please.
All right. Well, I'm on the stage here for a very, very enthusiastic Toronto Ultra. Joining me, of course, is going to be Insight. Huge 3-0 to kick this one off. And obviously, you are looking sharp today. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. You know, when we're playing here, the crowd, it's amazing. We're injecting every play we make, and wow, what a feeling right now.
Oh, yeah, it's certainly very loud for you. But we'll get to just how great this crowd is in a minute, because they have some questions for you.
Yeah.
First of all, obviously, coming into this tournament, you guys have looked better, but there was an awful lot of criticism towards your respawns coming into this, including yourself. How have you and the team worked on that to get to this point?
Well, you know, obviously, I was getting criticized a lot. But, you know, you can't let things get you. You know, we've been working hard as a team behind closed doors, and it's been showing in our gameplay, and especially mine as well. I'm feeling great right now, and I'm just looking forward to the next game.
I think everybody is. Let's talk about a little bit about this crowd here. Obviously, being your home crowd, you get the walkouts through the tunnel of bodies. You're leading the charge most of the time. How is that feeling walking up to the main stage?
I swear to God, it's a feeling you can't explain, you know. Just walking up there, everyone's high-fiving you, you're getting hyped. I just want to load in. As soon as I sit down, I just want to load in.
That's awesome. So in preparation for this major, obviously it was a little bit more important to your team than some others. Not only do you want the points going into champs, but you do have an awful lot of fans here as well. Was there anything specific your team really focused on the run-up?
Honestly, like, obviously we're a great S&D team, so we didn't have to worry about that. It's honestly just making sure, like, we were just doing the fundamentals right in respawn, because we always had close games, and came down to the wire and we were losing a lot of small situations, but we're working on that and we're looking great.
Awesome. Certainly are looking great. One last question that I have to ask. Why are you so good at S&D?
What's that?
Why are you so good at S&D?
I think it's our teamwork and just micro adjustments in game. It's just so, like, it's just top notch, flawless. The boys are amazing, and we'll just keep it rolling.
I feel like I have to give this last one.
Yeah.
Anything you want to say to the lunatics in purple?
I mean, we love you guys. We can hear you up here, and keep supporting us, and we'll keep doing our best for you guys. We fucking love you.
All right, thank you very much, brother. We'll send this one back to the desk. Belly, over to you.
What is that? Is that the maple syrup anthem? What's
I think
going
it's
on right
Canada.
now?
I don't know.
There we go. Hey, shout out to Maven as well. That man is a lunatic.
That was disgusting.
Whose man is that right now?
I don't blame him.
But yo, shout out to Toronto Ultra getting a big dub, knocking Florida out of the event. And yo, shout out to Insight. The moment Insight came in after Scrappy subbed in for him for that one play day, he's been a man on a mission.
He's been absolutely taking over games, man. And the search and destroy game plan they had, I mean, they were taking mid-map, watching the cross. We saw them go through secret door, take the steps, go through fire, and just pick apart their opponents. Like, Insight gets the streak, and the just easy call. You've seen him in the camera. He just looks at his team. He goes, yo, they're all going to rush through A. Like, they're not going to go B right now. I have a glide bomb. And what happens? Doesn't even have to use it. Just slays them out from the bomb site. Nope. This is a well-oiled machine that we just saw.
In Toronto, they did a fantastic job because Demon Joe tried to make an appearance to search and destroy, and Ali, they sprinkled some holy water on the board.
Yeah, no, it definitely got shut down very quickly, and I think we saw Toronto Ultra that we have been waiting to see. I feel like the teamwork was always there when it came to this squad, but it was the talent that we were waiting to see pop off in the likes of Bant was finding 3 pieces, Cammy was finding 3 pieces, Insight was finding 3 pieces, Kleenex was finding 3 pieces. Like, every single time they were in a tough situation, it was one player just absolutely going rogue and popping off to save them from that situation.
Yep.
And I feel like we are slowly about to see the peak form of Toronto Ultra.
Hey, there we go. You know what? That's that European esports teamwork we're talking about right there. But we also have a Scump play of the game where Insight broke P2, and the team just took the final hill.
And this was a tough one to watch as well because a couple players just get absolutely gunned along the way. But, I mean, this is sort of like the theme for these guys. They love the spawns on P2. They love the gunny, but it's one of those times where they're actually able to get set up insecure. Røkkr, and I mean, hey, it's a play like that that just straight up wins you the game.
We've seen this so many times, Chance, and I've seen you like raging throughout this map and how much Toronto Ultra prioritized the spawns on P2. It sometimes cost them time on P1, but right here, I mean, they just had some lockdown setups. And in this one, we actually saw Florida almost set up a nice pinch, but DavePaty gets absolutely smoked by Insight in the back there. And you know, DavePaty just had a rough one in this one altogether, but really Mutineers, just no teamwork throughout this entire series, especially in the respawns. Like, their pushes were just lackluster.
Hey, shout out to Toronto moving forward.
And what's terrifying about the fight, especially a player like Insight, is it's not only the kills, right? It's the route and decision making that he does in game to get those kills that makes this squad so terrifying.
Take a look at the tweets right now. If you want to join the discussion, use that hashtag CDL 2022. But the world and the league are currently on notice. Toronto Ultra said OpTic who FaZe what? Listen, this is our event and it's our house. But looking forward, Florida Mutineers, top 5 and 6 finish. Nameless, what's next for them?
You know, they just got to work with their teamwork, man. They rely too much on individual plays. Awakening and Skies, when they pop off, they win games. So when they go back, they really have to slow it down at times, right? Like, and figure out how to make team pushes, because it clearly was not happening in this series.
Right, let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket as well to see how things have flourished here. Toronto Ultra elimination round 4. They're just waiting, sitting pretty. One more game into the finals, right? I mean, elimination finals. But on top, FaZe and Surge, I can't wait.
Dude, that's going to be a fire matchup, because like I know FaZe has started to steamroll a couple teams. They're getting a couple 3-0s, but at the same time,
they're getting hot.
Consistently, for years now, with whatever roster, have always matched up incredibly well. So that might have a game 5 written all over it.
Right, Ali, any last words you got to say about this series right here?
Just listen to the singing. That's all. Listen to the singing of the Toronto Ultra crowd.
It's beautiful. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it. Toronto Ultra moves on. But guess what? We have yet another game. LA Thieves, they got a tough road ahead of them, and hopefully they can avoid this spanking unlike last time. They went down to the losers bracket versus the Atlanta FaZe, and now they're going to have to face OpTic Texas. If they want their tournament lives to be extended, it's all up to them at this point. There's no more excuses. We don't even want to hear it. LA, we know what you're made of. The question is, do you even believe in it? We'll catch you guys on the other side of this break to check out the final game. We'll see you soon.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Ultra's house. We're here in the Madden Me Athletic Center, and Toronto just showed us a spectacle on that main stage, sitting in Florida home, baby. But this last series right here is going to be a banger. We have the Los Angeles Thieves and also OpTic Texas. We're here on the desk. We have a guest, my man Merc. We got Ali. We got Nameless. You already know the deal, right? But Merc, what's going with your co-caster, man?
Yo, he's bugging.
This guy, he is just a child.
Where did you guys get maple syrup?
There was a fan in the stands, thank you, by the way. But, I mean, this guy cannot open.
Just went to waste.
He is just not an adult. He is a 6'4", 37-year-old toddler.
Wait, production, do we even have a clip of that? If you do, throw it up right there.
Oh, my God, I've seen it again.
We gotta live through this again.
He can even take the plastic off.
By the way, this entire thing is gone. He literally, it's all gone.
Stop.
It is all done.
Yo, I don't want to.
Guys, listen.
Oh
my God.
He was waterfalling that. It is empty.
This isn't the first time. This is actually more humane than the last time we seen him with maple syrup. He poured it all over his head.
I thought he was going to do that. I got so stressed out for you in this last
I love it. Great times here in Toronto. But by the way, let's talk about the match at hand, right? OpTic Texas. Woo! They're going to have an interesting game ahead of them, right? They're facing off against the LA Thieves, and leading the way is going to be the leader of this roster. Nameless, you and I have personal discussions about Scump, and this man is on a mission.
He's been taken over in Search and Destroy. I mean, they've had two pretty easy games in their last two where they dominated 3-0 in both of those series, and they just played the LA Thieves last weekend and absolutely smoked them 3-0. And they have two of the same maps, Berlin for games 2 and 3. Shotzzy literally had like a 1.6 in this series. He was super frying, but for the game field keys to victory, Ali, what does OpTic Texas have
Well,
to do?
MVT Dashy, I know we're going to hear the Bruce chants from the crowd at 1.31 KD during Major 3 so far. That is first overall, and feeling good in the swing game 3. OpTic is 7-2 on Berlin Control. Thieves 4-4. Again, last time they played OpTic, it was also on a Berlin Control. OpTic 3-0'd the LA Thieves, so just keep doing what you're doing. A repeat performance on Berlin Hardpoint. Beat Thieves 250-135 on Berlin last week. Again, guys, it is Berlin heading into this series of maps that they are comfortable on.
And taking a look at those points right there, Mark, I have to ask you, man, if I'm an LA Thieves fan, I'm really hoping that we take that first hard point, because S&D in Control looks chalk.
Oh, no, for sure. And I think if you are a Thieves fan, one of the big things here, obviously with the schedule, it's OpTic hasn't played today. Now, LA Thieves, well, I guess they really didn't play today either. But, I mean, listen, it's like the first match of the day for both of these guys. So, I mean, they have to come out guns hot. If you are the LA Thieves, try to take advantage of the fact that you at least have a match under your belt. And for OpTic, try to match that pace right away.
I love it.
And we got to remember, like, this is one of those make it or break it series for the LA Thieves. Like, if they don't find some success here, if they come out and get 3-0'd, they will have to make a roster change. So these guys are fighting for their spot on this team at this point.
And they're going against the top 2 teams in the CDL by everyone's standards at this point in time. But speaking about the LA Thieves, Ali, it's been disappointing, but I'm hoping for a change. Kenny and the boys have to step it up now.
It's been ever since that role changed, right? Ever since that unfortunate loss, like, I feel like we've had these lights where Drazah has just been looking disgusting. We've seen a whole new Sam, I feel like, in this Major 3. Envoy, he's been a little bit hot and cold. It's the SMGs, right? Kenny's been a little hot and cold. They need to find some consistency, but even then, I don't know if this team is going to work out in the long run, Vel.
All right, and when it comes to the game field keys of victory, I mean, LA Thieves, they need everything, but Nameless, what are these 3 right
Turn your monitor on, get your gunny back. They were getting ran over by Atlanta FaZe. They had a .69 KD. I don't know if they just weren't fully awake yet, if their warm-ups weren't there, or if they just lost full on map 1, but they have to bounce back here, and they need to execute breaks on Gavutu hardpoint. They literally were on rotation. They were first in break percentage on Gavutu, outscored 120-10 versus FaZe when losing rotation, and then also improve your defense on Berlin Search and Destroy. OpTic is first in offensive win rate on Berlin. We've seen plenty of OpTic Berlin gameplay. Review that VOD and come strong in this one. They just played them on that map. Adjust your play style.
I mean, how do you even bounce back against a beating like FaZe 4 that, I mean, 3 of your players in 3 rounds were getting 1 kill. That's unacceptable. Merc, You're LA Thieves. Which player do you really want to step up in this series?
Ooh, I mean, listen, I think it's going to take all four, but if there's one guy I'm looking at, I think Drazah. It feels like when Drazah is finding success, he makes such a big impact for this team. He plays with a lot of fire, right? You see him trash talking on the stage. So for me, I'm going to go Drazah. I mean, everyone is going to need to contribute. You're going to need to see a much better Kenny and Envoy as an SMG duo, but it feels like Drazah is their firecracker. When he's hot, it feels like they're tough to beat.
Ali, I see that smile. You and I both, we know we want to see Kenny pop off. We hope Kenny pops off, right, for the sake of LAT. But Nameless, it's time for pick'ems. Are you rocking with OpTic? Are you rocking with the Red Squad?
I'm going with OpTic Texas. I think they take this one in a 3-0 fashion. I mean, what we saw to LA Thieves earlier was absolutely terrible, and we know what OpTic is capable of. I think Shotzzy comes out in this series and has his way with the LA Thieves.
And speaking of Shotzzy, Ali, last time Shotzzy played against this roster right here, he went on a historic tear. That streak was incredible.
On map 1, he had a 2.47 against the LA Thieves. Following map 2, he was 12-6 on the Berlin S&D. So again, seeing those maps in the series once again, I'm going to have to fall in favor of the OpTic Texas. I was almost going to go rogue a little bit and be like, I mean, LA Thieves have a chance.
You were going to go rogue in this?
Simply for the storyline that Envoy, you know, the Prince and the King, you know, that's kind of a battle, and I feel like Envoy's certainly going to have himself a series, but after that map set, I got to go OpTic Texas.
All right, Mark, say it with your chest, man. What are your honest thoughts about this series right here?
I mean, how do you pick LA Thieves after that showing, right? It's like it wasn't even a competition. Again, the only thing I will say is, you know, maybe OpTic come out cold, but I doubt it, right? I mean, I think Rambo's going to get them fired out. I got to go OpTic.
Yeah, Rambo's never going to have them fired up, but I hope JCap and crew, shout out to Shane as well. I hope they really studied and prepped for this. I'm going to have to rock with OpTic. I mean, how can you really...
I mean, all the prep you do, you still got to shoot back. Right?
I know.
That's the tough
exactly.
part. Yeah.
But you know what makes it so frustrating, though? When Major 1 came around, I thought they were going to be in the finals. They were actually one of my picks to win the entire event. FaZe beat them, and LA has never looked the same. But now, this is it. Back-to-back against the top two.
Yeah,
Nameless.
I mean, they've had some, you know, a rough couple of months. I mean, at the Pro-Am, they looked decent. I mean, we've seen Octane take over a couple games, but since the role change, they have not found any sort of consistency. In their first match versus the Minnesota Røkkr, I mean, I really liked how they played Search and Destroy. Like, that play style can work against some of the better Search and Destroy teams we have in the game. Like, if they come out here, they play passive, they pull out those automatons and just use what works for them, they could find success in that game mode. And the problem is, like, they're not an elite Search and Destroy team. I don't think we'll ever see LA Thieves consistently winning 2 S&Ds in a series, and their hardpoint is so 50-50. So in this matchup, it's just a tough draw for the LA Thieves.
And speaking of a tough draw, we actually have the maps on graphic. Let's put it up on the screen. Ali, talking about digging a grave for yourself. We're kicking things off on Gavutu.
Now, Val, this is one of my favorite things, personally, to break down when it comes to Call of Duty is the maps and modes, right? And I feel like the first map that you put your team on is going to be like the confidence map, right? So you always want to put in something that's going to boost your team's confidence going into the rest of the series. Gavutu, for me, for LA Thieves, is not it. They just lost to Atlanta Thieves 250 to 138 on this map. I understand that in the beginning, their stats were incredible, and it was Don't Chalice on Gavutu, and they just couldn't be defeated. They went 10-0 on this map and mode. But following that, it's been a decline, right? And I just don't feel like putting yourself in that situation once again against one of the top teams in OpTic Texas, who are also fairly comfortable on this map. I mean, you're looking at Dashy, the #1 AR in this game, staring at you on the other side. I just don't agree with it.
Yeah, I think maybe the one bright spot here for Thieves is we've talked about their sub-duo struggles. You're playing a lot of maps with a lot of ARs, right? Especially the hard points. We saw Kenny played pretty well on that Gavutu, but I mean, maybe that's something you can take from it. Even Berlin.
Even Berlin was Kenny's map.
If we can get there, right? They've been known to pull out P4, and P5. It's just, can they get to that back half? And I mean, Bocage S&D, that's been like Thieves' go-to for a very long time. So just, can they get there, though?
Hopefully they can't get there. Now, as we head into this matchup right now, we have to call it out. We got to give my man some props. Prolute, man, he's working it right now with OpTic Texas and Nameless. I mean, we got to say, as an M, he's getting such good experience, man. Playing with the best of the best on that main stage.
I mean, you know, we gave him a lot after that first series because he was so confident when he was talking online in his post-match interviews. But what we saw was the first match land jitters, right? And then they go into the next day, they clearly prepared better, and he had a good performance, right? Like, he fit the team. He was role-playing for the squad. He did good good in the search and destroys, and that's what you need out of a player like Prolute, right? Now this is a big test. He's going up against some superstar talent on the other side of that stage. LA Thieves might not have been able to put it together team-wise, but they have some great talented players who can take over games. So if Prolute can just be that role player for the team, allow players like Scump and Shotzzy to do their thing on the map, they will continue to find success. Should be a good win for them now.
Right, now let's also talk about challengers, because that's happening as well, and there is a stream for you to check it out. It's like college football, man. Just the passion is there, Ali.
Absolutely. I've gotten the chance to look over the Passion Pit a little bit in between matches, and it is grueling, I tell you what. But, you know, with the Toronto Academy NA, last I checked, was going against Doug's team, the unofficial Boston Breach Academy. I don't know how that ended up going. I'm sure it's the graphic on our screen right now, but a team that's actually been doing incredibly well is the Iron Blood Gaming Squad. I believe they are still in winners currently, with huge dubs over teams like with the former pro players like Brack, you know, like rolling through here. There's Rex, like there's former pros in here, but also players on the rise.
Speaking of former pros, Clay just got eliminated.
By who?
Wait.
Do we know
Production by who? I just heard in my ear. It's going to come in a second. Wait. Are we able?
That's tough.
Right, that is really tough. God RX's team. That's insane. Wow. Exactly. But ladies and gentlemen, check this out. We have the final series of the day starting right now. Let's go ahead and make some noise, baby. We got OpTic Texas and the LA Thieves. Take it away.
For the rugged. Been a little too nice to y'all. Now I gotta up price for y'all. Snake eyes on dice for y'all. Shoulders on ice for y'all. 8-6 all the hay. I won't get involved today. Got lost in the ball and A's. I'm flipping the bars. I'm flipping the
Octane.
That's what we wanted. That's what I'm talking about. He don't miss.
All record deals. Tell him talk to Colin for the quote. All record eyes. Still want to act, not the ghost. For the record, I'm done trying to make y'all comfortable.
One we go. Dashy coming through with the pistol. That's going to be nearly the first. Pulls off the pistol and gets it done after a while.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the last game of the day here on the main stage at Toronto. Saturday has been glorious, but of course Championship Sunday awaits. And two more teams looking to throw down. You can call this one the Battle of the Barbecue, because Texas are known for it. An hour ago, LA got smoked. But it's okay. It's okay. Because redemption can be earned and reputation can be rebuilt. Some would say brick by brick. Welcome to the stage first. It's OpTic Texas! Scump, Shotzzy, Dashy, and Prolute.
Scump is going to be my main point of focus, but I just got to say one thing. That man, Dashy, is a bad man. Check this out. He's going to put up MVP performance numbers on your head in front of his own mama. He would embarrass you in front of his family. But Scump is just built different. He's a legend in the team and one of the longest lasting ones. The game IQ is on another level than Bryce. OpTic, they're looking at that finals, baby. Bring it up, bring out the other teams.
All right, it is. OpTic is sat. It's time for their opponents. Can they do the business here on main stage? Let's find out. Please welcome the LA Thieves. Octane, Drazah, Kenny on it.
You can tell they've been smacked around so much, they are tired of it. The stop has to start now, and it's going to be against the likes of OpTic Texas. This is not only redemption, but revenge as well for the squad. And I'm looking at the turret, the human turret, Sam LaRue, Octane here on this Berg mat in Gabutu to get it started.
There wasn't no smile on Kenny's face down there, Bryce, and I'm hoping that that translates to something special. Let's get this game going, baby.
Yes, let's get this game going indeed, Felly. It is in fact time. One more chance to get top 4 in this tournament at the major. Let's get the action over to Studdy and Lando.
Thank you so much, Bryce. Yes, it is our final match of the day. One more spot is left in Championship Sunday. Is it going to be OpTic Texas or will it be the LA Thieves, Jay? I felt like we were here like 30 minutes ago where the LA Thieves were getting smoked.
Yep, we were here like 45 minutes ago and LA Thieves basically did not turn their monitors on. No one was shooting back. Outslayed by 46 kills in that series. Overall, Team KD at .69. They just got to forget about that one, man. They need to answer into this series early, and it has to start with map 1.
It absolutely has to, man. And obviously, considering on the other side, as Merc pointed out, right, OpTic Texas, it's their very first series of the day. But so far throughout the elimination bracket, after the loss versus Florida, they have been on a roll, dominating teams in Search and Destroy, getting 3-0 victories. But talk to me, buddy. How important is this game 1 specifically for the team who just got stopped?
LA Thieves, they need to come out and be super aggressive and set the tone right off the rip of this series on this Kabuto hardpoint. We saw how they struggled massively versus Atlanta FaZe. #1 team when it comes to break percentage. Every single time Atlanta FaZe was set up for a hill, they simply could not touch it. 100 to 10. And when it comes to the score differential, they were not shooting back. And right here versus OpTic Texas, coming off of 2 great 3-0 victories yesterday, they need to bring it. But here we go, Toronto. Last game of the night. OpTic Texas versus the Thieves on Kabuto. Here we go.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a fun one indeed. A rematch from that Major 3 qualifier where it was a 3-0 for OpTic Texas. And right now, at P1 toward the top gun, it is Shotzzy, streaky as ever, starting things off on a lovely little 3 spree. As we said, he has had his fun with the Thieves in the past and starting things off well, Jay.
And with only 20 seconds left, Thieves have to start thinking about that rotation because OpTic are winning a majority of these gunfights. Drazah does fine too, though. So this remaining 15 is going to go in favor of the Thieves. Now off the rotation, OpTic do flip those spawns. Now have control of backside green. You have one player who's already in a position, which is going to be Shotzzy. A huge rotation gunfight versus Envoy.
Big gunfight to win. Prolute and Scump solid as ever. Shotzzy, despite the pistol coming out from Envoy, is able to silence him as well. So despite a great start for OpTic Texas, LAT able to stabilize for a moment, but now the rotation comes in toward top boat. OpTic Texas, not just with time early, but also those spawns. LAT have got a decision to make. They've either got to jump in the hill or at least make a play for the spawns. Right now, they are unsuccessful at both of those ventures. 3 fall, and Drazah, he drops as well. Another team wipe there for OpTic, reaching 50.
Great hold so far from OpTic, and with 25 seconds left, Prolute on a 5 spree before he does get shut down. They're playing this beautifully. This has been a flawless hold at this P2. They're controlling the spawns for P3. They're giving up those remaining 15 seconds once again to LA Thieves. They're just thinking big picture. As long as they're set up properly for these hills, we will continuously hold this lead.
And he's trying to make a route, just gets dealt with by Dashy. I mean, he finds that kill. He instantly has the opportunity to find one inside of green, and maybe we're talking about a different looking HP to start, but OpTic Texas win the fights that they have to, and right now, Shotzzy was contesting for some time over at P1. Scump will look to join alongside of him, as Dashy's now going to be off spawn. LAT though, Jay, take a look at the bottom left of the screen. They are going for the spawns.
And this could be scary. If you're LA Thieves, you have to win a bunch of these gunfights and try to get out of this trap, because OpTic Texas can chain it to that P4. You're going to have Prolute on point. Scump watching over. 30 seconds remaining on this P3 hard point. You just have to go if you're LA. You have to try to get some time, but every single gunfight so far is still going in favor of OpTic Texas. That's going to be 3 down. Prolute goes massive on the hill on a 3 spree, 20 seconds left, and they have spawns for next.
And Jay, that could do, I mean, unbelievable things to the scoreline, considering the LA Thieves, they invested so much in that hill. They don't get rewarded for it, and now they're looking at having to cross the map again. I mean, if OpTic roll into this hill the exact way that we expect to, and the way that statistics would suggest, they could have, I mean, a 160 to 30 advantage if all things go their way. But LA Thieves in much need of an answer soon, but now it could be Scump's turn. End things out on a 4 spree. Prolute keeping things in mind. Also sits on a 4 spree himself.
Had a slow game versus the Florida Mutineers, Jay, but it's been a great opportunity for him to test the waters in these last few. One away from the glide bomb is the Røkkr.
Let me tell you, Prolute plays his first match, doesn't really have a big impact, but ever since, once you get those first match jitters out the way, he's been stepping up tremendously for this OpTic Texas roster. Already going to be up by 100 points, now with 20 seconds left. If you're LA Thieves, you need to just slow this game down. You need to start holding some of these great setups on some of these hard points. But as you see, with only 10 seconds left, you have OpTic Texas trying to overextend, trying to get out through that beach side to flip these spawns.
That's a big kill as well for Octane, just to keep things somewhat in place for the moment. He's trying to go for an early challenge, but we do have a number of different important gunfights going throughout the map. OpTic look to group up and try to challenge onto Octane. He gets dropped, and you've got 3 members strong for OpTic making their way through the beach. Again, LA Thieves are getting the seconds right now, which is great, but how long can they hold? 4-3 go down, and we will step aside and go to a listen now with the Texas boys.
He ran away, dropped. I don't know where he is. Probably on Simp top left. He probably ran away. Yo, one's back green. I didn't see this guy. Oil drives. Yo, roll small up here. I'm rolling. Hear that? Stay back. They're probably gonna, I think they're gonna do so. I'm here. Yeah, Drazah was at 30. One speed on tank, okay? Yeah, I hear that. Yo, Brandon, take your time right here. Watching our bench. Yo, I'll beat up bench. I have bench, okay? Yo, I'm only bench. One is deep left. Beat up Drazah. Absolutely beat up. Yo, stay alive, stay alive.
Second cut, Sam.
Where's the guy? I got you. Last one there. Last one just shot. Yo, you should die. Hit him. You go. Yeah, me too. I'm playing spawners with Brandon. One shot. Green to mid, Drazah.
I'm watching. You have my stairs.
I just dropped you. Yo, I'm watching our side, Brandon. Yo, one shot first cut. One shot their first cut. Two go in their design. What did you be on time? Sam.
Sam, absolutely.
And OpTic are spitting hot fire, almost up by 100 points. You just see the plays that Shotzzy was able to make. He finds a 3-piece while we jump into that listening. Does not allow the Thieves to get a full setup on that P5. And then gunfights going back and forth, but OpTic Texas are able to get this remaining 15 seconds. And off the rotation, it's Shotzzy and Prolute combining for 2. Now it's going to be on Drazah, the last man here. He has to win a couple gunfights.
Yes, with a couple gunfights, and honestly just stay alive. But Prolute's able to sneak one through, able to drop one onto Envoy, so that 100-point lead will remain intact for the time. LA Thieves on the more preferred side when we talk about the upcoming hard points, but really, is it going to matter? The massive advantage that you've established if you are OpTic Texas is something that gives you some freedom. The same freedom we saw Atlanta FaZe have just an hour ago versus the Thieves on this very map. LAT starting to stabilize, and Drazah, at least in the meantime, goes on that 5 spree, but take a look at the routes being made from Shotzzy.
Shotzzy makes that route through lower beach side to flip those spawns now for OpTic Texas to have the advantage going into this P3 with 20 seconds left on P2. So far, the Thieves have had a great hold here, basically a full 60 to try to get themselves back into this game, but so much map control right now for OpTic Texas. They're thinking about that next hill. They just cannot allow any players on the LA Thieves side to earn that glide bomb.
Oh, and Kenny, that's going to be 6 in a row, 1 away from the glide bomb. Very well, the game could sit in the balance of whether or not Kylo Ken is able to earn this streak. It could break things open, but he's got to find really that guaranteed elimination. Does not want to give his life up for free. Challenger still going down, a currently contested hard point, and there you go. Glide bomb earned from Kenny.
Okay.
And that's now going to be 8 in a row for him. A great little moment quickly for the LA Thieves. Grabbing those spawns back and getting some very, very necessary time right now at the beach.
So far with 30 seconds left, Kenny has that glide bomb to work with, so this game is far from over. LA Thieves are starting to turn up. Trades going back and forth, but Scump with the nade is able to get him off of that time. Great team shots from Scump and Dashy. Final 15 is going to go in favor of OpTic as long as you can stay alive. Don't die in this cross. Great shots from Kenny. But now you have to think, if you're OpTic Texas, you want to play this a little close, play this tight, because that glide bomb can break this setup.
That's a great call. That glide bomb is going to be coming in just a matter of moments. It feels like Shotzzy puts in a few tags and eventually does get taken down. So the early pick is there, and Kenny will drop Prolute, so 2 fall off of spawn.
come OpTic Texas, but Dashy still lingers, still waiting. Kenny, they're to take him down as well. LA Thieves, and you can just see the bottom left of your screen, it is all out chaos right now here at the tower. A few more fall, and that hard point is gonna be open. A current 2 versus 2, OpTic Texas and the backside of the spawns, and this could be great for them. They could start to get them in somewhat of a hold, but take a look at the routes again. Dashy and Prolute toward the beach will escape that hold, but again for Thieves, they're doing what they have to, Jay.
They're doing exactly what they need to do. This final 15 is going to go in favor of the Thieves. Now it's going to be a 30-point game. OpTic do the heads-up play, though, by pushing through beach and flipping those spawns. Now you just have to try to fight for your map control. You don't have to worry about any streaks. Nothing to work with besides Gunny. There's Drazah and his teammate Envoy. They're going to try to slip through, but Scump, he's going to be the cutoff man. At least catches the guy that try to overextend and flip these spawns. OpTic, 24 seconds away from closing out map number 1.
And Dashy coming through with some massive kills right now.
That's a bad man.
In front of the home crowd. It's not Booze, though. It is Bruce Chance. Indeed, with the snapper. Cuts down Octane in 10 more seconds before this game 1 goes the way of the green wall. Time ticks away. One more player in the point. He gets finished. Game 1 to OpTic.
In OpTic Texas, they just came out so damn dominant. 190-90 going into the second half of those rotations. Just a step ahead in the beginning of that game. You could just tell LA Thieves started to get a little bit more warmed up on the second half of that game. Great holds on the P2, great hold on the P3 to bounce back. But when OpTic are making next level plays the way that they are, always having someone sneak through that beach side with about 30 seconds left on P4, they know that they cannot afford to get trapped in the back. Make the heads up play, have a flawless hold on that P5. Not a single player from LA Thieves was even close. Everyone was sitting at that cliff side. And OpTic Texas come out hot off the gate. Doesn't matter if this is their first match, up 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, and if you're thinking for the LA Thieves, I mean, how important that game 1 hard point was for you. As you said, you know, you're just off of a loss. I mean, you and I were talking about it in the green room. It's like, you know, how do you make adjustments if you are the coaching staff, if you're the players? I mean, when you get dominated like that, it's difficult to just instantly, you know, make some adjustments. And also considering you're facing Atlanta FaZe and then an hour later facing off against OpTic as well. So just a number of different things. But Jay, I mean, it's hard to point out, and it's difficult to point out one specific player. But the stats kind of speak for themselves. 11-22 in the opening hardpoint versus Atlanta for Envoy. I think he goes 13-23 here. Just not a great performance out of the SMG.
Just such a slow start from LA Thieves. They started to turn up like Kenny was taking over on this map. He goes on that ace-3, earns that glide bomb, and then this game turns into a 30-point game. You just don't have a player in that positioning towards P1 watching that overextension. With OpTic getting trapped in towards the back, they were not going to allow that. They slip on through, they flip the spawns, and eventually they're able to close it out with a great hold on that P5. But now we go into a Berlin search and destroy, and this is where it gets scary for me. Yeah. Because obviously this matchup happened last week. We saw OpTic take this into 3-0, and it was 3 Berlins back to back to back. That's right. And now in the middle here, Berlin search and destroy has not been a strong suit for LAT. Pretty sure last in defensive round win percentage compared to OpTic, who are #1 on offensive attacking rounds.
Yeah, and you just ask yourself, like, what LA Thieves are we going to see just in general in series, but more specifically in the search and destroys? I mean, as we said, they come through in that opening match versus Minnesota. Go, what is it, 12-3 in round count. Then jump into a match versus Atlanta FaZe. On Bocage gets 6-0 smoked. It's just difficult to know what LA Thieves are going to get a majority of the time, specifically in a mode, buddy. That they've been very, I guess you could say, just in general, cold in.
Yeah, it's up in the air what kind of S&D LA Thieves are going to come out and play. Obviously, the one versus Minnesota was outstanding. Yeah. 6-2, 6-1. The one versus Atlanta FaZe, they were just getting picked apart. Majority of those rounds, they got first blood. And then every single time after that, you got to think about that 2v4 round as well. We need to use more teamwork instead of playing individually, because that's one thing that OpTic Texas have been able to do all year long. Their search and destroy is flawless because their mid-round adjustments are on point.
Yeah, they absolutely are. And I want to say, too, this is a map that OpTic Texas played, was it versus LAG? I want to say it was versus LAG, and Scump gets like a crazy, like 1v3, 1v4 clutch. So recently, it has been a good sign if you are an OpTic fan when it comes down to this match. But Jay, I don't know, man. Like, let's give the Thieves a little bit of something. I know Brycey was firing off the rip, you know, with the barbecue jokes. You know, obviously, whenever they do lose 3-0, and one of the faster and more dominant series that we've seen, it's difficult to not talk about it. But
I don't know, like we talk about, you know, glass half empty, half full. Give me a half full situation for Thieves. What's a positive moving into this Berlin?
Well, the positive is that they didn't get 100-point clubbed on that Gavutu. They fought back really hard to make it at least a 60-point game to close it out. So the guns started to get a little bit more warm. The only thing that's lacking right now on the LA Thieves side is confidence. It's not there for them right now. Hopefully JCap or Shane are going to give them a speech of a lifetime because they need it. They need these points to potentially make it to champs.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, how often have we talked about throughout the Toronto Major, seeing teams have those early exits who are on the bubble, and LA Thieves are without a doubt one of those teams right now who've got to get all the points that they can. Scoring a W versus OpTic Texas would be excellent, but more specifically because of what it does for you long term. But as we head into this Berlin Search and Destroy, Jay, talk to me, what are the records for both these teams?
10-6 on the side of OpTic Texas, 2-6 on the side of LAT. Hasn't really been their best S&D map all year long, and when you take a look at map 1 stats, that's a bad man right there. 1.41 out of Dashy Bruce, Batman. He has so many nicknames. Guy's an absolute beast. So far, he answers in that map number 1, but here we go into the map number 2. We're gonna have LAT on the attack.
LAT starting things off on attack, and what an early round victory would do for their confidence. Octane is there to watch the cross, gets the information, says, hey, 3 cross today, let's get aggressive. Let's push into that B site. The only player that is going to be here is the man that fried in that first map in Dashy, but he gets red, and it's Envoy there to cut him down.
It's Envoy there to come down, and Drazah with great shots onto Shotzzy. Now into 4v2, Octane catches the play on flank. Octane catches both. Absolute beams coming out of the nickname that you love to give him. Let me hear it one time.
The human turret.
There it is.
Okay, we had to get at least 1 in today. I think we might have said it earlier, but it's fine. 1 per match. I think I'm allowed 1 per match.
It's impossible. There's no way we said it earlier.
I might have.
No, they got destroyed. No way.
That's a good point, actually. Well, it is the human turret. There you go. Counter it too. But no, I mean, just a great round, honestly, out of the LA Thieves. And a lot of it comes down to just getting that cross information. Typical Berlin S&D strats.
Yeah, they just soloed out Dashy towards lower docks and then read the push from OpTic Texas being aggressive through that A bomb. But now we go into the defense where LA Thieves tend to struggle at times. OpTic Texas, they're going to slowly approach towards outer alley. Prolute is going to get spotted. Kenny with the first blood. Unfortunately, does not get the trade. The king. Great shots to make it a 3v3.
I think Envoy, it's going to be right here, but no, it's Drazah. Octane falls as well. A great start for the LA Thieves in finding that first engagement. But it's been OpTic from that point on. A 1v3 now for what has been the S&D mastermind for the Thieves lately. And a major impact versus Minnesota, and now brings it to a 1v2.
1v2 bomb for OpTic Texas is all already rotated towards that B bomb. You can have Scump who puts himself in a position to just watch this cross or watch the back base. Great crossfire is going to be set up between Scump and Shotzzy.
He knows. He knows.
Yeah, he's reading this one.
Oh my goodness. Oh, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I thought he had that one. All right. I thought it was the Dark Prince who knew what was going on, but Scump says, hey, baby, I'm still the king. I know what you're thinking. I'm a step ahead. Ooh, with the snapper.
Pretty sure that guy's the same age as me. His reaction time is like a 16-year-old. Unbelievable shots right there from Scump. Pretty sure he picks up 3 on that round.
My goodness, and as we talked about, man, he has had some unbelievable search and destroy performances. I know we talked about the clutches, you know, his ability to turn up when they were down 1-5 just yesterday, but feels like his game as he's gotten older has only improved when it comes down to search and destroy. But into this round 3 we go. LA Thieves back on the attacking end. It's Prolute through the shots. It does not matter. Drazah fills him with lead, but Prolute not affected by any means. Brought low in HP, and OpTic now in a 4v2 situation.
Down to 4v2. If you're OpTic, you can even give up this bomb plan if you need to. As the bomb is going to start getting planted. You have 1 player in Scump, so at least trying to time this flank, but you know Octane is going to be the safety net. You have to clear our back warehouse. So slowly going to attack this from back middle. 3 players committing towards this flank.
Octane does not do any damage there to Prolute. In the meantime, Envoy falls. They know exactly where Octane is hiding. It's a headshot for the first, but ultimately too many players alive. As you said, Jay, you can allow for them to plant the bomb every day of the week. They've got numbers. And it was the rookie who got things off to a hot start in that round.
Yeah, you could just tell Prolute's playing with a whole different level of confidence. All the time in his interviews, I love to run at people in S&D because pro players play scared, and right there he showed it. Breaks right through bottom P2, gets one, and then gets out with his life. Massive plays from Prolute to start off the initial gunfight. As OpTic walk away with the round with a beautiful retake on towards B. Now if you're LAT, you just need to shut down their push right here. You need to spread map, play for the information because OpTic is so good at those mid-round adjustments.
Yeah, they're so great at those mid-round adjustments, and you and I were talking about it. I mean, they're great at either bomb site on this Berlin. The reason why it's so strong is that they're clinical at both. Shotzzy pulling out the sniper. Cracks a few shots, but ultimately no damage done in the end. Envoy tries to get aggressive, but picked off again from Bruce. A great start for OpTic once more. Kenny spotted and destroyed. Dashy doing it in front of the home crowd. Prolute nearly escaped after getting that plant down. Does not do either in the situation, but it's Scump that gives the numbers once more toward the boys in green, and Drazah hits the deck.
Just starts right there with Shotzzy with the sniper. It kind of threw me off with Shotzzy with a sniper in his hand. Usually expecting an MP40, but he gives the communication to his team that 2 players are at this A site. Let's try to wrap it back and play soul towards B. Envoy gets caught being aggressive and already put themselves in the man advantage. OpTic close out the round, up 3-1. They're making this one just look easy, man.
And I think we already start talking about, you know, from a series perspective, this is just one of those rounds, one of those situations. If you're LA Thieves, you can't afford to lose it when it comes to confidence. You cannot afford to go down 4-1 versus this OpTic team, who have been so lethal in search to destroy. And even with the addition of Prolute, he has only been a positive when it comes down to this roster. Shotzzy, knowing top fire well, that window has been his home. Bomb goes down for Thieves, and now it's time for Texas to make the retake.
30 seconds to work with. Shotzzy already jumps himself in towards bomb site. He's gonna be able to find a second as well. Instant hop to defuse. I don't know if LAT are gonna be ready for this. Only 1 player left. It's gonna be Kenny. The bomb is almost gonna be done. He does take him down. As Kenny, he's just finessing his way through the hallway, but the king with great shots, and Dashy. Great movement to get towards that bomb. I thought Kenny had a good chance of at least forcing it to a 1v1, but once again, Scump's reaction time is a lot better than mine. He wins the gunfight. OpTic go up 4-1.
Oh, that is a frustrating moment if you're Kenny. You're like, guys, I'm literally by myself, and I'm taking nearly 3 players out. And now staring at a major deficit already in this search destroy, down 4-1. And we are to just start to repeat ourselves. A must-win round if you are the LA Thieves. Drazah off to a 1-4 start. Just get something going. We've seen a lot of presence at that B site, at least for OpTic so far. At least toying with the idea of A. As Dashy goes spread, here comes the attack. Kenny, first one here.
Kenny at least puts himself in a great spot. At least cause some problems. He finds the first. Unfortunately, can't get the trade. And this is where Shotzzy can hit a back alley, at least make it a 2v2. So now Shotzzy and Dashy versus Octane and Envoy.
Okay.
Bomb is going to start to rotate back. You have both players from LA Thieves trying to attack this from the middle of the map, but this might play right into Shotzzy's hand. So they're going to get completely caught off guard, and the bomb is going to be able to go down at B.
LA Thieves, let's see how quick they do realize this. Dashy just fell off the map. All right. Here we go. Shotzzy quickly in a 1v2, and he gets beamed. We'll have to get a quick shot on what exactly happened. But Jay, he was like along the docks. I mean, but maybe he just gets a little too close to the water there. I don't know.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Dashy just decided to go for a swim mid-round. You even saw the way that Shotzzy was going for that bomb plant as well. He's also going to plant it towards the window. So at least make it easier for Dashy on the clutch, but unfortunately just backs up a little too much. Right into the water.
You see the reaction on his face, like, Shotzzy? Yeah, I'm dead. Oh, where'd they come from? I might have fallen off the map.
I guess he did it for Clayster because he did just lose challenges, you know?
Come on.
It's unfortunate.
You gotta throw Clay's way. He just lost. We love you, Clay. We love you, Clay. Here we go. Well, Thieves get the round that we said they had to get. By their efforts or not, we are here indeed. Swing round, all ready for the Thieves. Oh, and that would have been a great first blood, but Shotzzy, 8 HP, manages to survive. And says, hey, it was a 1v2 last round, this time a 1v1, I will take it. Scump and Envoy continue to do it, but now it's Prolute's turn. Shots exchanged either way, but ultimately it is trades. To start, as Scump again stays alive. And finally, will be taken down by Drazah.
Now Shotzzy in the 1v2. Drazah does pick up bomb, but he is gonna be able to spot Shotzzy as well. Shotzzy tucks himself into the corner. Drazah gonna go for the pre-fire, and Shotzzy able to win the gunfight, but not able to find the second. Octane with the immediate trade. I can't even believe he won that first gunfight.
I have no idea how that happened. He just tucked away in a corner. That is some scary reactions. Some terrifying reactions, but LA Thieves, despite how they've got it done, it's been back-to-back rounds. We'll see if they can level this thing at 4 apiece. As we said, Search Destroy, it has been up and down. We'll see if they can find some more of that magic. A different team when it comes to land. As Octane putting in some bullets toward everybody, as it's really a shooting gallery over toward that B site as Prolute falls. Bomb is down for OpTic, down in numbers.
Now it's going to be a 4v3 retake. You do have one player, and Kenny, who works his way all the way around train side. But he's not actually going to commit towards flanking warehouse. Octane does take down Dashy on the 4v2. If you're Scump, just want to play your life, but Kenny, he finds him. Octane finds the second. 4 up, 4 down. LA Thieves with 3 rounds in a row. With a great retake, great first blood from Envoy. Have been able to tie this Search and Destroy up now at 4.
And a massive swing just in this game. You can start to feel it. You can start to feel it. I mean, whenever Dashy falls in that situation, it gives a run for LA Thieves. They start to see that scoreboard. They start to gain a little more confidence here and there. And they're finally able to slow down what has been a full momentum train. Really on the other side of the stage, whether it's been FaZe or OpTic Texas. A moment to breathe. And maybe for Thieves, a chance to get back in this series.
So right now, LAT, they're just playing for information. 2-2 spread across the map. You do have one player in Scump who puts himself in a great position bottom middle. Ready to attack this flank whenever he can. As the bomb is slowly going to approach towards A. Can have Shotzzy at least there to give the information to his team where the push is coming from. But with Shotzzy having to reposition right there with great shots from Octane, it's time for Scump to attack.
Time for Scump to attack, and once more it is Drazah. Prolute pistol out, okay! Swerving inside of the bookstore, eventually dropped. And now it is a quick 2v4. Engagements handled, and Dashy left in the 1 versus 3. Sees Octane going for a dive. And there you have it. LAT down 4-1. Now find themselves on map point.
That was just great patience from LAT. To basically force that first kill onto Shotzzy and then read the plays of the players being aggressive. They take down Scump through secret door. They catch the player in Prolute on the late flank. Then Dashy left in the 1v4. Not an easy task to get done. 4 rounds in a row for the Thieves. Momentum is starting to change towards their side, as they are 1 round away from tying this game up at 1.
Thieves have done a great job so far throughout this game at getting those first bloods. We'll see if they can get it in this round. Really seems to be the focus throughout this comeback. Bomb, and it's going to get dropped instantly there from Shotzzy. Envoy, first one here. Can he make a pick? Can he find that first blood? The nade tossed out, ready to go. Shotzzy, weather the storm. No damage done, but he's at least inflicted it upon the Dark Prince. Staying alive toward the docks, but he does find the first and also the second. Shotzzy eventually brought down, but he's done the damage that he had to for OpTic. Octane and Drazah now bring it to a 2 versus 2. All on to Octane, or we've got ourselves around 11.
15 seconds. 15 seconds, and Dashy knows he has to be playing close towards that bomb. And with OpTic on the aggressive fast A plant, LA Thieves in 4v4 retake situations are 28%, and it showed right there. Great work from Shotzzy to find that 2-piece on bomb. before eventually getting taken down, and we have a round 11.
Toronto, you like round 11s? So do we. We like ourselves some round 11. I guess it's fair to say, you know, if you are on, you know, supporting some teams out there, it can get a little stressful from time to time, but we love ourselves some round 11s. Berlin has set the stage. OpTic looking to go 2-0 up Thieves, hoping for some life to give themselves a chance at Championship Sunday. It is OpTic on the attack as they carefully make their way into the A side, but Drazah's here.
Oh, and Drazah finds a huge first blood onto Prolute. Trade not gonna be there. He's now in the 3v4. OpTic have to slow down. Bomb is gonna get picked up by Scump. But what kind of information can Dashy get from top 3? He's gonna be the guy giving the callouts. It's gonna be LAT full on attack through back alley. Scump unfortunately gets taken down now, 4v2, left up to Dashy and Shotzzy.
Shotzzy find a pick. Some shots exchanged throughout Berlin. Shotzzy gets great timing. He gets great timing, finds one onto Envoy. And now it gives them a chance. As we said, loves that window. Okay, Drazah's there. And now it's all on to Dashy, a 1v3, and LA Thieves come roaring back in this Berlin, down 4-1, but get the job done in OT. There is the life that we've been waiting for.
LAT just started slowing down this search to destroy every single round to get back into this game, down 4-1. Starts on the attack, they close out that one, then down 4-2. Massive plays from Drazah to really step up in this search and destroy. Finds that first blood all the way in the final round. Gets out with his life, and then that's what you call teamwork. The Thieves stack up towards that A-bomb. They attack through back alley. They win the engagement versus Scump. Then in the 4v2, even with Shotzzy finding that kill, LA Thieves had every single cut off. Yeah. A crossfire setup, ready for the trade at any moment. Are able to climb back all the way down from 4-1 to close out this search and destroy in a 6-5 matter. Now the series is tied at 1-1, and that's a great thing for LA Thieves, because now momentum is starting to go on their side. You can just tell in that search and destroy, confidence was there as well.
Yeah, it absolutely was, and very similar to what we talked about when they were facing off against Minnesota. They slowed the game down. They allowed for, I guess you could say, the mistakes to be made on the other side, find those first bloods, and tell you what, man, that is such a massive comeback for the LA Thieves. I mean, Nameless was talking about it coming into this series. He was talking about how this could be a roster change type of series. You get swept by OpTic Texas, you get eliminated, I mean, dominantly by the 2 best teams in the game. That could be an opportunity where you're thinking, hey, we're going to the end of the season, and there was no question about it that we are not on the upper echelon of the CDL right now. A major, major game for the LA Thieves to take, and my goodness, man, we've got ourselves a series. I was hoping that it wasn't going to be a 3-0, and thankfully it will not be. Toronto is being treated to an excellent, excellent game to close out this CDL Saturday. Who will make it to tomorrow, as we have got Game 3 Berlin Control up right after this break. major where everybody is having a party. I'll tell you what, man, this major has been absolutely incredible. The city has been fantastic. I'll tell you what, man, these are some of the best COD fans that we have in the world, and they are watching a great match go down right now between OpTic Texas and the LA Thieves. One more spot left in Championship Sunday. And Jay, we have got ourselves a back and forth series off of that round 11 where Thieves was able to take it. We got ourselves a series now.
That was a tremendous map from LAT to come back 4-1. To not go down 0-2 in this series going into this Berlin Control, because last time you did play this map versus OpTic Texas, it was a quick 3-0. This is going to be everything, man. This map is going to tell me how the series is going to go. Obviously, OpTic are the best team at this map. #1 on the defensive side, and I'm pretty sure also #1 on the attacking side as well. They average about 5 ticks on their offenses, so if you're the Thieves, you have to make sure that you're shutting down, especially that B push.
Yeah, you've got to. Like we said, when it comes down to both these teams, and we talked about it as well, like LA Thieves, if they can at least get to that control, there's a chance, right?
Yeah.
Because both of these rosters, I want to say, have more reps than any other teams in the CDL when it comes to Berlin Control. Like we were talking about how LA Thieves last game going into their series versus Atlanta had played like 6 straight Berlins. OpTic obviously have loved themselves some Berlin that we've been able to watch throughout those Major 3 qualifiers too. So if there was a map, right, where things could definitely get mixy, head to that round 5, and who knows what could occur, it would be this very map and mode. So I'm excited to get into this one, man. This is going to be fun.
I am, man, especially with the way that Drazah just came out and played in that Search and Destroy. Drazah's about to start flexing on people. 11-5 in that S&D to bring it back for his team. But we got to get into this Berlin Control. You have to find success if you're the Thieves on your defensive rounds. 33% win rate compared to OpTic, who are 90% on their defense.
Goodness.
This is going to be a tough one, man. This is going to be a tough one.
It is. Thieves are going to have to work for it, but I tell you what, man, Berlin Control has become one of my favorite game modes to commentate over. As you see the stats so far throughout this series for the LA Thieves, one that does stick out, though, is Mr. Envoy, the Dark Prince. We'll see if he can pick up his pace when it comes to this next respawn. OpTic Texas will begin things on the attacking end. For those that may be new to Control, we've got that A zone, that B zone. You capture one, you get an extra minute on the clock. 3 ticks per zone. You really want to grab as many as you can. As LA Thieves start things off very, very nicely on their opening team engagement.
They hold the early push from OpTic Texas, attacking towards that B point. Now forces all of OpTic. Transition over or towards A. Then Octane. He's gonna be here first, at least trying to play this patient. Eventually he does get taken down by Scump. You're still gonna have 2 players from LAT trying to attack this. Envoy and Kenny combined for 2. Woo! Envoy starting to wake up so far in this Control, already at 3-0. You see what #7 and Drazah is doing as well. He's forcing all of OpTic Texas to continuously spawn at water.
Envoy is still roaming. Envoy as well finds one onto Scump. Now make it 4-0. Streaks could be in his future, as he'll also have at least the early information onto Shotzzy. Goes for the drop shot. 1 onto Scump, a 5-0 beginning, and shuts down Shotzzy as well. 1 away from the glide bomb, and how about Envoy? A slow start to this series, but comes roaring here into Berlin. 25 seconds on the clock, and OpTic have got to get things going. Rush your way into that A zone and get a minute on the clock ASAP.
Envoy, he's not going to slow down. Also, the pinch is coming in from Kenny with 25 seconds. A big one-on-one between Shotzzy and Octane. Shotzzy trying to stay alive, but Octane with the pistol, able to come out on top. There's so many players from OpTic continuously spawning at boat. They're just going to flood and play the trade. So OpTic are going to be able to secure this 8 point, extend this time by a minute. But what a start from Envoy. 0.62 so far in this series. 8-2 with the glide bomb already.
Yeah, I can promise you that KD's going up by the second. And the positive for LA Thieves as well is that you've got a guaranteed Berlin hardpoint too. So we talked about different players that can step up for this LA Thieves team. We talked about it can be Drazah, and obviously we know that it can be Envoy. 2 such talented young players that we've got in the CDL are trying to do it big for Los Angeles now. Making their prowl toward the flank, and a great shot comes in from the Røkkr. Now sits on 4 in a row as Prolute.
And that's 3 dead, so now OpTic can be aggressive into this train side. You just have to read a couple of these players that are trying to attack the flank. As Scump does find that opening kill onto Kenny, they're able to get on this point. Envoy and Octane combined for 2. Now you're gonna force OpTic off of that point. You're gonna try to play for a couple of these spawn kills, but there's only 30 seconds to work with. You have to try to stop this clock.
It's almost like a search and destroy round. Like you just gotta find a pick and then work from there. Well, pick is gonna be granted. Drazah as well gets done. The great information out of the Ant-Man as he quickly jumps into the point, getting information left, right, and center. Prolute as well continues to do damage toward the outer alley, eventually falls, and Shotzzy on reply still remains the last player from OpTic Texas past that 50-yard line. And while they just continue to get picked apart, it looked like a good movement there for Texas. They get that one tick at that B zone, but that appears that that is all they will get in this round, Jay.
Yeah, such a dominant round from the LAT. Just consistently putting bodies over towards that A point. Envoy goes massive with an early 7 spree to pick up that glide bomb, but they hold strong on the defensive end. Now, if you're OpTic, at least you get that 1 tick of progression towards B. Because now they're going to be putting themselves up by 4. They just need to be strong on the side that they've been strong all season long on. 90% on their defensive wins.
And we know it too, man. Just getting back into that conversation around Envoy, who has had a great start to this control. I mean, you've been on this team before, right? You know what it's like to be on the OpTic side. You've been on the cheers, and now you've been experiencing the boos by the very same fans. If they lose this series, there's going to be a lot of people who point out the stats, who point out the shortcomings from his performance. Realizing such is starting to turn up. OpTic with the crowd behind him. Now sitting into their first defense, and Kenny, well, he could have a glide bomb in his future as well, Jay. He's on 6 in a row. And the Thieves look to be able to grab this A point. There's nobody here.
Yeah, Kenny's just taking his time. He knows that this 1 kill is going to be massive if he can pick this one up.
Oh,
and he does. Great shot onto Prolute. Now you have 2 glide bombs to work with. They're completing this A segment. The second point is about to be done.
A very, very healthy beginning to this Berlin control for the LA Thieves. Let's step aside and see how the comms are sounding right now with the team.
Okay. I'm coming out. Once we fire it. I'm with you. I'm with you, Dill. I'm playing through mid 2, Zach. I'm playing guards. I got it, yeah. I hate you. What's right there? I'm mid. Secret step. Nice 3. I'll use that. Keep looking for it. We're good. I'm giving up secret there. It's up down. Watch me outer. Watch out back left. Outer. Hold, boys, hold. I'm looking for outer when you can. Yeah, I'm living mid. I'm strong. Yeah. I'm gonna slow play our side outer. I'm playing a kill stone, bro. Dashy is alive outer point. No, that'd be nice. That should be offense on me. Offense, not weak. In offense, left corner. Left corner, offense. Can we push on our glass, guys? They can be pushed on our glass. Look at outer right now. I don't see outer door. Oh, you do. We're deep. He's up there. Inner, telling along. Alright, take our time, bro. Take our time. Take our time. Secret once again. Outer, deep outer. Secret, on point. Let's go. Outer door. Outer, run it out of front. Bro. Oh, God, I need it. He's like barrel door. Outer, watch out. I got him. Barrel door. Secret stairs. Secret stairs. Watch out. Secret stairs.
I mean, all in all, a great little check-in there with the LA Thieves. You saw them having some great success for a moment at that B zone. You have everybody, I mean, really just, I guess, doing exactly what they need to. It sounds like a really top-tier team. When it comes down to moments like these, everybody giving the right call-outs, talking about when to slow down, when to move forward, and ultimately even calling out names. A great little performance that could be brewing right now for LAT.
And this might be the play. This is the route that Kenny's able to make. He finds that spawn kill onto Shotzzy, but Prolute goes big. Finding that kill onto Envoy back alley. He's now going to slow down that pressure, but the pitch is going to be here. Kenny does take down the first, Octane with the second. That's going to be 3 down. Last player up is going to be Shotzzy. You at least have to stay alive. The stack is going to come in, and the Thieves, it's going so damn fast. OpTic all spawn are not going to make it. They needed 1 break, 1 execution on getting into that B point, and they get it done with a clean 4 down.
How about the LA Thieves, man? How about these plays? You called it out, Jay. You're talking about how Kenny was on the long route, and they just find everything that they have to. The coordination was on point, as we talked about it, and as we heard in the listening. Great work from this LA Thieves side, who, as we talked about it, were down 4-1 in that search destroy. They turned things up, and they have brought it into this control, up 2-0 now. and remain on the defensive end. OpTic have got to get something going.
OpTic are currently down by 2 segments. They're gonna try to commit towards an early B push once again. As Octane and Drazah are causing them problems. You do have Shotzzy who's able to sneak his way in through stone steps. That might be a huge 2-piece coming in from the King. It's gonna allow Shotzzy to get on this point. A huge 1-on-1 between him and Envoy. Gets the assistance of Prolute, and that's gonna be 2 down. You have all of LA Thieves trying to fluff from top flat. You just need to at least stall some time for OpTic to get the rest of their players in position. But the first thing is gonna be here. Still a lot of time to work with.
A lot of time to work with. Octane with a great nade. Meanwhile, it is Scump trying to make some plays in through fire. His position made known, but as long as he stays alive, it does extend a possible future push, but eventually snuffed down, eventually dropped. OpTic still trying to invest a few bodies toward that B zone, but they do at least at the end of the day grab a tick to start off this round. But LA Thieves aware of the strategy, Jay. They instantly force all of their attention now over at A, trying to apply as much attention to OpTic as possible. It could be Kenny's turn to once more go off, having himself the map at 21 and 14. Trades either way. The sole man inside of the objective remains Prolute.
And you just see what Octane is doing. Him sitting on that trade side is influencing the spawns for OpTic Texas to continuously try to attack this from water side. They're just running into the pre-aim of Drazah before Dashy takes care of him. As still, OpTic have not completed this 8-point. Envoy and Kenny are being so annoying in towards the middle of the map, able to find all 3 kills. Dashy, the farthest player, pushed up. And with 30 seconds left, LA Thieves currently up by 4 lives. They're just waiting for them to hop this point.
Wait for them to get on the objective, but a great shot comes in from Dashy. The pistol out, and then A zone will be successfully captured. So another minute on the clock. But the battle has only just begun. Considering the map position that LA Thieves have, and consider that you got to get 2 ticks over that B zone, it is not going to be easy versus a team who is frying right now. And on top of that, Jay, they've got 2 glide bombs.
Yeah, they got 2 glide bombs. They're currently up by 7 lives. If you are LAT, you probably want to choose to invest one here to at least read the play that's coming in, but doesn't matter when you're starting to beam. Drazah and Kenny able to take down 2. No more respawns remaining for OpTic Texas. It's gonna be their last round. The glide bomb is gonna get invested. You're gonna be able to catch a player in Scump in towards fire. Actually, he doesn't. Great job for him to dodge, and Scump also picks up that kill, but he gets taken down, and there's only 2 players left, and
this one's done.
LA Thieves just came out and made a statement on this map number 3. They didn't even show up in the series versus Atlanta FaZe, but last time they played this map specifically versus OpTic Texas, they got 3-0'd. This time around, they do the 3-0'ing.
Oh my goodness, you can see what it has done to the crowd as well. I mean, this started off as outright dominance. And the script, it is totally flip-flopped. And it was OpTic that looked like they were gonna be up 2-0 in this series, and in a matter of moments, it is now LA Thieves who come out with the round 11 search destroy, and now a dominant 3-0 victory here into this Berlin control. And the guy who, to me, Jay, turned around his game. I mean, obviously, Kenny has a phenomenal performance, 29 and 17. You got to give him all the props for that. But Envoy came out in that opening round, go 7-0, and it felt like from that point, LAT knew they had a chance.
Yeah, he just came out the gate swinging, man. Like when you start off a control 7-0, you earn that early glide bomb. It just sets the tone, especially on the defensive end, where OpTic usually find a lot of success on their attacking rounds. But when Envoy and Kenny, with those SMGs in their hands, causing so many problems around that P2 area, they can never get a clean setup around that 8-point. And every single time, at least on their defensive round, they shut down that initial push from OpTic Texas towards that B point. Once you do that, you allow one of your players to slip all the way through towards that train side and continuously influence those spawns for OpTic to spawn at water. Just wasn't the game plan for them. LA Thieves get it done in a 3-0 fashion, now up 2-1 in the series.
And you got to give them all the props, man. You've got to give them all the props for the way that they've been able to adjust. Obviously, job is not done just yet, but if you're on the OpTic side, man, that's gonna like really mess with your mental. I mean, a decent amount. You thought you had that search destroy, and then you look at the monitor and you're like, wait, it's been like 5 or 10 minutes, and now we're already down 2-1 on the brink of elimination. Keeping things in mind as well, that Berlin control, that ends a 5-game winning streak for OpTic Texas as well. And now coming into this Berlin hardpoint, Jay, what are your thoughts, man?
Obviously, all momentum is going to be on the LAT side. If you are in the stands right now, the green wall needs you so they can stay alive in this tournament. Currently down 2-1. Just the way that LA Thieves have turned this series around is very tippable.
Yeah.
Almost get 100-point club in that first map. You're down 4-1 in the search and destroy. Slowly start climbing back, and then to beat a team like OpTic Texas on their best control map in a 3-0 fashion, confidence is there. The gunnies are starting to get hot, and this is what you expect when you have such a star-studded lineup. They're starting to shine.
Yeah, they absolutely are. And as we talked about, it's been Drazah. When it comes down to that search and destroy, we see Kenny and Envoy have an excellent performance. It feels like the puzzle pieces are starting to come together for this LA Thieves team. But could it be that Game 5 force really is going to be the question right now? Is OpTic Texas somewhat stunned for a moment, but by no means are they on the chopping block just yet? But Jay, I gotta talk about it too, man. The last time that we did see these teams play, we did see a Berlin hardpoint, and I do remember a 13 streak that came out of Shotzzy.
Oh yeah, Shotzzy was a man on a mission in that qualifier match. He was just flying everywhere with that MP40. Basically doubles up his streaks, doesn't even need to use them as well. He went crazy the last time they played, but totally different story now. LA Thieves on land, a different squad, find themselves up 2-1. On this map specifically, I'm pretty sure LAT are second in rotation win percentage. On the opposite side, OpTic Texas are 11th in rotation win percentage. So this is going to be just an all-out rotation battle between both of these teams. You need to have early setups for those money hills like P3.
You absolutely do. Berlin HP, will it be the final resting place for this series? Or do OpTic have some fight left in them to send us to a Game 5 to close out this impeccable CDL Saturday? The Toronto Major has had it all. And does it have at least one more Game 5 left in it? It is time to find out. Berlin hardpoint. Here we come, Jay.
It's a big one, man. A big one for LAT. I can't believe the turnaround that they have done so far.
It's staggering.
45 minutes ago, they just got 3-0'd by Atlanta FaZe. Demoralized. Every single map was not close. They come out, they lose their opening hardpoint. That's usually a momentum going into a series when you're coming off of a series like that. But for them to currently be up 2-1, they have been turning up, but OpTic Texas are far from done. Here we go into the Berlin hardpoint. OpTic gonna be the first ones here.
And as we said, last time around, these teams matched up on Berlin HP. It was the Shotzzy highlight reel with 42 and 17. On top of it, had a 13 kill streak. We'll see if he can be the ultimate difference as he flies through the opening hard point. That's going to be 2 in a row to start things off for him. A nice 20-0 padding for OpTic, but just like that, LAT run their way through. Dashy on the flank also gets dealt with.
Great break from LAT. Just still have the king here. Try to fight for this remaining 20 seconds. The contest is going to be here, but the king able to find that kill onto Envoy. Now you're thinking about that rotation. OpTic did a great job at P1. They already have Shotzzy in a position off the rotation. Sitting on those P2 steps. Finds that opening kill onto Drazah. They know that Octane is in his position towards top 3. Envoy with a massive kill onto Scump. And with those gunfights going in favor of the Thieves, they're going to be able to set up properly for this P2.
That's just a great process of elimination as well. If you're Thieves, you got quite a few stragglers from Texas, obviously grabbing the scrap points, but trying to make their way through P5. And that just comes down to the comms that we got to listen to earlier. LA Thieves on a run, and more specifically, so is Octane. A nice 4-0 beginning for him and Envoy. Doing some great work right now inside of the library, and now it is Drazah's turn. Everybody from LAT starting to go on a streak. Kylo 10 as well. My goodness, look at the team streak that is brewing right now. LAT have woken up and have started to take over.
And they flipped the spawns as well, so now they can chain it to this P3. Octane is also on a 5 spree. If he can pick up 2 more kills, that glide bomb can be huge going into this later half of this game. OpTic are going to be able to retake the lead. They just have to execute a break on towards this P3. Drazah so far pushed out towards the middle of the map, at least opens up that gunfight. But with Scump and Shotzzy combining for 3, only 1 player left in the point, and look at the spawns. Look at the spawns for the Thieves all the way across the map. 1 player here is going to be Envoy. He gets taken care of, and OpTic Texas with the break.
And that was massive. That was huge. Instantly there from OpTic Texas that quickly turns the tide of the game, as now they've got themselves a more favorable spot. As you said, they've got the spawns, but it's Kenny who does light things up nice with the early nade. Utility tossed out, nades land either which way. Multiple angles where the Thieves can come from as Prolute spawns out. That is another situation for Thieves where it is all about the gunny, and it is there in stride. They break through that HP, they've got the lead, and now Kenny is looking to make a route.
Now off the rotation, Kenny runs right into the pre-aim of Dashy. So they win their first initial 2 gunfights to properly set up for P4. These currently put themselves up by 10 points. No one's going to be here initially off the time. They're trying to break this at least through P2, but Dashy with a great cutoff angle finds that first kill onto Octane. Prolute with the crossfire, Shotzzy with the 3rd. They hold the first push.
Hold the first push, and really when it comes down to this hill as well, Jay, I mean, not typically one where you're going to see a major amount of seconds on, but if you've got the right hold, players in the right angles, you can see some success. But once more, LA Thieves, they break through the front, and they quickly flip the spawns. I mean, Jay, this is what we saw happen against them versus Atlanta FaZe on that Gavutu. They were late on rotations, and even when they held them, they were getting broken from the front. This time around, LA Thieves are showing us that it's not just in search, destroy, or in control, but they are here in this series, and they're ready to close it out in 4 as the first side of rotations nearly come to a close. We've still got that P5 lined up and ready, and it's about to be a brawl.
Yeah, if you're OpTic Texas, you have to make sure that you're controlling top plat side, but you don't want to give up a lot of time to the Thieves to get back into this game off P5. Nice little 2-piece, make it 3. All 4 down as OpTic Texas are chaining it with this P5 time. Prolute with some great shots on a force read. Can potentially pick up this glide bomb. He's just watching this cut. Not trying to allow anyone to overextend and flank through trains. But Octane slips, Scump with the cover fire. So far, this has been a great hold from OpTic Texas, getting every single second on P5.
And they flip the spawns off of the plays from Prolute. He helps secure really what is the ultimate achievement goal throughout that P5. Of course, you're happy to walk away with the seconds, but you're trying to go for those spawns for next. Speaking of spawns, player number 8, Octane, trying to hit the routes, but we are looking at tons of time going either direction. It continues to favor Texas, but Thieves come out once more off of some veteran plays from the main AR. Scump 1 away from the glide, trying to stay alive. Not going to be earned. Sweat off the brow for LA Thieves. Second side, here we go.
LA Thieves going to start off with their initial setup. Just have to read the player in Shotzzy. Working towards this flank. He's going to at least find this player in Kenny. Can't win the gunfight. Great team fire coming in from Envoy. As all of OpTic trying to at least break this from the front. Envoy finds a 2-piece. Prolute with the trade. OpTic are able to get in. They just have to win a couple of these gunfights. But Kenny and Drazah combined for 3. They get right back on it.
Some of the X factors from LA Thieves continue to strut, and one of them right now is going to be Envoy. 3 fall in the feed. Last player alive is going to be Shotzzy. And Thieves again with the team wipe. Envoy even up close and from afar. He's letting that P40 go, MP40 go. And now it's Kenny's turn, possibly a great opportunity for the flank. Finds 1. Oh, nearly finds the second. OpTic Texas will hold. Final 5 seconds go their way up in this match, but LA Thieves are going to have that preferred position now for next.
Now, if you're OpTic Texas, you cannot allow for LAT to chain it to the P3 like they did in the first rotation. As you see, Dashy's KD so far has fell off. Before falling off the map, he was at a 1.58. After 0.73, he has to try to turn it around. Great shots right there to take down Envoy. As LAT so far with a flawless hold, that's going to be 3 down. OpTic still putting a lot of pressure on, but LAT, 30 seconds left, are going to be able to retake the lead. Now, if you're OpTic, you have to back up. You have to win a bunch of these gunfights the whole rotation.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? When you hit that 25-second mark, it's like a matter of, okay, we don't want to try to put too much pressure on this. At the same time, we want to try to advance ourselves forward. Don't allow for these seconds to go unnoticed, to go unhinged, but
That's exactly what they're going to have to do. They're going to have to settle with a 25-point deficit coming into this next HP. But
great shot.
As we know in Berlin, as Kenny hits the beams from afar, you can quickly make some runs on this hardcore. Octane doing great work towards the street. Kenny ultimately wins the 1v1. Take a look at the spawns. This is going to be a very crucial life. Kenny has got to stay alive. OpTic being aware of his position as it's Envoy to the rescue. Comes away with 2. Watching over for Kenny right now. Eventually dropped, but it's Kenny now on the 7 spree. Glide bomb earned and now makes it 8. Quickly dropped, but LA Thieves are here.
Thieves get the break. Kenny earns his glide bomb. This game can get out of hand right now if OpTic Texas can't find a break. 20 seconds remaining on P3. See, OpTic's still gonna try to at least attack this from the front, but they're getting shut down. Only player closest to that point is gonna be Scump, a huge one-on-one. He's not gonna decide to go for it. As OpTic Texas are gonna be fully set up for this P4, but Kenny has that glide bomb to work with. It's time to set up the break.
Knox, you got to be careful. Like I said, with that glide bomb coming in, they've got some places to hide, but Thieves are prepared for it. That is a huge pick that comes in from LaRue, and off of that, here comes the glide bomb. We'll see how much damage it can do. Ultimately, a 3-for-1 trade in the end, favoring the Thieves, but Dashy trying to hold true. Automaton out! Oh, and he eventually gets dropped, but trades, because of OpTic spawning as close as they do, still will remain, but any time that ticks off the clock is still favorable for the LA Thieves. And Jay, really, if you're OpTic, you cannot afford for this time to go vacant. You've got to grab these seconds, and you got to grab them soon. Back and forth we go. 15 more left at train as everybody from the Thieves continues to fry.
Kenny is absolutely beaming right now, not missing any shots. Finds himself on another 4 spree. Only 10 seconds remaining on this point. Kenny with the snaps. Able to take down 2. On another 6 spree, can potentially pick up a glide bomb, and he does so. 28 and 17 has turned it around in this series as LAT only 32 points away from closing out this game. He is not missing, man.
Kenny is having his moment on the main stage, given so much criticism, but says, watch me work. 29 and 17 eventually gets taken down, but is the catalyst to what looked like could have been the moment where OpTic ties the game, and now they find themselves in an even deeper hole. Thieves 20 points away from victory, 20 points away from getting to Championship Sunday. Does Texas have a reply? Because somebody is going to need to do something.
And right now, LA Thieves, they're controlling the spawns as well. They're so far pushed up, knowing that OpTic Texas are consistently spawning at Warehouse. You have 1 player in Envoy ready off the rotation, only 11 seconds away from LA Thieves closing out this series.
They've got those spawns, they've got some great setups, at least for the moment, but Prolute and Shotzzy, they win their 1v1s. A few more seconds left before this one is done. Envoy puts the nail in the coffin, and LA Thieves down 4-1 in the search and destroy, and ever since that moment, have looked their best. A stunning moment here at the Toronto Major. It felt like it was going to be another sweep, another dominant win for OpTic Texas. But LA Thieves, the core of the team, everybody stepping up when they had to. An incredible display and a magnificent comeback.
Can't believe the performance that they just put on. An hour ago, they just got beat up so bad by Atlanta FaZe. Then the following series ends in a 3-0 for Toronto. It's only like, all right, you got 35 minutes to talk about your next series. They come in here prepared. They lose that map number 1, but they show some fight. That was the biggest thing that I took away. Showing fight at the end of that Kabuto hardpoint, not getting 100-point club was massive. And then in the search and destroy, to come back and completely shift the momentum. Down 4-1, you come back and win 5 rounds in a row to close out that search and destroy. You clutch up and dominate that control. And then on this map, they were just ahead of the game. Every single time they needed to execute a break on P3, they got it done. They were doing the little things. And the player for me that really stepped up all series long had to be Kenny. If I'm LA Thieves, I am playing the rest of the weekend on these big maps. Give me Gabutus, give me Berlins. Let's try to stay away from Tuscan and Bocage.
Yeah, man, I mean, what a performance that he has. You saw it. I mean, you can tell what it means for him. I mean, he has been the most talked about player in the CDL for the past few weeks. Ever since he has switched to that SMG role, it's not been a great time. And while a lot of these highlights are going to be with that assault rifle, it is undoubted. The talent is there. The skill is there. And we all saw it. We all saw it on full display in a moment where Thieves had to come away with W's. It was dire situations, my man. They were down 4-1. It looked like it was going to be a 2-0 start, another 3-0 loss. But that is one of the most impressive comebacks that we have seen this season, and if not, since the CDL even formed.
And if you remember what Nameless said on the desk, this match was very important for this Thieves roster.
Yeah.
The fact that they come out and play so damn well to close out this series versus OpTic Texas, who came out and had a lights-out day yesterday. Flawless in map, 6-0. For the LA Thieves, I'm telling you, to come back versus in that series versus Atlanta FaZe, and the 3-0 got smoked. But then to come in here versus OpTic Texas and to close it out in the 3-1, insane stuff. They win the search and destroy, they take 2 respawns. Unbelievable, man.
It's crazy. It is absolutely crazy. A total turnaround from the LA Thieves as they will advance to championship Sunday, eliminating OpTic Texas from the Toronto Major. That is going to do it for myself and Jay. We now send it down to the main stage. It is Bryce, joined alongside by not just 1, but 2 LA Thieves players.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am here on the main stage with LA Thieves, and we have got a double header for this one. Okay, so I've been doing this a long time, and the regain I have just in here is something for the ages. I did say before we went to that game, redemption can be earned, and earned you did. Yeah. I've got to ask, after what happened the last game versus Atlanta FaZe, how do you come back like you have?
Well, to be honest, FaZe played amazing. We felt like in that match we basically just laid over, just let them do whatever. I feel like we played with like 0 confidence as a team, and that's like the biggest thing for our team is confidence. So just we went to the back, just said chalk that match. We got another match for the day. Let's get our confidence flowing. Play some 2v2s against each other. Just got our shots warm and just forgot about the match.
Yeah, well, apparently
Shout out our coaches too. Shout out our coaches. They're a big help.
That was kind of incredible. If we talk about Envoy very, very quickly, same similar thing. Those first 2 maps, you had like a 0.62. You start off the control on a 7 streak. Like, mentally regaining from that point, what was going through your own head?
I mean, yeah, these guys took over in the S&D. I mean, we were down 4-1, and it was all them. So I know when we came to the control 1-1 series is tied, I had to come out hot. Yep. Honestly, went on a spree, and that started it all for the next 3 games.
Okay, that's interesting. I've got to ask about the comeback on the S&D then. What were the comms like backstage? What was the call, knowing that essentially you were down and going down 2-0 in the series, it could have been disastrous?
I feel like we watched a lot of bot over them, so we were basically every beginning of every round we were just pointing out a person we wanted to focus on, and I think that worked. And then our defenses, we were just getting our info and being more reactionary for it, like way faster. And I feel like that was one of the things we lacked in the S&D versus FaZe. It was a 6-0, but we weren't reacting to any comms or any info we're having on the map, and I think we did it well after the 4-1. So I think that's what led to the comeback.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, obviously it did. It did very, very well. So my question is this, and I've already spoken to Octane, I think yesterday about this as well, but you happen to be one of the most criticized teams in the CDL. You are held to an incredible standard, and sometimes you have fallen short. Yeah. Personally, for you both onto this one, how has it been behind the scenes dealing with that level of insight that people have just been kind of putting the spotlight on you over and over again?
Well, one thing, I mean, we don't, I would say like the criticism and everything, I kind of look past that, but I think for us, we knew in practice we were like one of the best teams. Like we felt like our practice was going amazing, it just wasn't translating to matches. So we were just trying to figure out this median of trying to get our practice into matches and find out what's wrong or what's going different in matches, and it was one of the things like we worked on super hard. And this LAN, I mean, we started out pretty big versus Minnesota. I think that was a big confidence booster for us and momentum booster. So I think ever since then, not talking about the FaZe match, but it's looked okay, it's looked good. We just, like I said before, got to keep our confidence up.
That's fair. Same question to Envoy. Obviously, you're part of this team. Deal with it in your own way. How have you coped with being under the spotlight as much as you have been?
For me, it's just been about being inconsistent. I feel like last year and this year I've been pretty inconsistent. But when it comes to the matches, like Ken was saying, like we do really well in practice. We just couldn't translate. So as soon as we started winning some searches, translating in the respawns, you know, things go our way. And when we're playing with confidence, we feel unstoppable.
Well, I tell you something, you looked unstoppable today, and congratulations once again to LA Thieves. Let's make a little bit of noise here in the venue. What a show has been set. Top 4 already on to Championship Sunday. Veli, I think you've got a lot of breaking down to do.
Well, my brain is breaking down right now, man. LA Thieves, so up and down, and the fact that they can have a game like that against the Atlanta FaZe and then give OpTic an L like that, that's been phenomenal. But hey, shout out to Kenny, 32-20 to close out the series. He looked like stage 1 Kenny once again, and Merc, you made a fantastic point. Kenny on the AR looks super comfortable, and look at what he did.
I mean, he's got a swagger to him, man. When he gets going, he is just one of the best point of views to watch, honestly. When you talk about the CDL, he's been that way for years. And I don't know, obviously, you know, he's been a great submachine gun player in the past. He's been a great AR, you know, stats-wise last year, and this year it just wasn't translating to results. So I think they're like, all right, screw it, let's try it. But you can obviously tell when they play maps like Berlin, when he can pull out a third AR, some S&D maps when he has it, he is a lot more comfortable with it, and the dude can pop off at any moment.
Right, Ali, you wanted something to say as well. What were your thoughts about this series ultimately?
I simply wanted to apologize to Kenny. I mean, I feel like I've been one of the harshest critics when it comes to his performance and his role swap that, you know, sometimes it's out of your control. You know, you're put in a tough situation when your team's been struggling. You try something new and maybe it doesn't go the right way right away, but he really showed up in this series versus OpTic Texas. I was completely blindsided by the fact that they were able to take this series after that first hard point, and I have to give my props to Kenny for turning up for the LA Thieves.
Right, Nameless, Envoy, the whole squad turned up, man.
I mean, this just makes no sense. I mean, that is one of the most incredible regains I have ever seen in Call of Duty history. Like, not only did these guys get smoked, they had no teamwork versus Atlanta FaZe. I mean, through the Stage 3 qualifiers as well. 1 week ago, they got 3-0'd by OpTic Texas, this exact same roster. In this series, the teamwork was there. Some of the retakes that we saw on that B bomb site search and destroy were just chef's kiss. Like, these guys were killing all of them, acing them, and then we see them go into the control for a 3-0 victory. Envoy, like, they were shutting them down on the A site on control. Like, that is beautiful, the way that they're working that. The P3 breaks on Berlin hardpoint. Just keep these guys on Berlin and they will win the event.
And the streaks they were getting, I think it was Envoy that had like a 7 streak to start off the map. It was insane. But we actually have a Scump play the game. It's going to be the search and destroy round 11.
And we saw the stat pop up too. Like, LA Thieves, they did not have the advantage when it came to round 11s, but you saw right here just the patient plays out of the LA Thieves, and Prolute peaks a little bit too long. Drazah is able to get that first kill, and then the patience sets in. Thieves are able to run away with it.
And you know what, I gotta say, it almost feels like, it almost feels horrible, right? So Dashy and them were in the 2v1 situation. Dashy obviously, unfortunately, falls off the map, and from there, OpTic Texas fell off in the rest of this series. That's when the start started for LA Thieves to make that comeback. I mean, down 4-1 and search and destroy in a team that's been struggling this whole year. You also have to give that tip to Shane being added to this roster right
Shout
at the
out to Shane,
because
man.
their S&D has looked completely different.
Taking a look at the KDs right here. Go ahead, Merc. I'm sorry.
And I was just going to say, too, even looking at, like, the vetoes, this is something very small. Yes, they won 3-0, but, like, coming into this, it's almost like, do you want to play the Berlins, the control, and the hard point, right? Maybe if the vetoes are a little bit different, because, I mean, Berlin control is a map that it just feels like at any moment, you know, it takes one play over at that piece, at that site. And I think OpTic has the better system.
Yeah.
You know, maybe if they can play on Gavutu, maybe it's something different. Again, very small, but just something to bring up. And, you know, Berlin hardpoint, it's like, yes, they just won. So they're going to go for it. But that was also behind, what, a 42-14 performance from Shotzzy.
Yes.
I think teams tomorrow are going to be looking at what LA Thieves did tonight, what they've done this week, and they're going to try to flip these vetoes a little bit.
Well, hopefully so, right? Let's actually recap what's happened today. Today was insane. A lot of 3-0s, 3-1s. This was spectacular. But we kicked off today with Toronto Ultra getting a big win over the Minnesota Røkkr. It was 3-0. Nameless, the hometown team was just victorious all day long.
Yeah, these guys were lights out, man. I mean, some of the plays we saw from Insight were beautiful today. And Cammy, you know, the guy that we needed to see pop off, you know, these guys like to play Bokeh hardpoint. At times they've been losing it, but, you know, coming into this event, I'm like, Cammy's the aggressive player on this team next to CleanX. CleanX, we know what you're going to get out of him. If Cammy plays well on this map, they'll find success, and it's translated to victories, man. This is a series I thought that was going to go to distance. It did not. Ultra just dominated them.
Right, and watching Minnesota go home after that amazing Stage 3 qualifier performance, Ali. I was hoping we saw more, but their road ended.
No, it's really tough, especially because we all were speculating a little bit as well in their first matchup, right? And they come out and they give us something to get excited for. And I don't think this is the end of Minnesota Røkkr. I feel like they're going to continue to get better, and they're clearly a better team than what we saw in Major 2. So I don't think it's the last of them for sure, but Toronto Ultra just looked too good today.
And talking about systems, let's talk about the second series of the day, right? Seattle Surge faced off against Florida, and that was insane. Seattle looking better than ever. Merc, I think that this event is their best so far, man.
Oh, 100% it is. You know, just from day to day, they look like they are on point, but they're going to have a very tough challenge against Atlanta FaZe, but it's a team they are confident to play against. And yeah, I mean, everybody is having moments, but I want to give a lot of shout out to Mack, dude. Mack is playing exceptionally well this tournament, and we always talk a lot about Sib and Pred, the superstars on the roster, and I get it. But if Mack can be that third guy that he's been this week, it's a tough team to beat.
And I really hope nobody give Mack any suspicious food, okay? Yeah. No suspicious food for Mack, all right, guys? I need that out of you for Seattle Surge. I want to see the finish of what maybe we could have saw in Major 2, but also it was just a series of unfortunate events for Florida, right? Like they go up 4-2 in the Berlin S&D, and then Seattle just completely flipped the script, right? They go up 2-0 in the Tuscan Control. Yeah, Seattle wins 2 offenses, like in the most insane clutch way. It came down to kills as well. Like the Seattle Surge we saw today is what we were hoping to see at the beginning of the season. The Florida Mutineers, not so much.
I don't know about you guys right now, but I need to call my therapist after what we just saw today. The LA Thieves just sitting home OpTic Texas, but before that they faced off against the Atlanta FaZe, and Nameless. It was like a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde performance.
And this was an ass whooping from start to finish.
Yeah, they faked them, boys.
That had to be the biggest dominating series I have seen all year. I mean, we saw LA Thieves versus Boston Breach. We thought that was bad. This was bad. They ran over them. Even saw Kenny in the interview saying, like, we just laid down and let them do whatever they wanted with them.
Oh, yeah.
And that's really what happened. I mean, that's scary for the competition if this is how FaZe is playing. Some big clutches in the Search and Destroy. That's the one game mode that we wanted to see FaZe get better at. And so far, so good. From Stage 3 qualifiers to LAN, they've translated it to victories, and they get it in a 6-0 fashion. So, you know, for Atlanta FaZe tomorrow, it's going to be a big day.
And Merc, one of the loudest match, well, no, the loudest match we saw today was when Toronto Ultra sent home Florida Mutineers as well. Toronto, man, they're getting the love from the crowd. I'm loving their chances to reach the finals.
I mean, top 4 right now. You know, similar to LADs, what we're talking about with the hard points and the vetoes, those two teams are going to match up. Bokash right away, right, for Toronto Ultra has been their go-to. It's been how they are setting the pace. They're getting guys like Crimsix on fire, but it's been every single game mode they are clutching up. Their Search and Destroy has looked so much better. They look to all be on the same page. Ultra, man, they got a chance tomorrow.
Well, hey, hopefully Ultra keeps going strong, and they're going to need help from the audience because you saw from Insight, they're just feeding off of it so beautifully, right? But now it's going to be time to take a look at the bracket. And Ali, I was thinking about it. There's a scenario that's going to remind us of last year, right? We could actually see FaZe versus Ultra in the finals if things go their way, but still, you never know with LA and Surge still in the mix.
Things going back to the way that they should be going, Val. I don't know. Toronto Ultra is looking incredible. I have to say, you know, they're already a scary team just based off the amount of teamwork that this team has, right? The amount of calm, cool, collected. But you know how some teams depend on superstars. You know, they depend on superstars to pop off on maps. Well, I saw a superstar in every single member of Toronto Ultra today. If that woe continues heading into tomorrow, I don't know, Nameless.
Yo, is this kickoff? Like, these are the teams that were frying at kickoff. It's like full circle here at Major 3. This is going to be lit, but let's check out tomorrow's schedule and see what we have in store for it.
All right, first game of the day. Oh my God. Seattle versus Atlanta FaZe to kick off the day. After that, LA Thieves versus the Toronto Ultra. Merc, my body's ready.
Yeah, both of these should be bangers, right? Yeah. Just right from the Surge and FaZe, they have just put up some great matches throughout the year. And then Ultra and LA Thieves, I mean, LA Thieves, they're going to stay the villains. But I will say, right, LA Thieves, they need to figure out a way to not just be a momentum team. Because in one way, when they're losing quickly, it is very fast, like we saw today. Yeah. They cannot always rely on someone popping off, going on a 7 spree. The system has to be a little bit better, especially going up against Ultra, who has been so balanced throughout this tournament.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to lock down this desk right now. We're going to shut things down. But day 3 has been phenomenal so far. But tomorrow, you already know the saying. And then there are 4. We got LA in the mix, and you just can't sleep on them from the performance that we saw today. You can't even guess it, but also a lot of teams went home as well. OpTic Texas are out of the event. We still have Atlanta FaZe and Seattle Surge on top, and LA and Toronto at the bottom. But imagine this scenario, right? Toronto Ultra has this loser bracket run all the way to the finals, and what if they meet with their adversaries from last year, the Atlanta FaZe? But things can get flipped on its head. We can see Seattle Surge in their first finals in a major along with the Los Angeles Thieves this year. It is a beautiful scenario, and you guys already know the deal. We love you. Thank you for tuning in so far. You all at home are the real winners. Thank you for tuning in, and we'll catch you tomorrow for more CDL action.